Book 3, Chapter 6 of Sybil or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A bloom was spread over the morning sky. A soft golden light bathed with its fresh beam the bosom of the valley, except where a delicate haze, rather than a mist, still partially lingered over the river, which yet occasionally gleamed and sparkled in the sunshine. A sort of shadowy lustre suffused the landscape, which, though distinct, was mitigated in all its features. The distant woods, the clumps of tall trees that rose about the old grey bridge, the cottage chimneys that sent their smoke into the blue still air amid their clustering orchards and garden of flowers and herbs. Ah, what is there so fresh and joyous as a summer morn? That springtime of the day, when the brain is bright and the heart is brave, the season of daring and of hope, the renovating hour. Came forth from his cottage room the brother of Lord Marney, to feel the vigorous bliss of life amid sunshiny gardens and the voices of bees and birds. Ah, this is delicious, he felt. This is existence. Thank God I am here, that I have quitted for ever that formal and heartless Marney. Were it not for my mother, I would remain Mr. Franklin for ever. Would I were indeed a journalist, provided I always had a mission to the Vale of Mowbray. Or anything, so that I were ever here. As companions, independent of everything else, they are superior to any that I have been used to. Why do these persons interest me? They feel and they think. Two habits that have quite gone out of fashion, if ever they existed, among my friends. And that polish of manners, that studied and factitious refinement, which is to compensate for the heartlessness or the stupidity we are doomed to, is my host of last night deficient in that refinement? If he do want our conventional discipline, he has a native breeding which far excels it. I observe no word or action which is not prompted by that fine feeling which is the sure source of good taste. This Gerard appears to me a real genuine man, full of knowledge worked out by his own head, with large yet wholesome sympathies, and a deuced deal better educated than Lord de Mowbray or my brother, and they do occasionally turn over a book, which is not the habit of our set. And his daughter, ay, his daughter. There is something almost sublime about that young girl, yet strangely sweet withal. A tone so lofty combined with such simplicity is very rare. For there is no affectation of enthusiasm about her, nothing exaggerated, nothing rhapsodical. Her dark eyes and lustrous face, and the solemn sweetness of her thrilling voice, they haunt me. They have haunted me from the first moment I encountered her like a spirit amid the ruins of our abbey. And I am one of the family of sacrilege. If she knew that. And I am one of the conquering class she denounces. If she also knew that. Ah, there is much to know. Above all, the future. Away, the tree of knowledge is the tree of death. I will have no thought that is not as bright and lovely as this morn. He went forth from his little garden, and strolled along the road in the direction of the cottage of Gerard, which was about 3/4 of a mile distant. You might see almost as far; the sunshiny road a little winding and rising a very slight ascent. The cottage itself was hid by its trees. While Egremont was still musing of one who lived under that roof, he beheld in the distance Sybil. "I salute thee, holy sister," said Egremont. "Oh, is this not a merry morn?" she exclaimed with a bright and happy face. "I feel it is you. And whither do you go?" "I go to the convent. I pay my first visit to our superior since I left them." "Not very long ago," said Egremont with a smile, and turning with her. "It seems so," said Sybil. They walked on together, Sybil glad as the hour, noticing 1,000 cheerful sights, speaking to her dog in her ringing voice as he gambolled before them, or seized her garments in his mouth, and ever and anon bounded away and then returned, looking up in his mistress's face to inquire whether he had been wanted in his absence. "What a pity it is that your father's way each morning lies up the valley," said Egremont. He would be your companion to Mowbray." "Ah! but I am so happy he is not to work in a town," said Sybil. "He is not made to be cooped up in a hot factory in a smoky street. At least he labours among the woods and waters, and the Traffords are such good people, so kind to him and to all." "You love your father very much." She looked at him a little surprised, and then her sweet serious face broke into a smile, and she said, "Is that strange?" "I think not," said Egremont. "I am inclined to love him myself." "Ah! you win my heart," said Sybil, "when you praise him. I think that is the real reason why I like Stephen, for otherwise he is always saying something with which I cannot agree, which I disapprove, and yet he is so good to my father." "You speak of Mr Morley?" "Oh! we don't call him Mr," said Sybil, slightly laughing. "I mean Stephen Morley," said Egremont, recalling his position, "whom I met in Marney Abbey. He is very clever, is he not?" "He is a great writer and a great student, and what he is he has made himself. I hear too that you follow the same pursuit," said Sybil. "But I am not a great writer or a great student," said Egremont. "Whatever you be, I trust," said Sybil in a more serious tone, "that you will never employ the talents that God has given you against the people." "I have come here to learn something of their condition," said Egremont. "That is not to be done in a great city like London. We all of us live too much in a circle. You will assist me, I am sure," added Egremont. "Your spirit will animate me. You told me last night that there was no other subject except one which ever occupied your thoughts." "Yes," said Sybil, "I have lived under two roofs, only two roofs, and each has given me a great idea: the convent and the cottage. One has taught me the degradation of my faith, the other of my race. You should not wonder, therefore, that my heart is concentrated on the church and the people." "But there are other ideas," said Egremont, "that might equally be entitled to your thought." "I feel these are enough," said Sybil, "too great as it is for my brain." End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of Sybil or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the end of a court in Wodgate, of rather larger dimensions than usual in that town, was a high and many windowed house of several stories in height, which had been added to it at intervals. It was in a most dilapidated state; the principal part occupied as a nail workshop, where a great number of heavy iron machines were working in every room on each floor; the building itself in so shattered a condition that every part of it creaked and vibrated with their motion. The flooring was so broken that in many places one could look down through the gaping and rotten planks, while the upper floors from time to time had been shored up with props. This was the palace of the Bishop of Wodgate, and here with his arms bare and black he worked at those locks which defied any skeleton key that was not made by himself. He was a short thick-set man, powerfully made, with brawny arms disproportionately short even for his height, and with a countenance, as far as one could judge, of a face so disfigured by his grimy toil, rather brutal than savage. His choice apprentices, full of admiration and terror, worked about him; lank and haggard youths, who never for an instant dared to raise their dingy faces and lacklustre eyes from their ceaseless labour. On each side of their master, seated on a stool higher than the rest, was an urchin of not more than 4 or 5 years of age, serious and demure, and, as if proud of his eminent position, or working incessantly at his little file, these were 2 sons of the bishop. "Now boys," said the bishop in a hoarse harsh voice, "steady there, steady. There's a file what don't sing, can't deceive my ear, I know all their voices. Don't let me find that on out, or I won't walk into 'em, won't I? Ain't you lucky boys to have reg'lar work like this, and the best of prog. It warn't my lot, I can tell you that. Give me that shut, you there scrubby nose, can't you move? Look sharp, or I won't move you, won't I? Steady, steady. All right, that's music. Where will you hear music like 20 files all working at once? You ought to be happy boys, oughtn't you? Won't there be a treat of fish after this, that's all. Hullo, there, you red-haired varmint, what are you looking after? 3 boys looking about them, what's all this? Won't I be among you? And he sprang forward and seized the luckless ears of the first apprentice he could get hold of, and wrung them till the blood spouted forth. "Please, Bishop," sang out the boy, "it warn't my fault. Here's a man what wants you." "Who wants me?" said the bishop, looking round, and he caught the figure of Morley, who had just entered the shop. "Well, what's your will, locks or nails?" "Neither," said Morley. "I wish to see a man named Hatton." "Well, you see a man named Hatton," said the bishop, "and now what do you want of him?" "I should like to say a word to you alone," said Morley. "Hum. I should like to know who is to finish this lock and to look after my boys. If it's an order, let us have it at once." "It is not an order," said Morley. "Then I don't want to hear nothing about it," said the bishop. "It's about family matters," said Morley. "Ah!" said Hatton eagerly. "What, do you come from him?" "It may be," said Morley. Upon this the bishop, looking up to the ceiling of the room, in which there were several large chinks, began calling out lustily to some unseen person above, and immediately was replied to in a shrill voice of objurgation, demanding in peremptory words, interlarded with many oaths, what he wanted. His reply called down his unseen correspondent, who soon entered his workshop. It was the awful presence of Mrs. Hatton, a tall bearded virago with a file in her hand, for that seemed the distinctive arm of the house, and eyes flashing with unbridled power. "Look after the boys," said Hatton, "for I have business." "Won't I?" said Mrs. Hatton, and a thrill of terror pervaded the assembly. All the files moved in regular melody, no one dared to raise his face, even her 2 young children looked still more serious and demure. Not that any being present flattered himself for an instant that the most sedulous attention on his part could prevent an outbreak. All that each aspired to, and wildly hoped, was that he might not be the victim singled out to have his head cut open, or his eye knocked out, or his ears half pulled off, by the being who was the terror not only of the workshop, but of Wodgate itself, their bishop's gentle wife. In the meantime that worthy, taking Morley into a room where there were no machines at work except those made of iron, said, "Well, what have you brought me?" "In the first place," said Morley, "I would speak to you of your brother." "I concluded that," said Hatton, "when you spoke of family matters bringing you here. He is the only relation I have in this world, and therefore it must be of him." "It is of him," said Morley. "Has he sent anything?" "Hum," said Morley, who was by nature a diplomatist, and instantly comprehended his position, being himself pumped when he came to pump. But he resolved not to precipitate the affair. "How late is it since you heard from him?" he asked. "Why, I suppose you know," said Hatton. "I heard as usual." "From his usual place?" inquired Morley. "I wish you would tell me where that is," said Hatton eagerly. "Why, he writes to you?" "Blank letters, never had a line except once, and that is more than 12 year ago. He sends me a £20 note every Christmas, and that is all I know about him." "Then he is rich and well to do in the world?" said Morley. "Why, don't you know?" said Hatton. "I thought you came from him." "I came about him. I wished to know whether he were alive, and that you have been able to inform me; and where he was, and that you have not been able to inform me." "Why, you're a regular muff," said the bishop. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of Sybil or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A few days after his morning walk with Sybil, it was agreed that Egremont should visit Mr Trafford's factory, which he had expressed a great desire to inspect. Gerard always left his cottage at break of dawn, and as Sybil had not yet paid her accustomed visit to her friend and patron, who was the employer of her father, it was arranged that Egremont should accompany her at a later and more convenient hour in the morning, and then that they should all return together. The factory was about a mile distant from their cottage, which belonged indeed to Mr Trafford and had been built by him. He was the younger son of a family that had for centuries been planted in the land, but who, not satisfied with the factitious consideration with which society compensates the junior members of a territorial house for their entailed poverty, had availed himself of some opportunities that offered themselves, and had devoted his energies to those new sources of wealth that were unknown to his ancestors. His operations at first had been extremely limited, like his fortunes, but with a small capital, though his profits were not considerable, he at least gained experience. With gentle blood in his veins and old English feelings, he imbibed at an early period of his career a correct conception of the relations which should subsist between the employer and the employed. He felt that between them there should be other ties than the payment and receipt of wages. A distant and childless relative, who made him a visit, pleased with his energy and enterprise, and touched by the development of his social views, left him a considerable sum, at a moment too when a great opening was offered to manufacturing capital and skill. Trafford, schooled in rigid fortunes, and formed by struggle, if not by adversity, was ripe for the occasion, and equal to it. He became very opulent, and he lost no time in carrying into life and being the plans which he had brooded over in the years when his good thoughts were limited to dreams. On the banks of his native Mow he had built a factory which was now one of the marvels of the district, one might almost say of the country. A single room spreading over nearly 2 acres and holding more than 2,000 work people. The roof of groined arches, lighted by ventilating domes at the height of 18 feet, was supported by hollow cast iron columns, through which the drainage of the roof was effected. The height of the ordinary rooms in which the work people in manufactories are engaged is not more than from 9 to 11 feet, and these are built in stories, the heat and effluvia of the lower rooms communicated to those above, and the difficulty of ventilation insurmountable. At Mr Trafford's, by an ingenious process, not unlike that which is practised in the House of Commons, the ventilation was also carried on from below, so that the whole building was kept at a steady temperature, and little susceptible to atmospheric influence. The physical advantages of thus carrying on the whole work in one chamber are great. In the improved health of the people, the security against dangerous accidents for women and youth, and the reduced fatigue resulting from not having to ascend and descend and carry materials to the higher rooms. But the moral advantages resulting from superior inspection and general observation are not less important. The child works under the eye of the parent under that of the superior workman. The inspector or employer at a glance can behold all. When the work people of Mr Trafford left his factory they were not forgotten. Deeply had he pondered on the influence of the employer on the health and content of his work people. He knew well that the domestic virtues are dependent on the existence of a home, and one of his first efforts had been to build a village where every family was well lodged. Though he was principal proprietor, and proud of that character, he nevertheless encouraged his workmen to purchase the fee. There were some who had saved sufficient money to effect this. Proud of their house and their little garden, and of the horticultural society, where its produce permitted them to be annual competitors. In every street there was a well. Behind the factory were the public baths. The schools were under the direction of the perpetual curate of the church, which Mr Trafford, though a Roman Catholic, had raised and endowed. In the midst of this village, surrounded by beautiful gardens, which gave an impulse to the horticulture of the community, was the house of Trafford himself, who comprehended his position too well to withdraw himself with vulgar exclusiveness from his real dependents, but recognized the baronial principle reviving in a new form, and adapted to the softer manners and more ingenious circumstances of the times. And what was the influence of such an employer and such a system of employment on the morals and manners of the employed? Great, infinitely beneficial. The connection of a labourer with his place of work, whether agricultural or manufacturing, is itself a vast advantage. Proximity to the employer brings cleanliness and order, because it brings observation and encouragement. In the settlement of Trafford, crime was positively unknown, and offences were very slight. There was not a single person in the village of a reprobate character. The men were well clad, the women had a blooming cheek, drunkenness was unknown, while the moral condition of the softer sex was proportionately elevated. The vast form of the spreading factory, the roofs and gardens of the village, the Tudor chimneys of the house of Trafford, the spire of the Gothic church, with the sparkling river and the sylvan hack ground, came rather suddenly on the sight of Egremont. They were indeed in the pretty village street before he was aware he was about to enter it. Some beautiful children rushed out of a cottage and flew to Sybil, crying out, "The Queen! the Queen!" one clinging to her dress, another seizing her arm, and a third, too small to struggle, pouting out its lips to be embraced. "My subjects," said Sybil laughing, as she greeted them all, and then they ran away to announce to others that their Queen had arrived. Others came, beautiful and young. As Sybil and Egremont walked along, the race too tender for labour seemed to spring out of every cottage to greet their Queen. Her visits had been very rare of late, but they were never forgotten. They formed epochs in the village annals of the children, some of whom knew only by tradition the golden age when Sybil Gerard lived at the great house, and daily glanced like a spirit among their homes, smiling and met with smiles, blessing and ever blessed. "And here," she said to Egremont, "I must bid you good bye, and this little boy," touching gently on his head a very serious urchin who had never left her side for a moment, proud of his position and holding tight her hand with all his strength, "this little boy shall be your guide. It is not 100 yards. Now, Pierce, you must take Mr Franklin to the factory and ask for Mr Gerard." And she went her way. They had not separated 5 minutes when the sound of whirling wheels caught the ear of Egremont, and looking round he saw a cavalcade of great pretension rapidly approaching, dames and cavaliers on horseback, a brilliant equipage, postilions and 4 horses, a crowd of grooms. Egremont stood aside. The horsemen and horsewomen caracoled gaily by him, proudly swept on the sparkling barouche. The saucy grooms pranced in his face. Their masters and mistresses were not strangers to him. He recognized with some dismay the liveries and then the arms of Lord de Mowbray, and caught the cold proud countenance of Lady Joan and the flexible visage of Lady Maud, both on horseback and surrounded by admiring cavaliers. Egremont flattered himself that he had not been recognized, and dismissing his little guide, instead of proceeding to the factory, he sauntered away in an opposite direction and made a visit to the church. The wife of Trafford embraced Sybil, and then embraced her again. She seemed as happy as the children of the village that the joy of her roof, as of so many others, had returned to them, though only for a few hours. Her husband, she said, had just quitted the house. He was obliged to go to the factory to receive a great and distinguished party who were expected this morning, having written to him several days before for permission to view the works. "We expect them to lunch here afterwards," said Mrs Trafford, a very refined woman but unused to society, and who rather trembled at the ceremony. "Oh, do stay with me, Sybil, to receive them." This information so much alarmed Sybil that she rose as soon as was practicable, and saying that she had some visits to make in the village, she promised to return when Mrs Trafford was less engaged. An hour elapsed. There was a loud ring at the hall door. The great and distinguished party had arrived. Mrs Trafford prepared for the interview, and tried to look very composed as the doors opened, and her husband ushered in and presented to her Lord and Lady de Mowbray, their daughters, Lady Firebrace, Mr Jermyn, who still lingered at the castle, and Mr Alfred Mountchesney and Lord Milford, who were mere passing guests on their way to Scotland, but reconnoitring the heiresses in their course. Lord de Mowbray was profuse of praise and compliments. His lordship was apt to be too civil. The breed would come out sometimes. To-day he was quite the coffee house waiter. He praised everything, the machinery, the workmen, the cotton manufactured and the cotton raw, even the smoke. But Mrs Trafford would not have the smoke defended, and his lordship gave the smoke up, but only to please her. As for Lady de Mowbray, she was as usual courteous and condescending, with a kind of smouldering smile on her fair aquiline face, that seemed half pleasure and half surprise at the strange people she was among. Lady Joan was haughty and scientific, approved of much, but principally of the system of ventilation, of which she asked several questions which greatly perplexed Mrs Trafford, who slightly blushed, and looked at her husband for relief, but he was engaged with Lady Maud, who was full of enthusiasm, entered into everything with a zest of sympathy, identified herself with the factory system almost as much as she had done with the Crusades, and longed to teach in singing schools, found public gardens, and bid fountains flow and sparkle for the people. "I think the works were very wonderful," said Lord Milford, as he was cutting a pasty; "and indeed, Mrs Trafford, everything here is quite charming. But what I have most admired at your place is a young girl we met, the most beautiful I think I ever saw." "With the most beautiful dog," said Mr Mountchesney. "Oh, that must have been Sybil," exclaimed Mrs Trafford. "And who is Sybil?" asked Lady Maud. "That is one of our family names. We all thought her quite beautiful." "She is a child of the house," said Mrs Trafford, "or rather was, for I am sorry to say she has long quitted us." "Is she a nun?" asked Lord Milford, for her vestments had a conventual air. "She has just left your convent at Mowbray," said Mr Trafford, addressing his answer to Lady Maud, "and rather against her will. She clings to the dress she was accustomed to there." "And now she resides with you?" "No, I should be very happy if she did. I might almost say she was brought up under this roof. She lives now with her father." "And who is so fortunate as to be her father?" inquired Mr Mountchesney. "Her father is the inspector of my works, the person who accompanied us over them this morning." "What, that handsome man I so much admired?" said Lady Maud. "So very aristocratic looking. Papa," she said, addressing herself to Lord de Mowbray, "the inspector of Mr Trafford's works we are speaking of, that aristocratic looking person that I observed to you, he is the father of the beautiful girl." "He seemed a very intelligent person," said Lord de Mowbray with many smiles. "Yes," said Mr Trafford, "he has great talents and great integrity. I would trust him with anything and to any amount. All I wish," he added with a smile and in a lower tone to Lady de Mowbray, "all I wish is, that he was not quite so fond of politics." "Is he very violent?" inquired her ladyship in a sugary tone. "Too violent," said Mr Trafford, "and wild in his ideas." "And yet I suppose," said Lord Milford, "he must be very well off?" "Why, I must say for him it is not selfishness that makes him a malcontent," said Mr Trafford. "He bemoans the condition of the people." "If we are to judge of the condition of the people by what we see here," said Lord de Mowbray, "there is little to lament in it. But I fear these are instances not so common as we could wish. You must have been at a great outlay, Mr Trafford." "Why," said Mr Trafford, "for my part, I have always considered that there was nothing so expensive as a vicious population. I hope I had other objects in view in what I have done than a pecuniary compensation. They say we all have our hobbies, and it was ever mine to improve the condition of my work people, to see what good tenements and good schools, and just wages paid in a fair manner, and the encouragement of civilizing pursuits would do to elevate their character. I should find an ample reward in the moral tone and material happiness of this community; but really, viewing it in a pecuniary point of view, the investment of capital has been one of the most profitable I ever made, and I would not, I assure you, for double its amount, exchange my work people for the promiscuous assemblage engaged in other factories." "The influence of the atmosphere on the condition of the labourer is a subject which deserves investigation," said Lady Joan to Mr Jermyn, who stared and bowed. "And you do not feel alarmed at having a person of such violent opinions as your inspector at the head of your establishment?" said Lady Firebrace to Mr Trafford, who smiled a negative. "What is the name of the intelligent individual who accompanied us?" inquired Lord de Mowbray. "His name is Gerard," said Mr Trafford. "I believe a common name in these parts," said Lord de Mowbray, looking a little confused. "Not very," said Mr Trafford. "'Tis an old name and the stock is spread; but all Gerards claim a common lineage, I believe, and my inspector has gentle blood, they say, in his veins." "He looks as if he had," said Lady Maud. "All persons with good names affect good blood," said Lord de Mowbray; and then turning to Mrs Trafford, he overwhelmed her with elaborate courtesies of phrase, praised everything again, first generally and then in detail; the factory, which he seemed to prefer to his castle; the house, which he seemed to prefer even to the factory; the gardens, from which he anticipated even greater gratification than from the house; and this led to an expression of a hope that he would visit them. And so in due time the luncheon was achieved. Mrs Trafford looked at her guests, there was a rustling and a stir, and everybody was to go and see the gardens that Lord de Mowbray had so much praised. "I am all for looking after the beautiful nun," said Mr Mountchesney to Lord Milford. "I think I shall ask the respectable manufacturer to introduce me to her," replied his lordship. In the meantime Egremont had joined Gerard at the factory. "You should have come sooner," said Gerard, "and then you might have gone round with the fine folks. We have had a grand party here from the castle." "So I perceived," said Egremont, and withdrew. "Ah! They were not in your way, eh?" he said with a mocking smile. "Well, they were very condescending, at least for such great people. An earl! Earl de Mowbray! I suppose he came over with William the Conqueror. Mr Trafford makes a show of the place, and it amuses their visitors, I dare say, like anything else that's strange. There was some young gentleman with them who did not seem to know much about anything. I thought I had a right to be amused too, and I must say I liked very much to see one of them looking at the machinery through his eye glass. There was one very venturesome chap. I thought he was going to catch hold of the fly wheel, but I gave him a spin which I believed saved his life, though he did rather stare. He was a lord." "They are great heiresses, his daughters, they say at Mowbray," said Egremont. "I dare say," said Gerard. "A year ago this earl had a son, an only son, and then his daughters were not great heiresses. But the son died, and now it's their turn; and perhaps some day it will be somebody else's turn. If you want to understand the ups and downs of life, there's nothing like the parchments of an estate. Now master, now man. He who served in the hall now lords it, and very often the base born change their liveries for coronets, while gentle blood has nothing left but dreams, eh, Master Franklin?" "It seems you know the history of this Lord de Mowbray." "Why, a man learns a good many things in his time, and living in these parts there are few secrets of the notables. He has had the title to his broad acres questioned before this time, my friend." "Indeed." "Yes, I could not help thinking of that to day," said Gerard, "when he questioned me with his mincing voice, and pulled the wool with his cursed white hands, and showed it to his dame, who touched it with her little finger, and his daughters, who tossed their heads like peahens. Lady Joan and Lady Maud." "Lady Joan and Lady Maud," repeated Gerard in a voice of bitter sarcasm. "I did not care for the rest, but I could not stand that Lady Joan and that Lady Maud. I wonder if my Sybil saw them." In the meantime Sybil had been sent for by Mrs Trafford. She had inferred from the message that the guests had departed, and her animated cheek showed the eagerness with which she had responded to the call. Bounding along with a gladness of heart which lent additional lustre to her transcendent brightness, she suddenly found herself surrounded in the garden by Lady Maud and her friends. The daughter of Lord de Mowbray, who could conceive nothing but humility as the cause of her alarmed look, attempted to reassure her by condescending volubility, turning often to her friends, and praising in admiring interrogatories Sybil's beauty. "And we took advantage of your absence," said Lady Maud in a tone of amiable artlessness, "to find out all about you; and what a pity we did not know when you were at the convent, because then you might have been constantly at the castle; indeed I should have insisted on it. But still I hear we are neighbours. You must promise to pay me a visit, you must indeed. Is not she beautiful?" she added in a lower but still distinct voice to her friend. "Do you know I think there is so much beauty among the lower order." Mr Mountchesney and Lord Milford poured forth several insipid compliments, accompanied with some speaking looks, which they flattered themselves could not be misconstrued. Sybil said not a word, but answered each flood of phrases with a cold reverence. Undeterred by her somewhat haughty demeanour, which Lady Maud only attributed to the novelty of her situation, her ignorance of the world, and her embarrassment under this overpowering condescension, the good-tempered and fussy daughter of Lord de Mowbray proceeded to reassure Sybil, and to enforce on her that this perhaps unprecedented descent from superiority was not a mere transient courtliness of the moment, and that she really might rely on her patronage and favourable feeling. "You really must come and see me," said Lady Maud. "I shall never be happy till you have made me a visit. Where do you live? I will come and fetch you myself in the carriage. Now let us fix a day at once. Let me see. This is Saturday. What say you to next Monday?" "I thank you," said Sybil very gravely, "but I never quit my home." "What a darling!" exclaimed Lady Maud, looking round at her friends. "Is not she? I know exactly what you feel, but really you shall not be the least embarrassed. It may feel strange at first, to be sure, but then I shall be there, and do you know I look upon you quite as my protégée." "Protégée," said Sybil, "I live with my father." "What a dear!" said Lady Maud, looking round to Lord Milford. "Is not she naive?" "And are you the guardian of these beautiful flowers?" said Mr Mountchesney. Sybil signified a negative, and added, "Mrs Trafford is very proud of them." "You must see the flowers at Mowbray Castle," said Lady Maud. "They are unprecedented. Are they not, Lord Milford? You know you said the other day that they were almost equal to Mrs Lawrence's. I am charmed to find you are fond of flowers," continued Lady Maud. "You will be so delighted with Mowbray. Ah! mamma is calling us. Now fix. Shall it be Monday?" "Indeed," said Sybil, "I never leave my home. I am one of the lower order, and live only among the lower order. I am here to day merely for a few hours to pay an act of homage to a benefactor." "Well, I shall come and fetch you," said Maud, covering her surprise and mortification by a jaunty air that would not confess defeat. "And so shall I," said Mr Mountchesney. "And so shall I," whispered Lord Milford, lingering a little behind. The great and distinguished party had disappeared. Their glittering barouche, their prancing horses, their gay grooms, all had vanished. The sound of their wheels was no longer heard. Time flew on. The bell announced that the labour of the week had closed. There was a half holiday always on the last day of the week at Mr Trafford's settlement, and every man, woman, and child were paid their wages in the great room before they left the mill. Thus the expensive and evil habits which result from wages being paid in public houses were prevented. There was also in this system another great advantage for the workpeople. They received their wages early enough to repair to the neighbouring markets, and make their purchases for the morrow. This added greatly to their comfort, and rendering it unnecessary for them to run in debt to the shopkeepers, added really to their wealth. Mr Trafford thought that next to the amount of wages, the most important consideration was the method in which wages are paid; and those of our readers who may have read or can recall the sketches, neither coloured nor exaggerated, which we have given in the early part of this volume, of the very different manner in which the working classes may receive the remuneration for their toil, will probably agree with the sensible and virtuous master of Walter Gerard. He, accompanied by his daughter and Egremont, is now on his way home. A soft summer afternoon, the mild beam still gilding the tranquil scene; a river, green meads full of kine, woods vocal with the joyous song of the thrush and the blackbird, and in the distance the lofty breast of the purple moor still blazing in the sun; fair sights and renovating sounds after a day of labour passed in walls and amid the ceaseless and monotonous clang of the spindle and the loom. So Gerard felt it, as he stretched his great limbs in the air and inhaled its perfumed volume. "Ah! I was never made for this, Sybil," he exclaimed. "But never mind, my child, never mind. Tell me more of your fine visitors." Egremont found the walk too short. Fortunately, from the undulation of the vale, they could not see the cottage until within 100 yards of it. When they were in sight, a man came forth from the garden to greet them. Sybil gave an exclamation of pleasure. It was Morley. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Morley greeted Gerard and his daughter with great warmth, and then looked at Egremont. "Our companion in the ruins of Marney Abbey," said Gerard. "You and our friend Franklin here should become acquainted, Stephen, for you both follow the same craft. He is a journalist like yourself, and is our neighbour for a time, and yours." "What journal are you on, may I ask?" inquired Morley. Egremont reddened and confused, and then replied, "I have no claim to the distinguished title of a journalist. I am but a reporter, and have some special duties here." Said Morley, and then taking Gerard by the arm, he walked away with him, leaving Egremont and Sybil to follow them. "Well, I have found him, Walter." "What, Hatton?" No, the brother." "And what knows he?" "Little enough, yet something. Our man lives and prospers. These are facts, but where he is, or what he is, not a clue." "And this brother cannot help us?" "On the contrary, he sought information from me. He is a savage, beneath even our worst ideas of popular degradation. All that is ascertained is that our man exists and is well to do in the world. There comes an annual and anonymous contribution, and not a light one, to his brother. I examined the postmarks of the letters, but they all varied, and were evidently arranged to mislead. I fear you will deem I have not done much, yet it was wearisome enough, I can tell you." "I doubt it not, and I am sure, Stephen, you have done all that man could. I was fancying that I should hear from you to day, for what think you has happened? My lord himself, his family and train have all been in state to visit the works, and I had to show them. Queer that, wasn't it? He offered me money when it was over. How much I know not, I would not look at it. Though to be sure, they were perhaps my own rents, eh? But I pointed to the sick box, and his own dainty hand deposited the sum there." "'Tis very strange. And you were with him face to face?" "Face to face. Had you brought me news of the papers, I should have thought that Providence had rather a hand in it. But now we are still at sea." "Still at sea," said Morley musingly, "but he lives and prospers. He will turn up yet, Walter." "Amen. Since you have taken up this thing, Stephen, it is strange how my mind has hankered after the old business, and yet it ruined my father, and mayhap may do as bad for his son." "We will not think of that," said Morley. "At present we will think of other things. You may guess I am a bit wearied. I think I'll say good night. You have strangers with you." "Nay, man, nay. This Franklin is a likely lad enough. I think you will take to him. Prithee come in. Sybil will not take it kindly if you go, after so long an absence, and I am sure I shall not." So they entered together. The evening passed in various conversation, though it led frequently to the staple subject of talk beneath the roof of Gerard, the condition of the people. What Morley had seen in his recent excursion afforded materials for many comments. "The domestic feeling is fast vanishing among the working classes of this country," said Gerard, "nor is it wonderful. The home no longer exists." "But there are means of reviving it," said Egremont. "We have witnessed them to day. Give men homes and they will have soft and homely notions. If all men acted like Mr Trafford, the condition of the people would be changed." "But all men will not act like Mr Trafford," said Morley. "It requires a sacrifice of self which cannot be expected, which is unnatural. It is not individual influence that can renovate society. It is some new principle that must reconstruct it. You lament the expiring idea of home. It would not be expiring if it were worth retaining. The domestic principle has fulfilled its purpose. The irresistible law of progress demands that another should be developed. It will come; you may advance or retard, but you cannot prevent it. It will work out like the development of organic nature. In the present state of civilization, and with the scientific means of happiness at our command, the notion of home should be obsolete. Home is a barbarous idea, the method of a rude age. Home is isolation, therefore anti-social. What we want is community." "It is all very fine," said Gerard, "and I dare say you are right, Stephen, but I like stretching my feet on my own hearth." End of Book 3, Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 10 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Time passes with a measured and memorable wing during the first period of a sojourn in a new place, among new characters and new manners. Every person, every incident, every feeling, touches and stirs the imagination. The restless mind creates and observes at the same time. Indeed, there is scarcely any popular tenet more erroneous than that which holds that when time is slow, life is dull. It is very often and very much the reverse. If we look back on those passages of our life which dwell most upon the memory, they are brief periods full of action and novel sensation. Egremont found this so during the first days of his new residence at Mowedale. The first week, an epoch in his life, seemed an age. At the end of the first month he began to deplore the swiftness of time and almost to moralize over the brevity of existence. He found that he was leading a life of perfect happiness, but of remarkable simplicity. He wished it might never end, but felt difficulty in comprehending how, in the first days of his experience of it, it had seemed so strange; almost as strange as it was sweet. The day that commenced early was passed in reading, books lent him often too by Sybil Gerard, sometimes in a ramble with her and Morley, who had time much at his command, to some memorable spot in the neighbourhood, or in the sport which the river and the rod secured Egremont. In the evening he invariably repaired to the cottage of Gerard, beneath whose humble roof he found every female charm that can fascinate, and conversation that stimulated his intelligence. Gerard was ever the same, hearty, simple, with a depth of feeling and native thought on the subjects on which they touched, and with a certain grandeur of sentiment and conception which contrasted with his social position, but which became his idiosyncrasy. Sybil spoke little, but hung upon the accents of her father. Yet ever and anon her rich tones conveyed to the charmed ear of Egremont some deep conviction, the earnestness of her intellect as remarkable as the almost sacred repose of her mien and manner. Of Morley, at first Egremont saw a great deal. He lent our friend books, opened with unreserve, and with great richness of speculative and illustrative power, on the questions which ever engaged him, and which were new and highly interesting to his companion. But as time advanced, whether it were that the occupations of Morley increased, and the calls on his hours left him fewer occasions for the indulgence of social intercourse, Egremont saw him seldom, except at Gerard's cottage, where generally he might be found in the course of the week, and their rambles together had entirely ceased. Alone, Egremont mused much over the daughter of Gerard, but shrinking from the precise and the definite, his dreams were delightful but vague. All that he asked was, that his present life should go on for ever. He wished for no change, and at length almost persuaded himself that no change could arrive, as men who are basking in a summer sun, surrounded by bright and beautiful objects, cannot comprehend how the seasons can ever alter, that the sparkling foliage should shrivel and fall away, the foaming waters become ice-bound, and the blue serene a dark and howling space. In this train of mind, the early days of October having already stolen on him, an incident occurred which startled him in his retirement, and rendered it necessary that he should instantly quit it. Egremont had entrusted the secret of his residence to a faithful servant who communicated with him when necessary under his assumed name. Through these means he received a letter from his mother, written from London, where she had unexpectedly arrived, entreating him in urgent terms to repair to her without a moment's delay, on a matter of equal interest and importance to herself and him. Such an appeal from such a quarter, from the parent that had ever been kind, and the friend that had ever been faithful, was not for a moment to be neglected. Already a period had elapsed since its transmission, which Egremont regretted. He resolved at once to quit Mowedale, nor could he console himself with the prospect of an immediate return. Parliament was to assemble in the ensuing month, and independent of the unknown cause which summoned him immediately to town, he was well aware that much disagreeable business awaited him which could no longer be postponed. He had determined not to take his seat unless the expenses of his contest were previously discharged, and despairing of his brother's aid, and shrinking from trespassing any further on his mother's resources, the future looked gloomy indeed. Indeed nothing but the frequent presence and the constant influence of Sybil had driven from his mind the ignoble melancholy which, relieved by no pensive fancy, is the invariable attendant of pecuniary embarrassment. And now he was to leave her. The event, rather the catastrophe, which under any circumstances could not be long postponed, was to be precipitated. He strolled up to the cottage to bid her farewell and to leave kind words for her father. Sybil was not there. The old dame who kept their home informed him that Sybil was at the convent, but would return in the evening. It was impossible to quit Mowedale without seeing Sybil; equally impossible to postpone his departure. But by travelling through the night the lost hours might be regained; and Egremont made his arrangements, and awaited with anxiety and impatience the last evening. The evening, like his heart, was not serene. The soft air that had lingered so long with them, a summer visitant in an autumnal sky and loath to part, was no more present. A cold harsh wind, gradually rising, chilled the system and grated on the nerves. There was misery in its blast and depression in its moan. Egremont felt infinitely dispirited. The landscape around him that he had so often looked upon with love and joy was dull and hard. The trees dingy, the leaden waters motionless, the distant hills rough and austere. Where was that translucent sky, once brilliant as his enamoured fancy, those bowery groves of aromatic fervour wherein he had loved to roam and muse, that river of swift and sparkling light that flowed and flashed like the current of his enchanted hours? All vanished as his dreams. He stood before the cottage of Gerard. He recalled the eve that he had first gazed upon its moonlit garden. What wild and delicious thoughts were then his! They were gone like the illumined hour. Nature and fortune had alike changed. Prescient of sorrow, almost prophetic of evil, he opened the cottage door, and the first person his eye encountered was Morley. Egremont had not met him for some time, and his cordial greeting of Egremont to night contrasted with the coldness, not to say estrangement, which to the regret and sometimes the perplexity of Egremont had gradually grown up between them. Yet on no occasion was his presence less desired by our friend. Morley was talking as Egremont entered with great animation. In his hand a newspaper, on a paragraph contained in which he was commenting. The name of Marney caught the ear of Egremont, who turned rather pale at the sound, and hesitated on the threshold. The unembarrassed welcome of his friends however reassured him, and in a moment he even ventured to inquire the subject of their conversation. Morley immediately referring to the newspaper said, "This is what I have just read. Extraordinary sport at the Earl of Marney's." On Wednesday, in a small cover called the Horns near Marney Abbey, his Grace the Duke of Fitzaquitaine and the Earl of Marney, Colonel Rip and Captain Grouse, with only 4 hours shooting, bagged the extraordinary number of 731 head of game, namely, hares 339, pheasants 221, partridges 34, rabbits 87, and the following day upwards of 50 hares, pheasants, etc., wounded the previous day, were picked up. Out of the 4 hours shooting, 2 of the party were absent an hour and a half, namely the Earl of Marney and Captain Grouse, attending an agricultural meeting in the neighbourhood. the noble earl, with his usual considerate condescension, having kindly consented personally to distribute the various prizes to the labourers whose good conduct entitled them to the distinction. "What do you think of that, Franklin?" said Morley. "That is our worthy friend of Marney Abbey, where we first met. You do not know this part of the country, or you would smile at the considerate condescension of the worst landlord in England, and who was, it seems, thus employed the day or so after his battue, as they call it." And Morley, turning the paper, read another paragraph. "At a petty sessions holden at the Green Dragon Inn, Marney, Friday, October 1837. Magistrates present, the Earl of Marney, the Reverend Felix Flimsy, and Captain Grouse. Information against Robert Hind for a trespass in pursuit of game in Black Rock Wood, the property of Sir Vavasour Firebrace, Baronet. The case was distinctly proved, several wires being found in the pocket of the defendant. Defendant was fined in the full penalty of 40 shillings and costs 27. The bench being of opinion there was no excuse for him, Hind being in regular employ as a farm labourer and gaining his 7 shillings a week. Defendant being unable to pay the penalty, was sent for 2 months to Marham Gaol." "What a pity," said Morley, "that Robert Hind, instead of meditating the snaring of a hare, had not been fortunate enough to pick up a maimed one crawling about the fields the day after the battue. It would certainly have been better for himself, and if he had a wife and family, better for the parish." "Oh," said Gerard, "I doubt not they were all picked up by the poulterer who has the contract. Even the Normans did not sell their game." "The question is," said Morley, "would you rather be barbarous or mean? That is the alternative presented by the real and the pseudo Norman nobility of England. Where I have been lately there is a Bishopsgate Street merchant who has been made for no conceivable public reason a baron bold. Bigod and Bohun could not enforce the forest laws with such severity as this dealer in cotton and indigo." "It is a difficult question to deal with, this affair of the game laws," said Egremont. "How will you reach the evil? Would you do away with the offence of trespass? And if so, what is your protection for property?" "It comes to a simple point though," said Morley. "The territorialists must at length understand that they cannot at the same time have the profits of a farm and the pleasures of a chase." At this moment entered Sybil. At the sight of her the remembrance that they were about to part nearly overwhelmed Egremont. Her supremacy over his spirit was revealed to him, and nothing but the presence of other persons could have prevented him avowing his entire subjection. His hand trembled as he touched hers, and his eye, searching yet agitated, would have penetrated her serene soul. Gerard and Morley, somewhat withdrawn, pursued their conversation, while Egremont, hanging over Sybil, attempted to summon courage to express to her his sad adieu. It was in vain. Alone perhaps he might have poured forth a passionate farewell, but constrained he became embarrassed, and his conduct was at the same time tender and perplexing. He asked and repeated questions which had already been answered. His thoughts wandered from their conversation, but not from her with whom he should have conversed. Once their eyes met, and Sybil observed his suffused with tears. Once he looked round and caught the glance of Morley, instantly withdrawn, but not easy to be forgotten. Shortly after this, and earlier than was his wont, Morley rose and wished them good night. He shook hands with Egremont and bade him farewell with some abruptness. Harold, who seemed half asleep, suddenly sprang from the side of his mistress and gave an agitated bark. Harold was never very friendly to Morley, who now tried to soothe him, but in vain. The dog looked fiercely at him and barked again, but the moment Morley had disappeared, Harold resumed his usual air of proud high-bred gentleness, and thrust his nose into the hand of Egremont, who patted him with a fondness. The departure of Morley was a great relief to Egremont, though the task that was left was still a painful effort. He rose and walked for a moment up and down the room, commenced an unfinished sentence, approached the hearth and leant over the mantel. Then at length, extending his hand to Gerard, he exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Best of friends, I must leave Mowedale." "I am very sorry," said Gerard. "And when?" "Now," said Egremont. "Now!" said Sybil. "Yes, this instant. My summons is urgent. I ought to have left this morning." "I came here, then, to bid you farewell," he said, looking at Sybil, "to express to you how deeply I was indebted to you for all your goodness; how dearly I shall cherish the memory of these happy days, the happiest I have ever known," and his voice faltered. "I came also to leave a kind message for you, my friend, a hope that we might meet again, and soon; but your daughter was absent, and I could not leave Mowedale without seeing either of you. So I must contrive to get on through the night." "Well, we lose a very pleasant neighbour," said Gerard. "We shall miss you, I doubt not, eh, Sybil?" But Sybil had turned away her head. She was leaning over and seemed to be caressing Harold, and was silent. How much Egremont would have liked to have offered or invited correspondence; to have proffered his services when the occasion permitted; to have said or proposed many things that might have cherished their acquaintance or friendship; but embarrassed by his incognito and all its consequent deception, he could do nothing but tenderly express his regret at parting, and speak vaguely and almost mysteriously of their soon again meeting. He held out again his hand to Gerard, who shook it heartily. Then approaching Sybil, Egremont said, "You have shown me 1,000 kindnesses which I cherish," he added in a lower tone, "above all human circumstances. Would you deign to let this volume lie upon your table?" And he offered Sybil an English translation of Thomas à Kempis, illustrated by some masterpieces. In its first page was written, "Sybil, from a faithful friend." "I accept it," said Sybil, with a trembling voice and rather pale, "in remembrance of a friend." She held forth her hand to Egremont, who retained it for an instant, and then, bending very low, pressed it to his lips. As with an agitated heart he hastily crossed the threshold of the cottage, something seemed to hold him back. He turned round. The bloodhound had seized him by the coat, and looked up to him with an expression of affectionate remonstrance against his departure. When Egremont left the cottage he found the country enveloped in a thick white mist, so that had it not been for some huge black shadows, which he recognized as the crests of trees, it would have been very difficult to discriminate the earth from the sky, and the mist thickening as he advanced, even these fallacious landmarks threatened to disappear. He had to walk to Mowbray to catch a night train for London. Every moment was valuable, but the unexpected and increasing obscurity rendered his progress slow and even perilous. The contiguity to the river made every step important. He had, according to his calculations, proceeded nearly as far as his old residence, and notwithstanding the careless courage of youth and the annoyance of relinquishing a project, intolerable at that season of life, was meditating the expediency of renouncing that night the attempt on Mowbray, and of gaining his former quarters for shelter. He stopped, as he had stopped several times before, to calculate rather than to observe. The mist was so thick that he could not see his own extended hand. It was not the first time that it had occurred to him that some one or something was hovering about his course. "Who is there?" exclaimed Egremont. But no one answered. He moved on a little, but very slowly. He felt assured that his ear caught a contiguous step. He repeated his interrogatory in a louder tone, but it obtained no response. Again he stopped. Suddenly he was seized; an iron grasp assailed his throat; a hand of steel gripped his arm; the unexpected onset hurried him on; the sound of waters assured him that he was approaching the precipitous bank of that part of the river which, from a ledge of pointed rocks, here formed rapids. Vigorous and desperate, Egremont plunged like some strong animal on whom a beast of prey had made a fatal spring. His feet clung to the earth as if they were held by some magnetic power; with his disengaged arm he grappled with his mysterious and unseen foe. At this moment he heard the deep bay of a hound. "Harold!" he exclaimed. The dog, invisible, sprang forward and seized upon his assailant. So violent was the impulse that Egremont staggered and fell, but he fell freed from his dark enemy. Stunned and exhausted, some moments elapsed before he was entirely himself. The wind had suddenly changed, a violent gust had partially dispelled the mist, the outline of the landscape was in many places visible. Beneath him were the rapids of the Mowe, over which a watery moon threw a faint flickering light. Egremont was lying on its precipitous bank, and Harold, panting, was leaning over him and looking in his face, and sometimes licking him with that tongue which, though not gifted with speech, had spoken so seasonably in the moment of danger. End of Book 3, Chapter 10. End of the third book. Book 4, Chapter 1 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Are you going down to the House, Egerton?" inquired Mr Berners at Brookes of a brother MP about 4 o'clock in the early part of the spring of 1839. "The moment I have sealed this letter. We will walk down together if you like," and in a few minutes they left the club. "Our fellows are in a sort of fright about this Jamaica bill," said Mr Egerton in an undertone, as if he were afraid a passer-by might overhear him. "Don't say anything about it, but there's a screw loose." "The deuce! But how do you mean?" "They say the Rads are going to throw us over." "Talk, talk! They have threatened this half a dozen times. Smoke, sir! It will end in smoke." "I hope it may, but I know, in great confidence mind you, that Lord John was saying something about it yesterday." "That may be. I believe our fellows are heartily sick of the business, and perhaps would be glad of an excuse to break up the government. But we must not have Peel in. Nothing could prevent a dissolution." "Their fellows go about and say that Peel would not dissolve if he came in." "Trust him." "He has had enough of dissolutions, they say." "Why, after all, they have not done him much harm. Even '34 was a hit." "Whoever dissolves," said Mr Egerton, "I don't think there will be much of a majority either way in our time." "We have seen strange things," said Mr Berners. "They would never think of breaking up the government without making their peers," said Mr Egerton. "The Queen is not over partial to making more peers, and when parties are in the present state of equality, the sovereign is no longer a mere pageant." "They say her Majesty is more touched about these affairs of the Chartists than anything else," said Mr Egerton. "They are rather queer, but for my part I have no serious fears of a Jacquerie." "Not if it comes to an outbreak, but a passive resistant Jacquerie is altogether a different thing. When we see a regular convention assembled in London and holding its daily meetings in Palace Yard, and a general inclination evinced throughout the country to refrain from the consumption of exciseable articles, I cannot help thinking that affairs are more serious than you imagine. I know the government are all on the qui vive." "Just the fellows we wanted!" exclaimed Lord Fitzheron, who was leaning on the arm of Lord Milford, and who met Mr Egerton and his friend in Pall Mall. "We want a brace of pears," said Lord Milford. "Will you two fellows pair?" "I must go down," said Mr Egerton, "but I will pair from 7:30 to 11." "I just paired with Ormsby at White's," said Berners, "not half an hour ago. We are both going to dine at Eskdale's, and so it was arranged. Have you any news to day?" "Nothing, except they say that Alfred Mountchesney is going to marry Lady Joan Fitz Warene," said Lord Milford. "She has been given to so many," said Mr Egerton. "It is always so with these great heiresses," said his companion. "They never marry. They cannot bear the thought of sharing their money. I bet Lady Joan will turn out another specimen of the Tabitha Croesus." "Well, put down our pair, Egerton," said Lord Fitzheron. "You do not dine at Sidonia's by any chance?" "Would that I did. You will have the best dishes and the best guests. I feed at old Malton's, perhaps tete-a-tete, Scotch broth, and to tell him the news." "There is nothing like being a dutiful nephew, particularly when one's uncle is a bachelor and has 20,000 a year," said Lord Milford. "Au revoir. I suppose there will be no division to night." "No chance." Egerton and Berners walked on a little further. As they came to the Golden Ball, a lady quitting the shop was just about to get into her carriage. She stopped as she recognised them. It was Lady Firebrace. "Ah, Mr Berners, how do you do? You were just the person I wanted to see. How is Lady Augusta, Mr Egerton? You have no idea, Mr Berners, how I have been fighting your battles." "Really, Lady Firebrace," said Mr Berners, rather uneasy, for he had perhaps, like most of us, a peculiar dislike to being attacked or cheapened, "you are too good." "Oh, I don't care what a person's politics are," exclaimed Lady Firebrace with an air of affectionate devotion. "I should be very glad indeed to see you one of us. You know your father was. But if any one is my friend, I never will hear him attacked behind his back without fighting his battles, and I certainly did fight yours last night." "Pray tell me where it was." "Lady Crumbleford." "Confound Lady Crumbleford," said Mr Berners, indignant, but a little relieved. "No, no. Lady Crumbleford told Lady Alicia Severn." "Yes, yes," said Berners, a little pale, for he was touched. "But I cannot stop," said Lady Firebrace. "I must be with Lady St Julians exactly at 4:15, and she sprang into her carriage. "I would sooner meet any woman in London than Lady Firebrace," said Mr Berners. "She makes me uneasy for the day. She contrives to convince me that the whole world are employed behind my back in abusing or ridiculing me." "It is her way," said Egerton. "She proves her zeal by showing you that you are odious. It is very successful with people of weak nerves. Scared at their general unpopularity, they seek refuge with the very person who at the same time assures them of their odium, and alone believes it unjust. She rules that poor old goose Lady Gramshaw, who feels that Lady Firebrace makes her life miserable, but is convinced that if she break with the torturer she loses her only friend." "There goes a man who is as much altered as any fellow of our time." "Not in his looks. I was thinking the other night that he was better looking than ever." "Oh no, not his looks, but in his life. I was at Christchurch with him, and we entered the world about the same time. I was rather before him. He did everything, and did it well. And now one never sees him except at the House. He goes nowhere, and they tell me he is a regular reading man." "Do you think he looks to office?" "He does not put himself forward." "He attends, and his brother will always be able to get anything for him," said Egerton. "Oh, he and Marney never speak. They hate each other." "By Jove! However, there is his mother. With this marriage of hers and Deloraine House, she will be their grandest dame." "She is the only good woman the Tories have. I think their others do them harm, from Lady St Julians down to your friend Lady Firebrace. I wish Lady Deloraine were with us. She keeps their men together wonderfully, makes her house agreeable, and then her manner, it certainly is perfect, natural, and yet refined." Lady Mina Blake has an idea that far from looking to office, Egremont's heart is faintly with his party, and that if it were not for the Marchioness— "We might gain him, eh?" "I hardly know that. He has got crotchets about the people, I am told." "What, the ballot and household suffrage?" "Gad, I believe it is quite a different sort of thing. I do not know what it is exactly, but I understand he is crotchety." "Well, that will not do for Peel. He does not like crotchety men. Do you see that, Egerton?" At this moment Mr Egerton and his friend were about to step over from Trafalgar Square to Charing Cross. They observed the carriages of Lady St Julians and the Marchioness of Deloraine drawn up side by side in the middle of the street, and those two eminent stateswomen in earnest conversation. Egerton and Berners bowed and smiled, but could not hear the brief but not uninteresting words that have nevertheless reached us. "I give them 11," said Lady St Julians. "Well, Charles tells me," said Lady Deloraine, "that Sir Thomas says so, and he certainly is generally right, but it is not Charles's own opinion." "Sir Thomas, I know, gives them 11," said Lady St Julians, "and that would satisfy me, and we will say 11. But I have a list here," and she slightly elevated her brow, and then glanced at Lady Deloraine with a piquant air, "which proves that they cannot have more than 9, but this is in the greatest confidence. Of course between us there can be no secrets. It is Mr Tadpole's list. Nobody has seen it but me, not even Sir Robert. Lord Grubminster has had a stroke. They are concealing it, but Mr Tadpole has found it out. They wanted to pair him off with Colonel Fantom, who they think is dying, but Mr Tadpole has got a mesmerist who has done wonders for him, and who has guaranteed that he shall vote. Well, that makes a difference of one. And then Sir Henry Churton? "Oh, you know it," said Lady St Julians, looking slightly mortified. "Yes, he votes with us." Lady Deloraine shook her head. "I think," she said, "I know the origin of that report. Quite a mistake. He is in a bad humour, has been so the whole session, and he was at Lady Alice Fermyne's, and did say all sorts of things. All that is true. But he told Charles this morning on a committee that he should vote with the government." "Stupid man!" exclaimed Lady St Julians. "I never could bear him. And I have sent his vulgar wife and great staring daughter a card for next Wednesday. Well, I hope affairs will soon be brought to a crisis, for I do not think I can bear much longer this life of perpetual sacrifice," added Lady St Julians, a little out of temper, both because she had lost a vote, and found her friend and rival better informed than herself. "There is no chance of a division to night," said Lady Deloraine. "That is settled," said Lady St Julians. "Adieu, my dear friend. We meet, I believe, at dinner." "Plotting," said Mr Egerton to Mr Berners, as they passed the great ladies. "The only consolation one has," said Berners, "is, that if they do turn us out, Lady Deloraine and Lady St Julians must quarrel, for they both want the same thing." "Lady Deloraine will have it," said Egerton. Here they picked up Mr Jermyn, a young Tory MP, who perhaps the reader may remember at Mowbray Castle, and they walked on together, Egerton and Berners trying to pump him as to the expectations of his friends. "How will Trodgits go?" said Egerton. "I think Trodgits will stay away," said Jermyn. "Who do you give that new man to, that North Country borough fellow, what's his name?" said Berners. "Blugsby. Oh, Blugsby dined with Peel," said Jermyn. "Our fellows say dinners are no good," said Egerton, "and they certainly are a cursed bore. But you may depend upon it they do for the Burgesses. We don't dine our men half enough. Now Blugsby was just the sort of fellow to be caught by dining with Peel, and I dare say they made Peel remember to take wine with him. We got Melbourne to give a grand feed the other day to some of our men, who want attention they say, and he did not take wine with a single guest. He forgot. I wonder what they are doing at the House. Here's Spencer May. He will tell us. Well, what is going on? Wishy is up and washy follows. No division, of course. Not a chance. A regular covey, ready on both sides. End of Book 4, Chapter 1. Book 4, Chapter 2 of Sybil or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the morning of the same day that Mr Egerton and his friend Mr Berners walked down together to the House of Commons, as appears in our last chapter, Egremont had made a visit to his mother, who had married since the commencement of this history the Marquis of Deloraine, a great noble who had always been her admirer. The family had been established by a lawyer, and recently in our present history. The present Lord Deloraine, though he was gartered and had been a viceroy, was only the grandson of an attorney, but one who, conscious of his powers, had been called to the bar and died an ex-chancellor. A certain talent was hereditary in the family. The attorney's son had been a successful courtier, and had planted himself in the cabinet for a quarter of a century. It was a maxim in this family to make great alliances; so the blood progressively refined, and the connections were always distinguished by power and fashion. It was a great hit in the second generation of an earldom to convert the coronet into that of a marquis, but the son of the old chancellor lived in stirring times, and cruised for his object with the same devoted patience with which Lord Anson watched for the galleon. It came at last, as everything does if men are firm and calm. The present Marquis, through his ancestry and his first wife, was allied with the highest houses of the realm, and looked their peer. He might have been selected as the personification of aristocracy, so noble was his appearance, so distinguished his manner. His bow gained every eye, his smile every heart. He was also very accomplished and not ill informed, had read a little and thought a little, and was in every respect a most superior man, alike famed for his favour by the fair, and the constancy of his homage to the charming Lady Marney. Lord Deloraine was not very rich, but he was not embarrassed, and had the appearance of a princely wealth, a splendid family mansion with a courtyard, a noble country seat with a magnificent park, including a quite celebrated lake, but with very few farms attached to it. He, however, held a good patent place, which had been conferred on his descendants by the old Chancellor, and this brought in annually some thousands. His marriage with Lady Marney was quite an affair of the heart. Her considerable jointure, however, did not diminish the lustre of his position. It was this impending marriage, and the anxiety of Lady Marney to see Egremont's affairs settled before it took place, which about a year and a half ago had induced her to summon him so urgently from Mowedale, which the reader perhaps may not have forgotten. And now Egremont is paying one of his almost daily visits to his mother at Deloraine House. "A truce to politics, my dear Charles," said Lady Marney. "You must be wearied with my inquiries. Besides, I do not take the sanguine view of affairs in which some of our friends indulge. I am one of those who think the pear is not ripe. These men will totter on, and longer perhaps than even themselves imagine. I want to speak to you of something very different. To-morrow, my dear son, is your birthday. Now I should grieve were it to pass without your receiving something which showed that its recollection was cherished by your mother. But of all silly things in the world, the silliest is a present that is not wanted. It destroys the sentiment a little perhaps, but it enhances the gift. If I ask you in the most literal manner to assist me in giving you something that really would please you—" "But how can I, my dear mother?" said Egremont. "You have ever been so kind and so generous that I literally want nothing." "Oh, you cannot be such a fortunate man as to want nothing, Charles," said Lady Marney with a smile. "A dressing case you have, your rooms are furnished enough, all this is in my way. But there are such things as horses and guns of which I know nothing, but which men always require. You must want a horse or a gun, Charles. Well, I should like you to get either. The finest, the most valuable that money can purchase. Or a broom, Charles. What do you think of a new broom? Would you like that Barker should build you a broom?" "You are too good, my dear mother. I have horses and guns enough, and my present carriage is all I can desire." "You will not assist me then? You are resolved that I shall do something very stupid. For to give you something I am determined." "Well, my dear mother," said Egremont, smiling and looking round, "give me something that is here." "Choose then," said Lady Marney, and she looked round the blue satin walls of her apartment, covered with cabinet pictures of exquisite art, and then at her tables crowded with precious and fantastic toys. "It would be plunder, my dear mother," said Egremont. "No, no, you have said it, you shall choose something. Will you have those vases?" And she pointed to an almost matchless specimen of old Sèvres porcelain. "They are in too becoming a position to be disturbed," said Egremont, "and would ill suit my quiet chambers, where a bronze or a marble is my greatest ornament. If you would permit me, I would rather choose a picture." "Then select one at once," said Lady Marney. "I make no reservation, except that Watteau, for it was given me by your father before we were married. Shall it be this Cuyp?" "I would rather choose this," said Egremont, and he pointed to the portrait of a saint by Allori, the face of a beautiful young girl, radiant and yet solemn, with rich tresses of golden brown hair, and large eyes dark as night, fringed with ebon lashes that hung upon the glowing cheek. "Ah, you choose that. Well, that was a great favourite of poor Sir Thomas Lawrence; but for my part I have never seen any one in the least like it, and I think I am sure that you have not." "It reminds me," said Egremont musingly. "Of what you have dreamed," said Lady Marney. "Perhaps so," said Egremont. "Indeed, I think it must have been a dream." "Well, the vision shall still hover before you," said his mother, "and you shall find this portrait to morrow over your chimney in the Albany." End of Book 4, Chapter 2. Book 4, Chapter 3 of Sybil or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Strangers must withdraw." "Division, clear the gallery. Withdraw." "Nonsense, no, it's quite ridiculous, quite absurd. Some fellow must get up. Send to the Carlton, send to the Reform, send to Brooks. Are your men ready? No. Are yours? I'm sure I can't say. What does it mean? Most absurd. Are there many fellows in the library? The smoking room is quite full. All our men are paired till 11:30. It wants 5 minutes to the half hour. What do you think of Trenchard's speech? I don't care for ourselves. I am sorry for him. Well, that is very charitable. Withdraw, withdraw. You must withdraw. "Where are you going, Fitzheron?" said a conservative whipling. "I must go. I am paired till 11:30, and it wants some minutes, and my man is not there." "Confound it!" "How will it go?" "Gad, I don't know." "Fishy, eh?" "Deuced," said the under whip in an undertone, pale and speaking behind his teeth. The division bell was still ringing. Peers and diplomatists and strangers were turned out. Members came rushing in from library and smoking room. Some desperate cabs just arrived in time to land their passengers in the waiting room. The doors were locked. The mysteries of the lobby are only for the initiated. 3/4 of an hour after the division was called, the result was known to the exoteric world. Majority for ministers 37. Never had the opposition made such a bad division, and this too on their trial of strength for the session. Everything went wrong. Lord Milford was away without a pair. Mr. Ormsby, who had paired with Mr. Berners, never came, and let his man poll, for which he was infinitely accursed, particularly by the expectant 1,200 a yearers, but not wanting anything himself, and having an income of £40,000 paid quarterly, Mr. Ormsby bore their reported indignation like a lamb. There were several other similar or analogous mischances. The Whigs contrived to poll Lord Grubminster in a wheel chair. He was unconscious, but had heard as much of the debate as a good many. Colonel Fantom, on the other hand, could not come to time. The mesmerist had thrown him into a trance from which it was fated he should never awake. But the crash of the night was a speech made against the opposition by one of their own men, Mr. Trenchard, who voted with the government. "The rest may be accounted for," said Lady St. Julians to Lady Deloraine the morning after. "It is simply vexatious. It was a surprise and will be a lesson. But this affair of this Mr. Trenchard, and they tell me that William Loraine was absolutely cheering him the whole time. What does it mean? Do you know the man?" "I have heard Charles speak of him, and I think much in his favour," said Lady Deloraine. "If he were here he would tell us more about it. I wonder he does not come. He never misses looking in after a great division, and giving me all the news." "Do you know, my dear friend," said Lady St. Julians with an air of some solemnity, "I am half meditating a great stroke. This is not a time for trifling. It is all very well for these people to boast of their division of last night, but it was a surprise, and as great to them as to us. I know there is dissension in the camp. Ever since that finality speech of Lord John, there has been a smouldering sedition. Mr. Tadpole knows all about it. He has liaisons with the Frondeurs. This affair of Trenchard may do us the greatest possible injury. When it comes to a fair fight, the government have not more than 12 or so. If this Mr. Trenchard and 3 or 4 others chose to make themselves of importance, you see? The danger is imminent, and it must be met with decision." "And what do you propose doing?" "Has he a wife?" "I really do not know. I wish Charles would come, perhaps he could tell us." "I have no doubt he has," said Lady St. Julians. "One would have met him somehow or other in the course of 2 years, if he had not been married. Well, married or unmarried, with his wife or without his wife, I shall send him a card for Wednesday." and Lady St Julians paused, overwhelmed as it were by the commensurate vastness of her idea and her sacrifice. "Do not you think it would be rather sudden?" said Lady Deloraine. "What does that signify? He will understand it. He will have gained his object, and all will be right." "But are you sure it is his object? We do not know the man." "What else can be his object?" said Lady St Julians. "People get into Parliament to get on. Their aims are indefinite. If they have indulged in hallucinations about place before they enter the House, they are soon freed from such distempered fancies. They find they have no more talent than other people, and if they had, they learn that power, patronage, and pay are reserved for us and our friends. Well then, like practical men, they look to some result, and they get it. They are asked out to dinner more than they would be. They move rigmarole resolutions at nonsensical public meetings, and they get invited with their women to assemblies at their leaders, where they see stars and blue ribbons, and above all us, whom they little think in appearing on such occasions, make the greatest conceivable sacrifice. Well then, of course such people are entirely in one's power, if one only had time and inclination to notice them. You can do anything with them. Ask them to a ball, and they will give you their votes. Invite them to dinner, and if necessary they will rescind them. But cultivate them, remember their wives at assemblies, and call their daughters, if possible, by their right names, and they will not only change their principles or desert their party for you, but subscribe their fortunes if necessary, and lay down their lives in your service." "You paint them to the life, my dear Lady St Julians," said Lady Deloraine laughing. "But with such knowledge and such powers, why did you not save our boroughs?" "We had lost our heads then, I must confess," said Lady St Julians. "What with the dear king and the dear duke, we really had brought ourselves to believe that we lived in the days of Versailles, or nearly, and I must admit I think we had become a little too exclusive. Out of the cottage circle there was really no world, and after all we were lost not by insulting the people, but by snubbing the aristocracy." The servant announced Lady Firebrace. "Oh my dear Lady Deloraine! Oh my dear Lady St Julians!" and she shook her head. "You have no news, I suppose?" said Lady St Julians. "Only about that dreadful Mr Trenchard. You know the reason why he ratted?" "No indeed," said Lady St Julians with a sigh. "An invitation to Lansdowne House for himself and his wife." "Oh, he is married then?" "Yes, she is at the bottom of it all. Terms regularly settled beforehand. I have a note here, all the facts." And Lady Firebrace twirled in her hand a bulletin from Mr Tadpole. "Lansdowne House is destined to cross me," said Lady St Julians with bitterness. "Well, it is very provoking," said Lady Deloraine, "when you had made up your mind to ask him for Wednesday." "Yes, that alone is a sacrifice," said Lady St Julians. "Talking over the division, I suppose," said Egremont as he entered. "Ah, Mr Egremont," said Lady St Julians, "what a hashie you made of it." Lady Firebrace shook her head, as it were reproachfully. "Charles," said Lady Deloraine, "we were talking of this Mr Trenchard. Did I not once hear you say you knew something of him?" "Why, he is one of my intimate acquaintance." "Heavens! What a man for a friend!" said Lady St Julians. "Heavens!" echoed Lady Firebrace, raising her hands. "And why did you not present him to me, Charles?" said Lady Deloraine. "I did, at Lady Peel's." "And why did you not ask him here?" "I did several times, but he would not come." "He is going to Lansdowne House though," said Lady Firebrace. "I suppose you wrote the leading article in the Standard which I have just read," said Egremont smiling. "It announces in large type the secret reasons of Mr Trenchard's vote." "It is a fact," said Lady Firebrace. "That Trenchard is going to Lansdowne House to night, very likely. I have met him at Lansdowne House half a dozen times. He is very intimate with the family, and lives in the same county." "But his wife," said Lady Firebrace. "That's the point. He never could get his wife there before." "He has none," said Egremont very quietly. "Then we may regain him," said Lady Julians with energy. "You shall make a little dinner to Greenwich, Mr Egremont, and I will sit next to him." "Fortunate Trenchard!" said Egremont. "But do you know, I fear he is hardly worthy of his lot. He has a horror of fine ladies, and there is nothing in the world he more avoids than what you call society. At home, as this morning when I breakfasted with him, or in a circle of his intimates, he is the best company in the world. No one so well informed, fuller of rich humour, and more sincerely amiable. He is popular with all who know him, except Taper, Lady St Julians, and Tadpole, Lady Firebrace." "Well, I think I will ask him still for Wednesday," said Lady St Julians, "and I will write him a little note. If society is not his object, what is?" "Ay," said Egremont, "there is a great question for you and Lady Firebrace to ponder over. This is a lesson for you fine ladies, who think you can govern the world by what you call your social influences. Asking people once or twice a year to an inconvenient crowd in your house, now haughtily smirking, and now impertinently staring at them, and flattering yourselves all this time that to have the occasional privilege of entering your saloons, and the periodical experience of your insolent recognition, is to be a reward for great exertions, or, if necessary, an inducement to infamous tergiversation." End of Book 4, Chapter 3. Book 4, Chapter 4 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was night, clear and serene, though the moon had not risen, and a vast concourse of persons were assembling on Mowbray Moor. The chief gathering collected in the vicinity of some huge rocks, one of which, preeminent above its fellows, and having a broad flat head on which some 20 persons might easily stand at the same time, was called the Druids' Altar. The ground about was strewn with stony fragments, covered tonight with human beings, who found a convenient resting place amid these ruins of some ancient temple, or relics of some ancient world. The shadowy concourse increased, the dim circle of the nocturnal assemblage each moment spread and widened. There was the hum and stir of many thousands. Suddenly in the distance the sound of martial music, and instantly, quick as the lightning and far more wild, each person present brandished a flaming torch, amid a chorus of cheers that, renewed and resounding, floated far away over the broad bosom of the dusk wilderness. The music and the banners denoted the arrival of the leaders of the people. They mounted the craggy ascent that led to the summit of the Druids' Altar, and there, surrounded by his companions, amid the enthusiastic shouts of the multitude, Walter Gerard came forth to address a torchlight meeting. His tall form seemed colossal in the uncertain and flickering light. His rich and powerful voice reached almost to the utmost limit of his vast audience, now still with expectation and silent with excitement. Their fixed and eager glance, the mouth compressed with fierce resolution or distended by novel sympathy, as they listened to the exposition of their wrongs, and the vindication of the sacred rights of labour, the shouts and waving of the torches, as some bright or bold phrase touched them to the quick, the cause, the hour, the scene, all combined to render the assemblage in a high degree exciting. "I wonder if Warner will speak to-night," said Dandy Mick to Devilsdust. "He can't pitch it in like Gerard," replied his companion. "But he is a trump in the tender," said the Dandy. "The handlooms looks to him as their man, and that's a powerful section." "If you come to the depth of a question, there's nothing like Stephen Morley," said Devilsdust. "'Twould take 6 clergymen any day to settle him. He knows the principles of society by heart, but Gerard gets hold of the passions." "And that's the way to do the trick," said Dandy Mick. "I wish he would say march and no mistake." "There is a great deal to do before saying that," said Devilsdust. "We must have discussion, because when it comes to reasoning the oligarchs have not got a leg to stand on, and we must stop the consumption of exciseable articles, and when they have no tin to pay the bayonets and their bloody police, they are dished." "You have a long head, Dusty," said Mick. "Why, I have been thinking of it ever since I knew 2 and 2 made 4, said his friend. "I was not 10 years old when I said to myself, 'It's a pretty go this, that I should be toiling in a shoddy hole to pay the taxes for a gentleman what drinks his port wine and stretches his legs on a Turkey carpet.' Hear, hear," he suddenly exclaimed, as Gerard threw off a stinging sentence. "Ah, that's the man for the people. You will see, Mick, whatever happens, Gerard is the man who will always lead." Gerard had ceased amid enthusiastic plaudits, and Warner, that handloom weaver whom the reader may recollect, and who had since become a popular leader and one of the principal followers of Gerard, had also addressed the multitude. They had cheered and shouted and voted resolutions, and the business of the night was over. Now they were enjoined to disperse in order and depart in peace. The band sounded a triumphant retreat. The leaders had descended from the Druids' altar. The multitude were melting away, bearing back to the town their high resolves and panting thoughts, and echoing in many quarters the suggestive appeals of those who had addressed them. Dandy Mick and Devilsdust departed altogether. The business of their night had not yet commenced, and it was an important one. They took their way to that suburb whither Gerard and Morley repaired the evening of their return from Marney Abbey; but it was not on this occasion to pay a visit to Chaffing Jack and his brilliant saloon. Winding through many obscure lanes, Mick and his friend at length turned into a passage which ended in a square court of a not inconsiderable size, and which was surrounded by high buildings that had the appearance of warehouses. Entering one of these, and taking up a dim lamp that was placed on the stone of the empty hearth, Devilsdust led his friend through several unoccupied and unfurnished rooms, till he came to the one in which there were some signs of occupation. "Now, Mick," said he, in a very earnest, almost solemn tone, "are you firm?" "All right, my hearty," replied his friend, though not without some affectation of ease. "There is a good deal to go through," said Devilsdust. "It tries a man." "You don't mean that. But if you are firm, all's right. Now I must leave you." "No, no, Dusty," said Mick. "I must go," said Devilsdust, "and you must rest here till you are sent for. Now mind, whatever is bid you, obey; and whatever you see, be quiet. There," and Devilsdust taking a flask out of his pocket, held it forth to his friend. "Give a good pull, man, I can't leave it you, for though your heart must be warm, your head must be cool." And so saying, he vanished. Notwithstanding the animating draught, the heart of Mick Radley trembled. There are some moments when the nervous system defies even brandy. Mick was on the eve of a great and solemn incident, round which for years his imagination had gathered and brooded. Often in that imagination he had conceived the scene, and successfully confronted its perils or its trials. Often had the occasion been the drama of many a triumphant reverie, but the stern presence of reality had dispelled all his fancy and all his courage. He recalled the warning of Julia, who had often dissuaded him from the impending step. That warning received with so much scorn and treated with so much levity. He began to think that women were always right, that Devilsdust was after all a dangerous counsellor. He even meditated over the possibility of a retreat. He looked around him. The glimmering lamp scarcely indicated the outline of the obscure chamber. It was lofty, nor in the obscurity was it possible for the eye to reach the ceiling, which several huge beams seemed to cross transversally, looming in the darkness. There was apparently no windows, and the door by which they had entered was not easily to be recognized. Mick had just taken up the lamp and was surveying his position, when a slight noise startled him, and looking round he beheld at some little distance 2 forms which he hoped were human. Enveloped in dark cloaks and wearing black masks, a conical cap of the same colour adding to their considerable height, each held a torch. They stood in silence, 2 awful sentries. Their appearance appalled, their stillness terrified Mick. He remained with his mouth open and the lamp in his extended arm. At length, unable any longer to sustain the solemn mystery, and plucking up his natural audacity, he exclaimed, "I say, what do you want?" All was silent. "Come, come," said Mick, much alarmed, "none of this sort of thing. I say, you must speak, though." The figures advanced, they stuck their torches in a niche that was by, and then they placed each of them a hand on the shoulder of Mick. "No, no, none of that," said Mick, trying to disembarrass himself. But notwithstanding this fresh appeal, one of the silent masks pinioned his arms, and in a moment the eyes of the helpless friend of Devilsdust were bandaged. Conducted by these guides, it seemed to Mick that he was traversing interminable rooms, or rather galleries, for once stretching out his arm, while one of his supporters had momentarily quitted him to open some gate or door, Mick touched a wall. At length one of the masks spoke and said, "In 5 minutes you will be in the presence of the Seven. Prepare." At this moment rose the sound of distant voices singing in concert, and gradually increasing in volume as Mick and the masks advanced. One of these attendants now notifying to their charge that he must kneel down, Mick found he rested on a cushion, while at the same time his arms still pinioned, he seemed to be left alone. The voices became louder and louder. Mick could distinguish the words and burthen of the hymn. He was sensible that many persons were entering the apartment. He could distinguish the measured tread of some solemn procession. Round the chamber more than once they moved with slow and awful step. Suddenly the movement ceased. There was a pause of a few minutes. At length a voice spoke. "I denounce John Briars." "Why?" said another. "He offers to take nothing but piecework. The man who does piecework is guilty of less defensible conduct than a drunkard. The worst passions of our nature are enlisted in support of piecework. Avarice, meanness, cunning hypocrisy, all excite and feed upon the miserable votary who works by the task and not by the hour. A man who earns by piecework 40 shillings per week, the usual wages for day work being 20, robs his fellows of a week's employment. Therefore I denounce John Briars." "Let it go forth," said the other voice. "John Briars is denounced. If he receive another week's wages by the piece, he shall not have the option of working the week after for time. Number 87, see to John Briars." "I denounce Claughton and Hicks," said another voice. "Why?" "They have removed Gregory Ray from being a superintendent because he belonged to this lodge." "Brethren, is it your pleasure that there shall be a turn out for 10 days at Claughton and Hicks?" "It is our pleasure," cried several voices. "Number 34, give orders to-morrow that the works at Claughton and Hicks stop till further orders." "Brethren," said another voice, "I propose the expulsion from this union of any member who shall be known to boast of his superior ability as to either the quantity or quality of work he can do either in public or private company. Is it your pleasure?" "It is our pleasure." "Brethren," said a voice that seemed a presiding one, "before we proceed to the receipt of the revenue from the different districts of this lodge, there is, I am informed, a stranger present, who prays to be admitted into our fraternity. Are all robed in the mystic robe? Are all masked in the secret mask?" "All." "Then let us pray." And thereupon, after a movement which intimated that all present were kneeling, the presiding voice offered up an extemporary prayer of great power and even eloquence. This was succeeded by the hymn of labour, and at its conclusion the arms of the neophyte were unpinioned, and then his eyes were unbandaged. Mick found himself in a lofty and spacious room lighted with many tapers. Its walls were hung with black cloth. At a table covered with the same material were seated 7 persons in surplices and masked. The president on a loftier seat, above which on a pedestal was a skeleton complete. On each side of the skeleton was a man robed and masked, holding a drawn sword. and on each side of Mick was a man in the same garb, holding a battle-axe. On the table was the sacred volume open, and at a distance, ranged in order on each side of the room, was a row of persons in white robes and white masks, holding torches. "Michael Radley," said the President, "do you voluntarily swear in the presence of Almighty God and before these witnesses, that you will execute with zeal and alacrity, as far as in you lies, every task and injunction that the majority of your brethren, testified by the mandate of this grand committee, shall impose upon you, in furtherance of our common welfare, of which they are the sole judges, such as the chastisement of nobs, the assassination of oppressive and tyrannical masters, or the demolition of all mills, works, and shops, that shall be deemed by us incorrigible. Do you swear this, in the presence of Almighty God and before these witnesses?" "I do swear it," replied a tremulous voice. "Then rise and kiss that book." Mick slowly rose from his kneeling position, advanced with a trembling step, and bending, embraced with reverence the open volume. Immediately every one unmasked. Devilsdust came forward, and taking Mick by the hand led him to the President, who received him pronouncing some mystic rhymes. He was covered with a robe and presented with a torch, and then ranged in order with his companions. Thus terminated the initiation of Dandy Mick into a trades union. End of Book 4, Chapter 4. Book 4, Chapter 5 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. His Lordship has not yet rung his bell, gentlemen. It was the valet of Lord Milford that spoke, addressing from the door of a house in Belgrave Square, about noon, a deputation from the National Convention, consisting of two of its delegates, who waited on the young Viscount in common with other members of the legislature, in order to call his particular attention to the national petition which the Convention had prepared, and which in the course of the session was to be presented by one of the members for Birmingham. "I fear we are too early for these fine birds," said one delegate to the other. "Who is next on our list?" "Number 27 Street, close by. Mr. Thoroughbase. He ought to be with the people, for his father was only a fiddler, but I understand he is quite an aristocrat and has married a widow of quality." "Well, knock." Mr. Thoroughbase was not at home, had received the card of the delegates apprising him of the honour of their intended visit, but had made up his mind on the subject. Number 18 in the same street received them more courteously. Here resided Mr. Kremlin, who after listening with patience, if not with interest, to their statement, apprised them that forms of government were of no consequence, and domestic policy of no interest; that there was only one subject which should engage the attention of public men, because everything depended on it; that was our external system; and that the only specific for a revival of trade and the contentment of the people was a general settlement of the boundary questions. Finally, Mr. Kremlin urged upon the National Convention to recast their petition with this view, assuring them that on foreign policy they would have the public with them. The deputation, in reply, might have referred as an evidence of the general interest excited by questions of foreign policy, to the impossibility even of a leader making a house on one, and to the fact that there are not 3 men in the House of Commons who even pretend to have any acquaintance with the external circumstances of the country. They might have added, that even in such an assembly Mr. Kremlin himself was distinguished for ignorance, for he had only one idea, and that was wrong. Their next visit was to Wriggle, a member of a metropolitan district, a disciple of progress who went with the times, but who took particular good care to ascertain their complexion, and whose movements, if expedient, could partake of a regressive character. As the Charter might some day turn up trumps as well as so many other unexpected cards and colours, Wriggle gave his adhesion to it, but of course only provisionally, provided, that is to say, he might vote against it at present. But he saw no harm in it, not he, and should be prepared to support it when circumstances, that is to say, the temper of the times, would permit him. More could hardly be expected from a gentleman in the delicate position in which Wriggle found himself at this moment, for he had solicited a baronetcy of the Whigs, and had secretly pledged himself to Taper to vote against them on the impending Jamaica division. Bombastes Rip snubbed them, which was hard, for he had been one of themselves, had written confidential letters in 1831 to the Secretary of the Treasury, and, provided his expenses were paid, offered to come up from the manufacturing town he now represented at the head of 100,000 men and burn down Apsley House. But now Bombastes Rip talked of the great middle class, of public order and public credit. He would have said more to them, but had an appointment in the city, being a most active member of the committee for raising a statue to the Duke of Wellington. Floatwell received them in the politest manner, though he did not agree with them. What he did agree with was difficult to say. Clever, brisk, and bustling, with a university reputation and without patrimony, Floatwell shrunk from the toils of a profession, and in the hurry-scurry of reform found himself, to his astonishment, a Parliament man. There he had remained, but why, the fates alone knew. The fun of such a thing must have evaporated with the novelty. Floatwell had entered public life in complete ignorance of every subject which could possibly engage the attention of a public man. He knew nothing of history, national or constitutional law, had indeed none but puerile acquirements, and had seen nothing of life. Assiduous at committees, he gained those superficial habits of business which are competent to the conduct of ordinary affairs, and picked up in time some of the slang of economical questions. Floatwell began at once with a little success, and he kept his little success. Nobody envied him it. He hoarded his sixpences without exciting any evil emulation. He was one of those characters who above all things shrink from isolation, and who imagine they are getting on if they are keeping company with some one who stick like themselves. He was always an idolater of some great personage who was on the shelf, and who, he was convinced, because the great personage assured him of it after dinner, would sooner or later turn out the man. At present Floatwell swore by Lord Dunderhead, and the game of this little coterie, who dined together and thought they were a party, was to be courteous to the Convention. After the endurance of an almost interminable lecture on the currency from Mr. Kite, who would pledge himself to the Charter if the Charter would pledge itself to £1 notes, the two delegates had arrived in Piccadilly, and the next member upon their list was Lord Valentine. "It is 2:00, said one of the delegates. "I think we may venture." So they knocked at the portal of the courtyard, and found they were awaited. A private staircase led to the suite of rooms of Lord Valentine, who lived in the family mansion. The delegates were ushered through an antechamber into a saloon, which opened into a very fanciful conservatory, where amid tall tropical plants played a fountain. The saloon was hung with blue satin, and adorned with brilliant mirrors. Its coved ceiling was richly painted, and its furniture became the rest of its decorations. On one sofa were a number of portfolios, some open, full of drawings of costumes. A table of pietra dura was covered with richly bound volumes that appeared to have been recently referred to. Several ancient swords of extreme beauty were lying on a couch. In a corner of the room was a figure in complete armour, black and gold richly inlaid, and grasping in its gauntlet the ancient standard of England. The two delegates of the National Convention stared at each other, as if to express their surprise that a dweller in such an abode should ever have permitted them to enter it. But ere either of them could venture to speak, Lord Valentine made his appearance. He was a young man, above the middle height, slender, broad-shouldered, small-waisted, of a graceful presence. He was very fair, with dark blue eyes, bright and intelligent, and features of classic precision. A small Greek cap crowned his long light brown hair, and he was enveloped in a morning robe of Indian shawls. "Well, gentlemen," said his lordship, as he invited them to be seated, in a clear and cheerful voice, and with an unaffected tone of frankness which put his guests at their ease. "I promised to see you. Well, what have you got to say?" The delegates made their accustomed statement. They wished to pledge no one. All that the people desired was a respectful discussion of their claims. The national petition, signed by nearly 1.5 million of the flower of the working classes, was shortly to be presented to the House of Commons, praying the House to take into consideration the 5 points in which the working classes deemed their best interests involved, to wit, universal suffrage, vote by ballot, annual parliaments, salaried members, and the abolition of the property qualification. "And supposing these 5 points conceded," said Lord Valentine, "what do you mean to do?" "The people then being at length really represented," replied one of the delegates, "they would decide upon the measures which the interests of the great majority require." "I am not so clear about that," said Lord Valentine. "That is the very point at issue. I do not think the great majority are the best judges of their own interests. At all events, gentlemen, the respective advantages of aristocracy and democracy are a moot point. Well then, finding the question practically settled in this country, you will excuse me for not wishing to agitate it. I give you complete credit for the sincerity of your convictions. Extend the same confidence to me. You are democrats, I am an aristocrat. My family has been ennobled for nearly 3 centuries. They bore a knightly name before their elevation. They have mainly and materially assisted in making England what it is. They have shed their blood in many battles. I have had 2 ancestors killed in the command of our fleets. You will not underrate such services, even if you do not appreciate their conduct as statesmen, though that has often been laborious and sometimes distinguished. The finest trees in England were planted by my family. They raised several of your most beautiful churches. They have built bridges, made roads, dug mines and constructed canals, and drained a marsh of 1 million of acres, which bears our name to this day, and is now one of the most flourishing portions of the country. You talk of our taxation and our wars, and of your inventions and your industry. Our wars converted an island into an empire, and at any rate developed that industry and stimulated those inventions of which you boast. You tell me that you are the delegates of the unrepresented working classes of Mowbray. Why, what would Mowbray have been if it had not been for your aristocracy and their wars? Your town would not have existed. There would have been no working classes there to send up delegates. In fact, you owe your every existence to us. I have told you what my ancestors have done. I am prepared, if the occasion requires it, not to disgrace them. I have inherited their great position, and I tell you fairly, gentlemen, I will not relinquish it without a struggle." "Will you combat the people in that suit of armour, my lord?" said one of the delegates, smiling, but in a tone of kindness and respect. "That suit of armour has combated for the people before this," said Lord Valentine, "for it stood by Simon de Montfort on the field of Evesham." "My lord," said the other delegate, "it is well known that you come from a great and honoured race, and we have seen enough to-day to show that in intelligence and spirit you are not unworthy of your ancestry. But the great question which your lordship has introduced, not us, is not to be decided by a happy instance. Your ancestors may have done great things. What wonder? They were members of a very limited class which had the monopoly of action. And the people, have not they shed their blood in battle, though they may have commanded fleets less often than your lordship's relatives? And these mines and canals that you have excavated and constructed, these woods you have planted, these waters you have drained, had the people no hand in these creations? What share in these great works had that faculty of labour, whose sacred claims we now urge, but which for centuries have been passed over in contemptuous silence? No, my lord, we call upon you to decide this question by the result. The aristocracy of England have had for 3 centuries the exercise of power. For the last century and a half that exercise has been uncontrolled. They form at this moment the most prosperous class that the history of the world can furnish, as rich as the Roman senators, with sources of convenience and enjoyment which modern science could alone supply. All this is not denied. Your order stands before Europe the most gorgeous of existing spectacles, though you have of late years dexterously thrown some of the odium of your polity upon that middle class which you despise, and who are despicable only because they imitate you. Your tenure of power is not in reality impaired. You govern us still with absolute authority, and you govern the most miserable people on the face of the globe." "And is this a fair description of the people of England?" said Lord Valentine. "A flash of rhetoric, I presume, that would place them lower than the Portuguese or the Poles, the serfs of Russia or the Lazzaroni of Naples." "Infinitely lower," said the delegate, "for they are not only degraded but conscious of their degradation. They no longer believe in any innate difference between the governing and the governed classes of this country. They are sufficiently enlightened to feel they are victims. Compared with the privileged classes of their own land, they are in a lower state than any other population compared with its privileged classes. All is relative, my lord, and believe me, the relations of the working classes of England to its privileged orders are relations of enmity and therefore of peril." "The people must have leaders," said Lord Valentine. "And they have found them," said the delegate. "When it comes to a push they will follow their nobility," said Lord Valentine. "Will their nobility lead them?" said the other delegate. "For my part I do not pretend to be a philosopher, and if I saw a Simon de Montfort again, I should be content to fight under his banner." "We have an aristocracy of wealth," said the delegate, who had chiefly spoken. "In a progressive civilization wealth is the only means of class distinction, but a new disposition of wealth may remove even this." "Ah! you want to get at our estates," said Lord Valentine smiling. "But the effort on your part may resolve society into its original elements, and the old sources of distinction may again develop themselves." "Tall barons will not stand against Paixhan's rockets," said the delegate. "Modern science has vindicated the natural equality of man." "And I must say I am very sorry for it," said the other delegate, "for human strength always seems to me the natural process of settling affairs." "I am not surprised at your opinion," said Lord Valentine, turning to the delegate and smiling. "I should not be over glad to meet you in a fray. You stand some inches above 6 feet, or I am mistaken." "I was 6 feet 2 inches when I stopped growing," said the delegate, "and age has not stolen any of my height yet." "That suit of armour would fit you," said Lord Valentine, as they all rose. "And I might ask your lordship," said the tall delegate, "why it is here?" "I am to represent Richard Coeur de Lion at the Queen's ball," said Lord Valentine, "and before my sovereign I will not don a Drury Lane cuirass, so I got this up from my father's castle." "Ah! I almost wish the good old times of Coeur de Lion were here again," said the tall delegate. "And we should be serfs," said his companion. "I am not sure of that," said the tall delegate. "At any rate there was the free forest." "I like that young fellow," said the tall delegate to his companion, as they descended the staircase. "He has awful prejudices," said his friend. "Well, well, he has his opinions and we have ours. But he is a man, with clear straightforward ideas, a frank noble presence, and as good looking a fellow as I ever set eyes on. Where are we now?" "We have only one more name on our list to day, and it is at hand. Letter K, No. 1, Albany. Another member of the aristocracy, the Honourable Charles Egremont." "Well, I prefer them, as I can judge, to Wriggle and Rip and Thoroughbase," said the tall delegate laughing. "I dare say we should have found Lord Milford a very jolly fellow, if he had only been up." "Here we are," said his companion as he knocked. "Mr Egremont, is he at home?" "The gentleman of the deputation? Yes, my master gave particular orders that he was at home to you. Will you walk in, gentlemen?" "There, you see," said the tall delegate. "This would be a lesson to Thoroughbase." They sat down in an antechamber. the servant opened a mahogany folding door, which he shut after him, and announced to his master the arrival of the delegates. Egremont was seated in his library, at a round table covered with writing materials, books, and letters. On another table were arranged his parliamentary papers and piles of blue books. The room was classically furnished. On the mantelpiece were some ancient vases, which he had brought with him from Italy, standing on each side of that picture of Allori of which we have spoken. The servant returned to the ante-room, and announced to the delegates that his master was ready to receive them, ushered into the presence of Egremont, Walter Gerard, and Stephen Morley. End of Book 4, Chapter 5. Book 4, Chapter 6 of Sybil or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It is much to be deplored that our sacred buildings are generally closed except at the stated periods of public resort. It is still more to be regretted that when with difficulty entered, there is so much in their arrangements to offend the taste and outrage the feelings. In the tumult of life, a few minutes occasionally passed in the solemn shadow of some lofty and ancient aisle, exercise very often a salutary influence. They purify the heart and elevate the mind, dispel many haunting fancies, and prevent many an act which otherwise might be repented. The church would in this light still afford us a sanctuary, not against the power of the law, but against the violence of our own will; not against the passions of man, but against our own. The Abbey of Westminster rises amid the strife of factions. Around its consecrated precincts some of the boldest and some of the worst deeds have been achieved or perpetrated: sacrilege, rapine, murder, and treason. Here robbery has been practised on the greatest scale known in the modern ages. Here 10,000 manors belonging to the order of the Templars, without any proof, scarcely with a pretext, were forfeited in one day and divided among the monarch and his chief nobles. Here the great estate of the church, which, whatever its articles of faith, belonged and still belongs to the people, was seized at various times, under various pretences, by an assembly that continually changed the religion of their country and their own, by a parliamentary majority, but which never refunded the booty. Here too was brought forth that monstrous conception which even patrician Rome in its most ruthless period never equalled, the mortgaging of the industry of the country to enrich and to protect property; an act which is now bringing its retributive consequences in a degraded and alienated population. Here too have the innocent been impeached and hunted to death, and a virtuous and able monarch martyred, because, among other benefits projected for his people, he was of opinion that it was more for their advantage that the economic service of the state should be supplied by direct taxation levied by an individual known to all, than by indirect taxation raised by an irresponsible and fluctuating assembly. But thanks to parliamentary patriotism, the people of England were saved from ship money, which money the wealthy paid, and only got in its stead the customs and excise which the poor mainly supply. Rightly was King Charles surnamed the Martyr, for he was the holocaust of direct taxation. Never yet did man lay down his heroic life for so great a cause, the cause of the Church and the cause of the poor. Even now in the quiet times in which we live, when public robbery is out of fashion and takes the milder title of a commission of inquiry, and when there is no treason except voting against a minister, who, though he may have changed all the policy which you have been elected to support, expects your vote and confidence all the same; even in this age of mean passions and petty risks, it is something to step aside from Palace Yard, and instead of listening to a dull debate, where the facts are only a repetition of the blue books you have already read, and the fancy an ingenious appeal to the recrimination of Hansard, to enter the old Abbey and listen to an anthem. This was a favourite habit of Egremont, And though the mean discipline and sordid arrangements of the ecclesiastical body to which the guardianship of the beautiful edifice is entrusted have certainly done all that could injure and impair the holy genius of the place, it was still a habit often full of charm and consolation. There is not perhaps another metropolitan population in the world that would tolerate such conduct as is pursued to "that great lubber the public" by the Dean and Chapter of Westminster, and submit in silence to be shut out from the only building in the two cities which is worthy of the name of a cathedral. But the British public will bear anything; they are so busy in speculating in railroad shares. When Egremont had entered on his first visit to the Abbey by the south transept, and beheld the boards and the spikes with which he seemed to be environed, as if the Abbey were in a state of siege, iron gates shutting him out from the solemn nave and the shadowy aisles, scarcely a glimpse to be caught of a single window, while on a dirty form some noisy vergers sat like ticket porters or babbled like tapsters at their ease, the visions of abbatial perfection in which he had early and often indulged among the ruins of Marney rose on his outraged sense, and he was then about hastily to retire from the scene he had so long purposed to visit, when suddenly the organ burst forth, a celestial symphony floated in the lofty roof, and voices of plaintive melody blended with the swelling sounds. He was fixed to the spot. Perhaps it was some similar feeling that influenced another individual on the day after the visit of the deputation to Egremont. The sun, though in his summer heaven he had still a long course, had passed his meridian by many hours, the service was performing in the choir, and a few persons entering by the door into that part of the Abbey church which is so well known by the name of Poet's Corner, proceeded through the unseemly stockade which the chapter have erected, and took their seats. Only one, a female, declined to pass, notwithstanding the officious admonitions of the vergers that she had better move on, but approaching the iron grating that shut her out from the body of the church, looked wistfully down the long dim perspective of the beautiful southern aisle. And thus motionless she remained in contemplation, or it might be prayer, while the solemn peals of the organ and the sweet voices of the choir enjoyed that holy liberty for which she sighed, and seemed to wander at their will in every sacred recess and consecrated corner. The sounds, those mystical and thrilling sounds that at once elevate the soul and touch the heart, ceased. The chanting of the service recommenced, the motionless form moved, and as she moved, Egremont came forth from the choir, and his eye was at once caught by the symmetry of her shape and the picturesque position which she gracefully occupied. Still gazing through that grate, while the light pouring through the western window suffused the body of the church with a soft radiance, just touching the head of the unknown with a kind of halo, Egremont approached the transept door with a lingering pace, so that the stranger, who he observed was preparing to leave the church, might overtake him. As he reached the door, anxious to assure himself that he was not mistaken, he turned round, and his eye at once caught the face of Sybil. He started, he trembled; she was not 2 yards distant. She evidently recognized him. He held open the swinging postern of the Abbey that she might pass, which she did, and then stopped on the outside and said, "Mr. Franklin." It was therefore clear that her father had not thought fit, or had not yet had an opportunity, to communicate to Sybil the interview of yesterday. Egremont was still Mr. Franklin. This was perplexing. Egremont would like to have been saved the pain and awkwardness of the avowal, yet it must be made, though not with unnecessary crudeness. And so at present he only expressed his delight, the unexpected delight he experienced at their meeting. And then he walked on by her side. "Indeed," said Sybil, "I can easily imagine you must have been surprised at seeing me in this great city. But many things, strange and unforeseen, have happened to us since you were at Mowedale. You know, of course, you with your pursuits must know, that the people have at length resolved to summon their own Parliament in Westminster. The people of Mowbray had to send up 2 delegates to the Convention, and they chose my father for one of them. For so great is their confidence in him, none other would content them." "He must have made a great sacrifice in coming?" said Egremont. "Oh, what are sacrifices in such a cause?" said Sybil. "Yes, he made great sacrifices," she continued earnestly, "great sacrifices, and I am proud of them. Our home, which was a happy home, is gone. He has quitted the Traffords, to whom we were knit by many, many ties," and her voice faltered, "and for whom I know well he would have periled his life. And now we are parted," said Sybil with a sigh, "perhaps for ever. They offered to receive me under their roof," she continued with emotion. "Had I needed shelter, there was another roof which has long awaited me, but I could not leave my father at such a moment. He appealed to me, and I am here. All I desire, all I live for, is to soothe and support him in his great struggle, and I should die content if the people were only free, and that Gerard had freed them." Egremont mused. He must disclose all, yet how embarrassing to enter into such explanations in a public thoroughfare. Should he bid her after a while farewell, and then make his confession in writing? Should he at once accompany her home and there offer his perplexing explanations? Or should he acknowledge his interview of yesterday with Gerard, and then leave the rest to the natural consequences of that acknowledgment when Sybil met her father? Thus pondering, Egremont and Sybil, quitting the court of the Abbey, entered Abingdon Street. "Let me walk home with you," said Egremont, as Sybil seemed to intimate her intention here to separate. "My father is not there," said Sybil, "but I will not fail to tell him that I have met his old companion." Would he had been as frank, thought Egremont. And must he quit her in this way? Never. "You must indeed let me attend you," he said aloud. "It is not far," said Sybil. "We live almost in the precinct, in an old house with some kind old people, the brother of one of the nuns of Mowbray. The nearest way to it is straight along this street, but that is too bustling for me. I have discovered," she added with a smile, "a more tranquil path." And guided by her, they turned up College Street. "And how long have you been in London?" "A fortnight. 'Tis a great prison. How strange it is that in a vast city like this one can scarcely walk alone?" "You want Harold," said Egremont. "How is that most faithful of friends?" "Poor Harold! To part with him too was a pang." "I fear your hours must be heavy," said Egremont. "Oh no," said Sybil. "There is so much at stake, so much to hear the moment my father returns. I take so much interest too in their discussions, and sometimes I go to hear him speak. None of them can compare with him. It seems to me that it would be impossible to resist our claims, if our rulers only heard them from his lips." Egremont smiled. "Your Convention is in its bloom, or rather its bud," he said. "All is fresh and pure now, but a little while and it will find the fate of all popular assemblies. You will have factions." "But why?" said Sybil. "They are the real representatives of the people, and all that the people want is justice, that labour should be as much respected by law and society as property." While they thus conversed they passed through several clean still streets, that had rather the appearance of streets in a very quiet country town than of abodes in the greatest city in the world, and in the vicinity of palaces and parliaments. Rarely was a shop to be remarked among the neat little tenements, many of them built of curious old brick, and all of them raised without any regard to symmetry or proportion. Not the sound of a single wheel was heard, sometimes not a single individual was visible or stirring. Making a circuitous course through this tranquil and orderly district, they at last found themselves in an open place in the centre of which rose a church of vast proportions, and built of hewn stone, in that stately, not to say ponderous style which Vanbrugh introduced. The area round it, which was sufficiently ample, was formed by buildings, generally of a very mean character. the long back premises of a carpenter, the straggling yard of a hackney man, sometimes a small, narrow, isolated private residence, like a waterspout in which a rat might reside, sometimes a group of houses of more pretension. In the extreme corner of this area, which was dignified by the name of Smith's Square, instead of taking a more appropriate title from the church of St. John which it encircled, was a large old house, that had been masked at the beginning of the century with a modern front of pale-coloured bricks, but which still stood in its courtyard surrounded by its iron railings, withdrawn as it were from the vulgar gaze like an individual who had known higher fortunes, and blending with his humility something of the reserve which is prompted by the memory of vanished greatness. "This is my home," said Sybil. "It is a still place and suits us well." Near the house was a narrow passage, which was a thoroughfare into the most populous quarter of the neighbourhood. As Egremont was opening the gate of the courtyard, Gerard ascended the steps of this passage and approached them. End of Book 4, Chapter 6. Book 4, Chapter 7 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When Gerard and Morley quitted the Albany after their visit to Egremont, they separated, and Stephen, whom we will accompany, proceeded in the direction of the Temple, in the vicinity of which he himself lodged, and where he was about to visit a brother journalist who occupied chambers in that famous Inn of Court. As he passed under Temple Bar, his eye caught a portly gentleman stepping out of a public cab with a bundle of papers in his hand, and immediately disappearing through that well-known archway which Morley was on the point of reaching. The gentleman indeed was still in sight, descending the way, when Morley entered, who observed him drop a letter. Morley hailed him, but in vain, and fearing the stranger might disappear in one of the many inextricable courts, and so lose his letter, he ran forward, picked up the paper, and then pushed on to the person who dropped it, calling out so frequently that the stranger at length began to suspect that he himself might be the object of the salute, and stopped and looked round. Morley almost mechanically glanced at the outside of the letter, the seal of which was broken, and which was however addressed to a name that immediately fixed his interest. The direction was to Baptist Hatton, Esquire, Inner Temple. "This letter is, I believe, addressed to you, sir," said Morley, looking very intently upon the person to whom he spoke, a portly man and a comely, florid, gentlemanlike, but with as little of the expression which Morley in imagination had associated with that Hatton over whom he once pondered, as can easily be imagined. "Sir, I am extremely obliged to you," said the strange gentleman. "The letter belongs to me, though it is not addressed to me. I must have dropped it. My name, sir, is Firebrace, Sir Vavasour Firebrace, and this letter is addressed to not exactly my lawyer, but a gentleman, a professional gentleman, whom I am in the habit of frequently seeing, daily I must say. He is employed in a great question in which I am deeply interested. Sir, I am vastly obliged to you, and I trust that you are satisfied." "Oh, perfectly, Sir Vavasour," said Morley, and bowed, and going in different directions they separated. "Do you happen to know a lawyer by name Hatton in this inn?" inquired Morley of his friend the journalist, when having transacted their business, the occasion served. "No lawyer of that name, but the famous Hatton lives here," was the reply. "The famous Hatton! And what is he famous for? You forget I am a provincial." "He has made more peers of the realm than our gracious sovereign," said the journalist, "and since the reform of Parliament the only chance of a Tory becoming a peer is the favour of Baptist Hatton, though who he is no one knows, and what he is no one can describe." "You speak in conundrums," said Morley. "I wish I could guess them. Try to adapt yourself to my somewhat simple capacity." "In a word then," said his friend, "if you must have a definition, Hatton may rank under the genus antiquary, though his species is more difficult to describe. He is a heraldic antiquary, a discoverer, inventor, framer, arranger of pedigrees, profound in the mysteries of genealogies, an authority I believe unrivalled in everything that concerns the constitution and elements of the House of Lords, consulted by lawyers though not professing the law, and startling and alarming the noblest families in the country by claiming the ancient baronies which they have often assumed without authority, for obscure pretenders, many of whom he has succeeded in seating in the Parliament of his country." "And what part of the country did he come from? Do you happen to know?" inquired Morley, evidently much interested, though he attempted to conceal his emotion. "He may be a veritable subject of the kingdom of Cockaigne for all I know," replied his friend. "He has been buried in this inn I believe for years, for very many before I settled here, and for a long time I apprehend was sufficiently obscure, though doing they say a great deal in a small way, but the Mallory case made his fortune about 10 years ago. That was a barony by writ of summons which had been claimed a century before, and failed. Hatton seated his man, and the precedent enabled 3 or 4 more gentlemen under his auspices to follow that example. They were Roman Catholics, which probably brought him the Mallory case, for Hatton is of the old church. Better than that, they were all gentlemen of great estate, and there is no doubt their champion was well rewarded for his successful service. They say he is very rich. At present all the business of the country connected with descents flows into his chambers. Not a pedigree in dispute, not a peerage in abeyance, which is not submitted to his consideration. I don't know him personally, but you can now form some idea of his character, and if you want to claim a peerage," the journalist added laughingly, "he is your man." A strong impression was on the mind of Morley that this was his man. He resolved to inquire of Gerard, whom he should see in the evening, as to the fact of their Hatton being a Catholic, and if so, to call on the antiquary on the morrow. In the meantime we must not forget one who was already making that visit. Sir Vavasour Firebrace is seated in a spacious library that looks upon the Thames and the gardens of the Temple. Though piles of parchments and papers cover the numerous tables, and in many parts intrude upon the Turkey carpet, an air of order, of comfort, and of taste pervades the chamber. The hangings of crimson damask silk blend with the antique furniture of oak. The upper panes of the windows are tinted by the brilliant pencil of feudal Germany, while the choice volumes that line the shelves are clothed in bindings which become their rare contents. The master of this apartment was a man of ordinary height, inclined to corpulency, and in the wane of middle life, though his unwrinkled cheek, his undimmed blue eye, and his brown hair very apparent, though he wore a cap of black velvet, did not betray his age, or the midnight studies by which he had, in a great degree, acquired that learning for which he was celebrated. The general expression of his countenance was pleasing, though dashed with a trait of the sinister. He was seated in an easy chair before a kidney table at which he was writing. Near at hand was a long tall oaken desk, on which were several folio volumes open, and some manuscripts which denoted that he had recently been engaged with them. At present Mr Hatton, with his pen still in his hand, and himself in a chamber robe of the same material as his cap, leaned back in his chair while he listened to his client, Sir Vavasour. Several most beautiful black and tan spaniels of the breed of King Charles II were reposing near him on velvet cushions with a haughty luxuriance which would have become the beauties of the Merry Monarch; and a white Persian cat with blue eyes and a very long tail, with a visage not altogether unlike that of its master, was resting with great gravity on the writing table and assisting at the conference. Sir Vavasour had evidently been delivering himself of a long narrative, to which Mr Hatton had listened with that imperturbable patience which characterized him, and which was unquestionably one of the elements of his success. He never gave up anything, and he never interrupted anybody. And now, in a silvery voice, he replied to his visitor: "What you tell me, Sir Vavasour, is what I foresaw. but which, as my influence could not affect it, I dismissed from my thoughts. You came to me for a specific object. I accomplished it. I undertook to ascertain the rights and revive the claims of the baronets of England. That was what you required me. I fulfilled your wish. Those rights are ascertained. Those claims are revived. A great majority of the order have given in their adhesion to the organized movement. The nation is acquainted with your demands, accustomed to them, and the monarch once favourably received them. I can do no more. I do not pretend to make baronets. Still less can I confer on those already made the right to wear stars and coronets, the dark green dress of equites aurati, or white hats with white plumes of feathers. These distinctions, even if their previous usage were established, must flow from the gracious permission of the Crown, and no one could expect in an age hostile to personal distinctions, that any ministry would recommend the sovereign to a step which with vulgar minds would be odious, and by malignant ones might be rendered ridiculous. "Ridiculous!" said Sir Vavasour. "All the world," said Mr Hatton, "do not take upon these questions the same enlightened view as ourselves, Sir Vavasour. I never could for a moment believe that the sovereign would consent to invest such a numerous body of men with such privileges." "But you never expressed this opinion," said Sir Vavasour. "You never asked for my opinion," said Mr Hatton, "and if I had given it, you and your friends would not have been influenced by it. The point was one on which you might with reason hold yourselves as competent judges as I am. All you asked of me was to make out your case, and I made it out. I will venture to say a better case never left these chambers. I do not believe there is a person in the kingdom who could answer it except myself. They have refused the order their honours, Sir Vavasour, but it is some consolation that they have never answered their case." "I think it only aggravates the oppression," said Sir Vavasour, shaking his head. "But cannot you advise any new step, Mr Hatton? After so many years of suspense, after so much anxiety, and such a vast expenditure, it really is too bad that I and Lady Firebrace should be announced at court in the same style as our fishmonger, if he happens to be a sheriff." "I can make a peer," said Mr Hatton, leaning back in his chair and playing with his seals, "but I do not pretend to make baronets. I can place a coronet with 4 balls on a man's brow, but a coronet with 2 balls is an exercise of the prerogative with which I do not presume to interfere." "I mention it in the utmost confidence," said Sir Vavasour in a whisper, "but Lady Firebrace has a sort of promise that in the event of a change of government we shall be in the first batch of peers." Mr Hatton shook his head with a slight smile of contemptuous incredulity. "Sir Robert," he said, "will make no peers. Take my word for that. The Whigs and I have so deluged the House of Lords that you may rely upon it as a secret of state that if the Tories come in there will be no peers made. I know the Queen is sensitively alive to the cheapening of all honours of late years. If the Whigs go out to-morrow, mark me, they will disappoint all their friends. Their underlings have promised so many that treachery is inevitable, and if they deceive some, they may as well deceive all. Perhaps they may distribute a coronet or 2 among themselves, and I shall this year make 3, and those are the only additions to the peerage which will occur for many years. You may rely on that, for the Tories will make none, and I have some thoughts of retiring from business." It is difficult to express the astonishment, the perplexity, the agitation that pervaded the countenance of Sir Vavasour while his companion thus coolly delivered himself. High hopes extinguished and excited at the same moment, cherished promises vanishing, mysterious expectations rising up, revelations of astounding state secrets, chief ministers voluntarily renouncing their highest means of influence, and an obscure private individual distributing those distinctions which sovereigns were obliged to hoard, and to obtain which the first men in the country were ready to injure their estates and to sacrifice their honour. At length Sir Vavasour said, "You amaze me, Mr Hatton. I could mention to you 20 members of Boodles at least, who believe they will be made peers the moment the Tories come in." "Not a man of them," said Hatton peremptorily. "Tell me one of their names, and I will tell you whether they will be made peers." "Well then, there is Mr Tubb Sweet, a county member, and his son in Parliament too. I know he has a promise." "I repeat to you, Sir Vavasour, the Tories will not make a single peer. The candidates must come to me, and I ask you what can I do for a Tubb Sweet, the son of a Jamaican cooper? Are there any old families among your 20 members of Brookes?" "Why, I can hardly say," said Sir Vavasour. "There is Sir Charles Featherly, an old baronet." "The founder a Lord Mayor in James the First's reign. That is not the sort of old family that I mean," said Mr Hatton. "Well, there is Colonel Cockahoop," said Sir Vavasour. "The Cockahoops are a very good family, I have always heard." "Contractors of Queen Anne, partners with Marlborough and Solomon Medina. A very good family indeed, but I do not make peers out of good families, Sir Vavasour. Old families are the blocks out of which I cut my mercuries." "But what do you call an old family?" said Sir Vavasour. "Yours," said Mr Hatton, and he threw a full glance on the countenance on which the light rested. "We were in the first batch of baronets," said Sir Vavasour. "Forget the baronets for a while," said Hatton. "Tell me, what was your family before James the First?" "They always lived on their lands," said Sir Vavasour. "I have a room full of papers that would perhaps tell us something about them. Would you like to see them?" "By all means. Bring them all here. Not that I want them to inform me of your rights. I am fully acquainted with them. You would like to be a peer, sir. Well, you are really Lord Vavasour, but there is a difficulty in establishing your undoubted right from the single writ of summons difficulty. I will not trouble you with technicalities, Sir Vavasour. Sufficient that the difficulty is great, though perhaps not unmanageable. But we have no need of management. Your claim on the barony of Lovel is very good. I could recommend your pursuing it, did not another more inviting still present itself. In a word, if you wish to be Lord Bardolph, I will undertake to make you so, before, in all probability, Sir Robert Peel obtains office, and that I should think would gratify Lady Firebrace." "Indeed it would," said Sir Vavasour, "for if it had not been for this sort of promise of a peerage made, I speak in great confidence, Mr Hatton, made by Mr Taper, my tenants would have voted for the Whigs the other day at the shire election, and the Conservative candidate would have been beaten. Lord Mask had almost arranged it, but Lady Firebrace would have a written promise from a high quarter, and so it fell to the ground." "Well, we are independent of all these petty arrangements now," said Mr Hatton. "It is very wonderful," said Sir Vavasour, rising from his chair, and speaking as it were to himself. "And what do you think our expenses will be in this claim?" he inquired. "Bagatelle," said Mr Hatton. "Why, a dozen years ago I have known men to lay out nearly £500,000 in land, and not get 2% for their money, in order to obtain a borough influence which might ultimately obtain them a spick and span coronet. And now you are going to put one on your head, which will give you precedence over every peer on the roll except 3, and I made those, and it will not cost you a paltry £20,000 or £30,000. Why, I know men who would give that for the precedence alone. Here," and he rose and took up some papers from a table. "Here is a case, a man you know, I dare say, an earl, and of a decent date as earls go, George the First. The first baron was a Dutch valet of William the Third. Well, I am to terminate an abeyance in his favour through his mother, and give him one of the baronies of the Herberts. He buys off the other claimant, who is already ennobled, with a larger sum than you will expend on your ancient coronet. Nor is that all. The other claimant is of French descent and name, came over at the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. Well, besides the hush money, my client is to defray all the expense of attempting to transform the descendant of the silk weaver of Lyons into the heir of a Norman conqueror. So you see, Sir Vavasour, I am not unreasonable. Pah! I would sooner gain £5,000 by restoring you to your rights than 50,000 in establishing any of these pretenders in their base assumptions. I must work in my craft, Sir Vavasour, but I love the old English blood, and have it in my veins." "I am satisfied, Mr Hatton," said Sir Vavasour. "Let no time be lost. All I regret is that you did not mention all this to me before, and then we might have saved a great deal of trouble and expense." "You never consulted me," said Mr Hatton. "You gave me your instructions and I obeyed them. I was sorry to see you in that mind, for to speak frankly, I am sure now you will not be offended, my lord, for such is your real dignity, there is no title in the world for which I have such a contempt as that of a baronet." Sir Vavasour winced, but the future was full of glory and the present of excitement, and he wished Mr Hatton good morning, with a promise that he would himself bring the papers on the morrow. Mr Hatton was buried for a few moments in a reverie, during which he played with the tail of the Persian cat. End of Book 4, Chapter 7. Book 4, Chapter 8 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We left Sybil and Egremont just at the moment that Gerard arrived at the very threshold which they had themselves reached. "Ah, my father!" exclaimed Sybil, and then with a faint blush of which she was perhaps unconscious, she added, as if apprehensive Gerard would not recall his old companion, "You remember Mr Franklin?" "This gentleman and myself had the pleasure of meeting yesterday," said Gerard, embarrassed, while Egremont himself changed colour, and was infinitely confused. Sybil felt surprised that her father should have met Mr Franklin, and not have mentioned a circumstance naturally interesting to her. Egremont was about to speak when the street door was opened. And were they to part again with no explanation? And was Sybil to be left with her father, who was evidently in no haste, perhaps had no great tendency to give that explanation? Every feeling of an ingenuous spirit urged Egremont personally to terminate this prolonged misconception. "You will permit me, I hope," he said, appealing as much to Gerard as to his daughter, "to enter with you for a few moments." It was not possible to resist such a request, yet it was conceded on the part of Gerard with no cordiality. So they entered the large gloomy hall of the house, and towards the end of a long passage Gerard opened a door, and they all went into a spacious melancholy room, situate at the back of the house, and looking upon a small square plot of dank grass, in the midst of which rose a very weather-stained Cupid, with one arm broken, and the other raised in the air with a long shell to its mouth. It seemed that in the old days it might have been a fountain. At the end of the plot, the blind side of a house offered a high wall which had once been painted in fresco. Though much of the coloured plaster had cracked and peeled away, and all that remained was stained and faded, still some traces of the original design might yet be detected: festive wreaths, the colonnades and perspective of a place. The walls of the room itself were wainscoted in panels of dark stained wood. The window curtains were of coarse green worsted, and encrusted with dust so ancient and irremovable that it presented almost a larva-like appearance. The carpet that had once been bright and showy was entirely threadbare, and had become grey with age. There were several heavy mahogany armchairs in the room, a Pembroke table, and an immensely unwieldy sideboard, garnished with a few wine glasses of a deep blue colour. Over the lofty uncouth mantel was a portrait of the Marquis of Granby, which might have been a sign, and opposite to him, over the sideboard, was a large tawdry coloured print by Bunbury of Ranelagh in its most festive hour. The general appearance of the room, however, though dingy, was not squalid, and what with its spaciousness, its extreme repose, and the associations raised by such few images as it did suggest, the impression on the mind of the spectator was far from unpleasing, partaking indeed of that vague melancholy which springs from the contemplation of the past, and which at all times softens the spirit. Gerard walked to the window and looked at the grass plot. Sybil, seating herself, invited their guest to follow her example. Egremont, not without agitation, seemed suddenly to make an effort to collect himself, and then, in a voice not distinguished by its accustomed clearness, he said, "I explained yesterday to one who I hope I may still call my friend, why I assumed a name to which I have no right?" Sybil started a little, slightly stared, but did not speak. "I should be happy if you also would give me credit in taking that step, at least for motives of which I need not be ashamed. Even," he added in a hesitating voice, "even if you deemed my conduct indiscreet." Their eyes met. Astonishment was imprinted on the countenance of Sybil, but she uttered not a word, and her father, whose back was turned to them, did not move. "I was told," continued Egremont, "that an impassable gulf divided the rich from the poor. I was told that the privileged and the people formed two nations, governed by different laws, influenced by different manners, with no thoughts or sympathies in common, with an innate inability of mutual comprehension. I believed that if this were indeed the case, the ruin of our common country was at hand. I would have endeavoured, feebly perchance, but not without zeal, to resist such a catastrophe. I possessed a station which entailed on me some portion of its responsibility. To obtain that knowledge which could alone qualify me for beneficial action, I resolved to live without suspicion among my fellow subjects who were estranged from me. Even void of all celebrity as I am, I could not have done that without suspicion, had I been known. They would have recoiled from my class and my name, as you yourself recoiled, Sybil, when they were once accidentally mentioned before you. These are the reasons, these the feelings, which impelled, I will not say justified me, to pass your threshold under a feigned name. I entreat you to judge kindly of my conduct, to pardon me, and not to make me feel the bitterness that I have forfeited the good opinion of one for whom, under all circumstances and in all situations, I must ever feel the highest conceivable respect, I would say a reverential regard." His tones of passionate emotion ceased. Sybil, with a countenance beautiful and disturbed, gazed at him for an instant, and seemed about to speak, but her trembling lips refused the offer. Then with an effort, turning to Gerard, she said, "My father, I am amazed. Tell me then, who is this gentleman who addresses me?" "The brother of Lord Marney, Sybil," said Gerard, turning to her. "The brother of Lord Marney!" repeated Sybil with an air almost of stupor. "Yes," said Egremont, "a member of that family of sacrilege, of those oppressors of the people whom you have denounced to me with such withering scorn." The elbow of Sybil rested on the arm of her chair, and her cheek upon her hand. As Egremont said these words she shaded her face, which was thus entirely unseen. For some moments there was silence. Then looking up with an expression grave but serene, and as if she had just emerged from some deep thinking, Sybil said, "I am sorry for my words, sorry for the pain I unconsciously gave you, sorry indeed for all that has passed, and that my father has lost a pleasant friend." "And why should he be lost?" said Egremont mournfully, and yet with tenderness. "Why should we not still be friends?" "Oh, sir," said Sybil haughtily, "I am one of those who believe the gulf is impassable. Yes," she added, slightly but with singular grace waving her hands and somewhat turning away her head, "utterly impassable." There are tumults of the mind, when, like the great convulsions of nature, all seems anarchy and returning chaos. Yet often in those moments of vast disturbance, as in the material strife itself, some new principle of order, or some new impulse of conduct develops itself, and controls and regulates and brings to a harmonious consequence passions and elements which seemed only to threaten despair and subversion. So it was with Egremont. He looked for a moment in despair upon this maiden walled out from sympathy by prejudices and convictions more impassable than all the mere consequences of class. He looked for a moment, but only for a moment, in despair. He found in his tortured spirit energies that responded to the exigency of the occasion. Even the otherwise embarrassing presence of Gerard would not have prevented. but just at this moment the door opened, and Morley and another person entered the room. End of Book 4, Chapter 8. Book 4, Chapter 9 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Morley paused as he recognized Egremont. Then, advancing to Gerard, followed by his companion, he said, "This is Mr. Hatton, of whom we were speaking last night, and who claims to be an ancient acquaintance of yours." "Perhaps I should rather say of your poor dear father," said Hatton, scanning Gerard with his clear blue eye, and then he added, "He was of great service to me in my youth, and one is not apt to forget such things." "One ought not," said Gerard, "but it is a sort of memory, as I have understood, that is rather rare. For my part, I remember you very well, Baptist Hatton," said Gerard, examining his guest with almost as complete a scrutiny as he had himself experienced. "This world has gone well with you, I am glad to hear and see." "Qui laborat orat," said Hatton in a silvery voice, "is the gracious maxim of our holy church, and I venture to believe my prayers and vigils have been accepted, for I have laboured in my time," and as he was speaking these words he turned and addressed them to Sybil. She beheld him with no little interest. This mysterious name that had sounded so often in her young ears, and was associated with so many strange and high hopes, and some dark blending of doubt and apprehension and discordant thoughts. Hatton in his appearance realized little of the fancies in which Sybil had sometimes indulged with regard to him. That appearance was prepossessing. A frank and even benevolent expression played upon his intelligent and handsome countenance. His once rich brown hair, still long though very thin, was so arranged as naturally to conceal his baldness. He was dressed with great simplicity, but with remarkable taste and care, nor did the repose and suavity of his manner, and the hushed tone of his voice detract from the favourable effect that he always at once produced. "Qui laborat orat," said Sybil with a smile, "is the privilege of the people." "Of whom I am one," said Hatton bowing, well recollecting that he was addressing the daughter of a Chartist delegate. "But is your labour their labour?" said Sybil. "Is yours that life of uncomplaining toil wherein there is so much of beauty and of goodness, that by the fine maxim of our church it is held to include the force and efficacy of prayer?" "I am sure that I should complain of no toil that would benefit you," said Hatton; and then addressing himself again to Gerard, he led him to a distant part of the room, where they were soon engaged in earnest converse. Morley at the same moment approached Sybil, and spoke to her in a subdued tone. Egremont, feeling embarrassed, advanced, and bade her farewell. She rose and returned his salute with some ceremony. Then hesitating while a soft expression came over her countenance, she held forth her hand, which he retained for a moment, and withdrew. "I was with him more than an hour," continued Morley. "At first he recollected nothing. Even the name of Gerard, though he received it as familiar to him, seemed to produce little impression. He recollected nothing of any papers, was clear that they must have been quite insignificant, whatever they were, he doubtless had them now as he never destroyed papers, would order a search to be made for them, and so on. I was about to withdraw when he asked me carelessly a question about your father, what he was doing, and whether he were married and had children. This led to a very long conversation, in which he suddenly seemed to take great interest. At first he talked of writing to see your father, and I offered that Gerard should call upon him. He took down your direction in order that he might write to your father and give him an appointment. When observing that it was Westminster, he said that his carriage was ordered to go to the House of Lords in a quarter of an hour, and that if not inconvenient to me, he would propose that I should at once accompany him. I thought, whatever might be the result, it must be a satisfaction to Gerard at last to see this man of whom he has talked and thought so much, and so we are here." "You did well, good Stephen, as you always do," said Sybil with a musing and abstracted air, No one has so much forethought and so much energy as you." He threw a glance at her, and immediately withdrew it. Their eyes had met. Hers were kind and calm. "And this Egremont," said Morley rather hurriedly and abruptly, and looking on the ground, "how came he here? When we discovered him yesterday, your father and myself agreed that we should not mention to you the mystification of which we had been dupes." "And you did wrong," said Sybil. "There is no wisdom like frankness. Had you told me, he would not have been here to day. He met and addressed me, and I only recognized an acquaintance who had once contributed so much to the pleasantness of our life. Had he not accompanied me to this door and met my father, which precipitated an explanation on his part which he found had not been given by others, I might have remained in an ignorance which hereafter might have produced inconvenience." "You are right," said Morley, looking at her rather keenly. "We have all of us opened ourselves too unreservedly before this aristocrat." "I should hope that none of us have said to him a word that we wish to be forgotten," said Sybil. "He chose to wear a disguise, and can hardly quarrel with the frankness with which we spoke of his order or his family. And for the rest, he has not been injured from learning something of the feelings of the people by living among them." "And yet, if anything were to happen to morrow," said Morley, "rest assured this man has his eye on us. He can walk into the government offices like themselves and tell his tale, for though one of the pseudo opposition, the moment the people move, the factions become united." Sybil turned and looked at him and then said, "And what could happen to morrow that we should care for the government being acquainted with it or us? Do not they know everything? Do not you meet in their very sight? You pursue an avowed and legal aim by legal means, do you not? What then is there to fear? And why should anything happen that should make us apprehensive?" "All is very well at this moment," said Morley, "and all may continue well, but popular assemblies breed turbulent spirits, Sybil. Your father takes a leading part, he is a great orator, and is in his element in this clamorous and fiery life. It does not much suit me, I am a man of the closet. This convention, as you well know, was never much to my taste. Their charter is a course specific for our social evils. The spirit that would cure our ills must be of a deeper and finer mood." "Then why are you here?" said Sybil. Morley shrugged his shoulders and then said, "An easy question. Questions are always easy. The fact is, in active life one cannot afford to refine. I could have wished the movement to have taken a different shape, and to have worked for a different end, but it has not done this. But it is still a movement and a great one, and I must work it for my end, and try to shape it to my form. If I had refused to be a leader, I should not have prevented the movement, I should only have secured my own insignificance." "But my father has not these fears, he is full of hope and exultation," said Sybil. "And surely it is a great thing that the people should have their parliament lawfully meeting in open day, and their delegates from the whole realm declaring their grievances in language which would not disgrace the conquering race, which has in vain endeavoured to degrade them. When I heard my father speak the other night, my heart glowed with emotion, my eyes were suffused with tears. I was proud to be his daughter, and I gloried in a race of forefathers who belonged to the oppressed and not to the oppressors." Morley watched the deep splendour of her eye and the mantling of her radiant cheek, as she spoke these latter words with not merely animation but fervour. Her bright hair, that hung on either side of her face in long tresses of luxuriant richness, was drawn off a forehead that was the very throne of thought and majesty, while her rich lips still quivered with the sensibility which expressed its impassioned truth. "But your father, Sybil, stands alone," at length Morley replied, "surrounded by votaries who have nothing but enthusiasm to recommend them, and by emulous and intriguing rivals, who watch every word and action in order that they may discredit his conduct and ultimately secure his downfall." "My father's downfall!" said Sybil. "Is he not one of themselves? And is it possible that among the delegates of the people there can be other than one and the same object?" 1,000, said Morley. We have already as many parties as in St. Stephen's itself. "You terrify me," said Sybil. "I knew we had fearful odds to combat against. My visit to this city alone has taught me how strong are our enemies. But I believed that we had on our side God and the truth." "They know neither of them in the National Convention," said Morley. "Our career will be a vulgar caricature of the bad passions and the low intrigues, the factions and the failures of our oppressors." At this moment Gerard and Hatton, who were sitting in the remote part of the room, rose together and advanced forward, and this movement interrupted the conversation of Sybil and Morley. Before, however, her father and his new friend could reach them, Hatton, as if some point on which he had not been sufficiently explicit had occurred to him, stopped and placing his hand on Gerard's arm, withdrew him again, saying in a voice which could only be heard by the individual whom he addressed, "You understand, I have not the slightest doubt myself of your moral right. I believe on every principle of justice that Mowbray Castle is as much yours as the house that is built by the tenant on the lord's land. But can we prove it? We never had the legal evidence. You are in error in supposing that these papers were of any vital consequence. Mere memoranda, very useful no doubt, I hope I shall find them, but of no validity. If money were the only difficulty, trust me it should not be wanting. I owe much to the memory of your father, my good Gerard. I would fain serve you and your daughter. I'll not tell you what I would do for you, my good Gerard. You would think me foolish. But I am alone in the world, and seeing you again, and talking of old times, I really am scarcely fit for business. Go, however, I must. I have an appointment at the House of Lords. Good-bye. I must say farewell to the Lady Sybil. End of Book 4, Chapter 9. Book 4, Chapter 10 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "You can't have that table, sir, it is engaged," said a waiter at the Athenaeum to a member of the club who seemed unmindful of the type of appropriation which, in the shape of an inverted plate, ought to have warned him off the coveted premises. "It is always engaged," grumbled the member. "Who has taken it?" "Mr Hatton, sir." And indeed at this very moment, it being about 8 o'clock of the same day on which the meeting detailed in the last chapter had occurred, a very handsome dark brougham with a beautiful horse was stopping in Waterloo Place before the portico of the Athenaeum Club House, from which equipage immediately emerged the prosperous person of Baptist Hatton. This club was Hatton's only relaxation. He had never entered society, and now his habits were so formed the effort would have been a painful one. Though with a first-rate reputation in his calling, and supposed to be rich, the openings were numerous to a familiar intercourse with those middle-aged nameless gentlemen of easy circumstances who haunt clubs, and dine a great deal at each other's houses and chambers; men who travel regularly a little, and gossip regularly a great deal; who lead a sort of facile, slipshod existence, doing nothing, yet mightily interested in what others do; great critics of little things, profuse in minor luxuries, and inclined to the respectable practice of a decorous profligacy, peering through the window of a club house as if they were discovering a planet, and usually much excited about things with which they have no concern, and personages who never heard of them. All this was not in Hatton's way, who was free from all pretension, and who had acquired, from his severe habits of historical research, a respect only for what was authentic. These nonentities flitted about him, and he shrunk from an existence that seemed to him at once dull and trifling. He had a few literary acquaintances that he had made at the Antiquarian Society, of which he was a distinguished member. A vice president of that body had introduced him to the Athenaeum. It was the first and only club that Hatton had ever belonged to, and he delighted in it. He liked splendour and the light and bustle of a great establishment. They saved him from that melancholy which after a day of action is the doom of energetic celibacy. A luxurious dinner without trouble suited him after his exhaustion. Sipping his claret, he revolved his plans. Above all, he revelled in the magnificent library, and perhaps was never happier than when after a stimulating repast he adjourned upstairs and buried himself in an easy chair with Dugdale or Selden, or an erudite treatise on forfeiture or abeyance. To-day, however, Hatton was not in this mood. He came in exhausted and excited, ate rapidly and rather ravenously, dispatched a pint of champagne, and then called for a bottle of Lafitte. His table cleared, a devilled biscuit placed before him, a cool bottle and a fresh glass, he indulged in that reverie which the tumult of his feelings and the physical requirements of existence had hitherto combined to prevent. A strange day, he thought, as with an abstracted air he filled his glass, and sipping the wine, leaned back in his chair. The son of Walter Gerard, a Chartist delegate! The best blood in England! What would I not be, were it mine? Those infernal papers, they made my fortune, and yet, I know not how it is, the deed has cost me many a pang. Yet it seemed innoxious. The old man dead, insolvent, myself starving, his son ignorant of all, to whom too they could be of no use, for it required thousands to work them, and even with thousands they could only be worked by myself. Had I not done it, I should ere this probably have been swept from the surface of the earth, worn out with penury, disease, and heartache. And now I am Baptist Hatton, with a fortune almost large enough to buy Mowbray itself, and with knowledge that can make the proudest tremble. And for what object all this wealth and power? What memory shall I leave? What family shall I found? Not a relative in the world, except a solitary barbarian, from whom, when years ago I visited him as a stranger, I recoiled with unutterable loathing. Ah! had I a child like the beautiful daughter of Gerard. And here mechanically Hatton filled his glass and quaffed at once a bumper. And I have deprived her of a principality, that seraphic being whose lustre even now haunts my vision, the ring of whose silver tone even now lingers in my ear. He must be a fiend who could injure her. I am that fiend. Let me see. And now he seemed wrapped in the very paradise of some creative vision. Still he filled the glass, but this time he only sipped it, as if he were afraid to disturb the clustering images around him. Let me see. I could make her a baroness. Gerard is as much Baron Valence as Shrewsbury is a Talbot. Her name is Sybil. Curious how, even when peasants, the good blood keeps the good old family names. The Valences were ever Sybils. I could make her a baroness, yes, and I could give her wherewith to endow her state. I could compensate for the broad lands which should be hers, and which perhaps through me she has forfeited. Could I do more? Could I restore her to the rank she would honour, assuage these sharp pangs of conscience, and achieve the secret ambition of my life? What if my son were to be Lord Valence? Is it too bold? A Chartist delegate, a peasant's daughter, with all that shining beauty that I witnessed, with all the marvellous gifts that their friend Morley so descanted on, would she shrink from me? I'm not a crook-backed Richard. I could proffer much. I feel I could urge it plausibly. She must be very wretched. With such a form, such high imaginings, such thoughts of power and pomp as I could breathe in her, I think she'd melt. And to one of her own faith too. To build up a great Catholic house again, of the old blood and the old names and the old faith. By Holy Mary, it is a glorious vision. End of Book 4, Chapter 10. Book 4, Chapter 11 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the evening of the day that Egremont had met Sybil in the Abbey of Westminster, and subsequently parted from her under circumstances so distressing, the Countess of Marney held a great assembly at the family mansion in St. James's Square, which Lord Marney had intended to have let to a new club, and himself and his family to have taken refuge for a short season at an hotel; but he drove so hard a bargain that before the lease was signed, the new club, which mainly consisted of an ingenious individual who had created himself secretary, had vanished. Then it was agreed that the family mansion should be inhabited for the season by the family; and to night Arabella was receiving all that great world of which she herself was a distinguished ornament. "We have come to you as early as possible, my dear Arabella," said Lady Deloraine to her daughter-in-law. "You are always so good. Have you seen Charles? I was in hopes he would have come," Lady Marney added in a somewhat mournful tone. "He is at the House, otherwise I am sure he would have been here," said Lady Deloraine, glad that she had so good a reason for an absence, which under any circumstances she well knew would have occurred. "I fear you will be sadly in want of beaux this evening, my love. We dined at the Duke of Fitz Aquitaine's, and all our cavaliers vanished. They talk of an early division." "I really wish all these divisions were over," said Lady Marney. "They are very anti-social. Ah! here is Lady de Mowbray." Alfred Mountchesney hovered around Lady Joan Fitz Warene, who was gratified by the devotion of the Cupid of Mayfair. He uttered inconceivable nothings, and she replied to him in incomprehensible somethings. Her learned profundity and his vapid lightness effectively contrasted. Occasionally he caught her eye and conveyed to her the anguish of his soul in a glance of self-complacent softness. Lady St. Julians, leaning on the arm of the Duke of Fitz Aquitaine, stopped to speak to Lady Joan. Lady St. Julians was determined that the heiress of Mowbray should marry one of her sons. She watched therefore with a restless eye all those who attempted to monopolize Lady Joan's attention, and contrived perpetually to interfere with their manoeuvres. In the midst of a delightful conversation that seemed to approach a crisis, Lady St. Julians was sure to advance and interfere with some affectionate appeal to Lady Joan, whom she called her "dear child," and "sweetest love," while she did not deign even to notice the unhappy cavalier whom she had thus as it were unhorsed. "My sweet child," said Lady St. Julians to Lady Joan, "you have no idea how unhappy Frederick is this evening, but he cannot leave the house, and I fear it will be a late affair." Lady Joan looked as if the absence or presence of Frederick was to her a matter of great indifference, and then she added, "I do not think the division so important as is generally imagined. A defeat upon a question of colonial government does not appear to me of sufficient weight to dissolve a cabinet." "Any defeat will do that now," said Lady St. Julians; "but to tell you the truth, I am not very sanguine. Lady Deloraine says they will be beat. She says the Radicals will desert them; but I am not so sure. Why should the Radicals desert them? And what have we done for the Radicals? Had we indeed foreseen this Jamaica business, and asked some of them to dinner, or given a ball or two to their wives and daughters, I am sure if I had had the least idea that we had so good a chance of coming in, I should not have cared myself to have done something, even to have invited their women." "But you are such a capital partisan, Lady St. Julians," said the Duke of Fitz Aquitaine, who with the viceroyalty of Ireland dexterously dangled before his eyes for the last 2 years, had become a thorough conservative, and had almost as much confidence in Sir Robert as in Lord Stanley. "I have made great sacrifices," said Lady St. Julians. "I went once and stayed a week at Lady Jenny Spinner's to gain her looby of a son and his 80,000 a year, and Lord St. Julians proposed him at White's, and then after all the Whigs made him a peer. They certainly make more of their social influences than we do. That affair of that Mr. Trenchard was a blow. Losing a vote at such a critical time, when I had had only a remote idea of what was passing through his mind, I would have even asked him to Barrowley for a couple of days." A foreign diplomatist of distinction had pinned Lord Marney, and was dexterously pumping him as to the probable future. "But is the pear ripe?" said the diplomatist. "The pear is ripe if we have the courage to pluck it," said Lord Marney, "but our fellows have no pluck." "But do you think that the Duke of Wellington—" and here the diplomatist stopped and looked up in Lord Marney's face, as if he would convey something that he would not venture to express. "Here he is," said Lord Marney. "He will answer the question himself." Lord Deloraine and Mr Ormsby passed by. The diplomatist addressed them. "You have not been to the Chamber?" "No," said Lord Deloraine, "but I hear there is hot work. It will be late." "Do you think—" said the diplomatist, and he looked up in the face of Lord Deloraine. "I think that in the long run everything will have an end," said Lord Deloraine. "Ah!" said the diplomatist. "Bah!" said Lord Deloraine, as he walked away with Mr Ormsby. "I remember that fellow, a sort of equivocal attaché at Paris when we were there with Monmouth at the peace, and now he is a quasi ambassador and ribboned and starred to the chin." "The only stars I have got," said Mr Ormsby demurely, "are 4 stars in India stock." Lady Firebrace and Lady Maud Fitz Warene were announced. They had just come from the Commons, a dame and damsel full of political enthusiasm. Lady Firebrace gave critical reports and disseminated many contradictory estimates of the results. Lady Maud talked only of a speech made by Lord Milford, which from the elaborate noise she made about it, you would have supposed to have been the oration of the evening. On the contrary, it had lasted only a few minutes, and in a thin house had been nearly inaudible; but then, as Lady Maud added, it was in such good taste. Alfred Mountchesney and Lady Joan Fitz Warene passed Lady Marney, who was speaking to Lord Deloraine. "Do you think," said Lady Marney, "that Mr Mountchesney will bear away the prize?" Lord Deloraine shook his head. "These great heiresses can never make up their minds. The bitter drop rises in all their reveries." "And yet," said Lady Marney, "I would just as soon be married for my money as my face." Soon after this there was a stir in the saloons, a murmur, the ingress of many gentlemen; among others, Lord Valentine, Lord Milford, Mr Egerton, Mr Berners, Lord Fitzheron, Mr Jermyn. The House was up, the great Jamaica division was announced, the Radicals had thrown over the government, who left in a majority of only 5, had already intimated their sense of the unequivocal feeling of the House with respect to them. It was known that on the morrow the government would resign. Lady Deloraine, prepared for the great result, was calm. Lady St Julians, who had not anticipated it, was in a wild flutter of distracted triumph. A vague yet dreadful sensation came over her in the midst of her joy that Lady Deloraine had been beforehand with her, had made her combinations with the new minister, perhaps even sounded the court. At the same time that in this agitating vision the great offices of the palace, which she had apportioned to herself and her husband, seemed to elude her grasp, the claims and hopes and interests of her various children haunted her perplexed consciousness. What if Charles Egremont were to get the place which she had projected for Frederick or Augustus? What if Lord Marney became master of the horse, or Lord Deloraine went again to Ireland? In her nervous excitement she credited all these catastrophes, seized upon "the Duke" in order that Lady Deloraine might not gain his ear, and resolved to get home as soon as possible in order that she might write without a moment's loss of time to Sir Robert. "They will hardly go without making some peers," said Sir Vavasour Firebrace to Mr Jermyn. "Why they have made enough." "I know Tub Sweet has a promise, and so has Cockawhoop. I don't think Cockawhoop could show again at Boodle's without a coronet." "I don't see why these fellows should go out," said Mr Ormsby. "What does it signify whether ministers have a majority of 5, or 10, or 20? In my time a proper majority was 1/3 of the House. That was Lord Liverpool's majority. Lord Monmouth used to say that there were 10 families in this country who, if they could only agree, could always share the government. Ah! those were the good old times. We never had adjourned debates then, but sat it out like gentlemen who had been used all their lives to be up all night, and then supped at Watier's afterwards." "Ah, my dear Ormsby," said Mr Berners, "do not mention Watier's, you make my mouth water." "Shall you stand for Birmingham, Ormsby, if there be a dissolution?" said Lord Fitzheron. "I have been asked," said Mr Ormsby, "but the House of Commons is not the House of Commons of my time, and I have no wish to re-enter it. If I had a taste for business, I might be a member of the Marylebone vestry." "All I repeat," said Lord Marney to his mother, as he rose from the sofa where he had been some time in conversation with her, "that if there be any idea that I wish Lady Marney should be a lady in waiting, it is an error, Lady Deloraine. I wish that to be understood. I am a domestic man, and I wish Lady Marney to be always with me, and what I want for myself. I hope in arranging the household the domestic character of every member of it will be considered. After all that has occurred, the country expects that." "But my dear George, I think it is really premature." "I dare say it is; but I recommend you, my dear mother, to be alive. I heard Lady St Julians just now in the supper room asking the Duke to promise her that her Augustus should be a Lord of the Admiralty. She said the Treasury would not do, as there was no house, and that with such a fortune as his wife brought him, he could not hire a house under 1,000 a year." "He will not have the Admiralty," said Lady Deloraine. "She looks herself to the robes." "Poor woman!" said Lady Deloraine. "Is it quite true?" said a great Whig dame to Mr Egerton, one of her own party. "Quite," he said. "I can endure anything except Lady St Julians' glance of triumph," said the Whig dame. "I really think if it were only to ease her Majesty from such an infliction, they ought to have held on." "And must the household be changed?" said Mr Egerton. "Do not look so serious," said the Whig dame, smiling with fascination. "We are surrounded by the enemy." "Will you be at home to morrow early?" said Mr Egerton. "As early as you please." "Very well, we will talk then. Lady Charlotte has heard something. Nous verrons." Courage! We have the court with us, and the country cares for nothing. End of Book 4, Chapter 11. Book 4, Chapter 12 of Sybil or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "It is all right," said Mr Tadpole. "They are out. Lord Melbourne has been with the Queen and recommended her Majesty to send for the Duke, and the Duke has recommended her Majesty to send for Sir Robert." "Are you sure?" said Mr Taper. "I tell you Sir Robert is on his road to the palace at this moment. I saw him pass, full dressed." "It is too much," said Mr Taper. "Now what are we to do?" said Mr Tadpole. "We must not dissolve," said Mr Taper. "We have no cry." "As much cry as the other fellows," said Mr Tadpole, "but no one of course would think of dissolution before the next registration. No, no. This is a very manageable Parliament, depend upon it. The malcontent radicals who have turned them out are not going to bring them in. That makes us equal. Then we have an important section to work upon, the sneaks, the men who are afraid of a dissolution. I will be bound we make a good working Conservative majority of 25 out of the sneaks." "With the Treasury patronage," said Mr Taper, "fear and favour combined. An impending dissolution, and all the places we refuse our own men, we may count on the sneaks." "Then there are several religious men who have wanted an excuse for a long time to rat," said Mr Tadpole. "We must get Sir Robert to make some kind of a religious move, and that will secure Sir Litany Lax and young Mr Salem." "It will never do to throw over the Church Commission," said Mr Taper. "Commissions and committees ought always to be supported." "Besides, it will frighten the saints," said Mr Tadpole. "If we could get him to speak at Exeter Hall, were it only a slavery meeting, that would do." "It is difficult," said Taper. "He must be pledged to nothing, not even to the right of search. Yet if we could get up something with a good deal of sentiment and no principle involved, referring only to the past, but with his practised powers touching the present. What do you think of a monument to Wilberforce, or a commemoration of Clarkson?" "There is a good deal in that," said Mr Tadpole. At present go about and keep our fellows in good humour. Whisper nothings that sound like something, but be discreet. Do not let there be more than 100 fellows who believe they are going to be Under Secretaries of State. And be cautious about titles. If they push you, give a wink and press your finger to your lip. I must call here," continued Mr Tadpole, as he stopped before the house of the Duke of Fitz Aquitaine. "This gentleman is my particular charge. I have been cooking him these 3 years. I had 2 notes from him yesterday, and can delay a visit no longer. The worst of it is, he expects that I shall bear him the non-official announcement of his being sent to Ireland, of which he has about as much chance as I have of being Governor General of India. It must be confessed ours is critical work sometimes, friend Taper, but never mind. What we have to do to individuals, Peel has to do with the nation, and therefore we ought not to complain." The Duke of Fitz Aquitaine wanted Ireland, and Lord de Mowbray wanted the Garter. Lord Marney, who wanted the Buckhounds, was convinced that neither of his friends had the slightest chance of obtaining their respective objects, but believed that he had a very good one of securing his own, if he used them for his purpose, and persuaded them to combine together for the common good. So at his suggestion they had all met together at the Duke's, and were in full conference on the present state of affairs, while Tadpole and Taper were engaged in that interesting and instructive conversation of which we have snatched a passage. "You may depend upon it," said Lord Marney, "that nothing is to be done by delicacy. It is not delicacy that rules the House of Lords. What has kept us silent for years? Threats, and threats used in the most downright manner. We were told that if we did not conform absolutely and without appeal to the will and pleasure of one individual, the cards would be thrown up. We gave in, the game has been played and won. I am not at all clear that it has been won by those tactics, but gained it is, and now what shall we do? In my opinion it is high time to get rid of the dictatorship. The new ruse now for the palace is to persuade her Majesty that Peel is the only man who can manage the House of Lords. Well, then it is exactly the time to make certain persons understand that the House of Lords are not going to be tools any longer merely for other people. Rely upon it, a bold united front at this moment would be a spoke in the wheel. We 3 form the nucleus. There are plenty to gather round. I have written to Marisford. He is quite ripe. Lord Hounslow will be here to-morrow. The thing is to be done, and if we are not firm, the grand Conservative triumph will only end in securing the best posts, both at home and abroad, for one too powerful family." "Who had never been heard of in the time of my father," said the Duke. "Nor in the time of mine," said Lord de Mowbray. "Royal and Norman blood like ours," said Lord Marney, "is not to be thrown over in that way." It was just at this moment that a servant entered with a card, which the Duke, looking at, said, "It is Tadpole. Shall we have him in? I dare say he will tell us something." And notwithstanding the important character of their conference, political curiosity, and perhaps some private feeling which not one of them cared to acknowledge, made them unanimously agree that Mr Tadpole should be admitted. Lord Marney and Lord de Mowbray with the Duke of Fitz Aquitaine, thought Mr Tadpole, as he was ushered into the library, and his eye, practised in machinations and prophetic in manoeuvres, surveyed the 3 nobles. "This looks like business, and perhaps means mischief. Very lucky I called." With an honest smile he saluted them all. "What news from the palace, Tadpole?" inquired the Duke. "Sir Robert is there," replied Tadpole. "That's good news," exclaimed his Grace, echoed by Lord de Mowbray, and backed up with a faint bravo from Lord Marney. Then arose a conversation in which all affected much interest respecting the Jamaica debate, whether the Whigs had originally intended to resign, whether it were Lord Melbourne or Lord John who had insisted on the step, whether if postponed they could have tided over the session, and so on. Tadpole, who was somewhat earnest in his talk, seemed to have pinned the Duke of Fitz Aquitaine. Lord Marney, who wanted to say a word alone to Lord de Mowbray, had dexterously drawn that personage aside on the pretence of looking at a picture. Tadpole, who had a most frank and unsophisticated mien, had an eye for every corner of a room, seized the opportunity for which he had been long cruising. "I don't pretend to be behind the scenes, Duke, but it was said to me to-day, Tadpole, if you do chance to see the Duke of Fitz-Aquitaine, you may say that positively Lord Killcroppy will not go to Ireland." A smile of satisfaction played over the handsome face of the Duke, instantly suppressed lest it might excite suspicion; and then with a friendly and very significant nod that intimated to Tadpole not to dwell on the subject at the present moment, the Duke with a rather uninterested air recurred to the Jamaica debate, and soon after appealed on some domestic point to his son-in-law. This broke up the conversation between Lord de Mowbray and Lord Marney. Lord de Mowbray advancing was met accidentally on purpose by Mr Tadpole, who seemed anxious to push forward to Lord Marney. "You have heard of Lord Ribbonville," said Tadpole in a suppressed tone. "No, what?" "Can't live the day out. How fortunate Sir Robert is! 2 garters to begin with." Tadpole had now succeeded in tackling Lord Marney alone. The other peers were far out of earshot. "I don't pretend to be behind the scenes, my lord," said the honest gentleman in a peculiarly confidential tone, and with a glance that spoke volumes of state secrecy, "but it was said to me to-day, Tadpole, if you do chance to meet Lord Marney, you may say that positively Lord Rambrook will not have the buckhounds." "All I want," said Lord Marney, "is to see men of character about her Majesty. This is a domestic country, and the country expects that no nobleman should take a household office whose private character is not inexpugnable. Now that fellow Rambrook keeps a French woman. It is not much known, but it is a fact." "Dreadful!" exclaimed Mr Tadpole. "I have no doubt of it. But he has no chance of the buckhounds, you may rely on that. Private character is to be the basis of the new government. Since the Reform Act, that is a qualification much more esteemed by the constituency than public services. We must go with the times, my lord. A virtuous middle class shrink with horror from French actresses; and the Wesleyans must be considered, Lord Marney." "I always subscribe to them," said his lordship. "Ah!" said Mr Tadpole mysteriously, "I am glad to hear that. Nothing I have heard to-day has given me so much pleasure as those few words. One may hardly jest on such a subject," he added with a sanctimonious air, "but I think I may say," and here he broke into a hoarse smile, "I think I may say that those subscriptions will not be without their fruit." And with a bow honest Tadpole disappeared, saying to himself as he left the house, "If you were ready to be conspirators when I entered the room, my lords, you were at least prepared to be traitors when I quitted it." In the meantime Lord Marney, in the best possible humour, said to Lord de Mowbray, "You are going to White's, are you? If so, take me." "I am sorry, my dear lord, but I have an appointment in the city. I have got to go to the Temple, and I am already behind my time." End of Book 4, Chapter 12. Book 4, Chapter 13 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And why was Lord de Mowbray going to the Temple? He had received the day before, when he came home to dress, a very disagreeable letter from some lawyers, apprising him that they were instructed by their client, Mr Walter Gerard, to commence proceedings against his lordship on a writ of right with respect to his manors of Mowbray, Valence, Mowdale, Mowbray Valence, and several others carefully enumerated in their precise epistle, and the catalogue of which read like an extract from the Doomsday Book. More than 20 years had elapsed since the question had been mooted, and though the discussion had left upon Lord de Mowbray an impression from which at times he had never entirely recovered, still circumstances had occurred since the last proceedings which gave him a moral if not a legal conviction that he should be disturbed no more. And these were the circumstances. Lord de Mowbray, after the death of the father of Walter Gerard, had found himself in communication with the agent who had developed and pursued the claim for the yeoman, and had purchased for a good round sum the documents on which that claim was founded, and by which apparently that claim could only be sustained. The vendor of these muniments was Baptist Hatton, and the sum which he obtained for them, by allowing him to settle in the metropolis, pursue his studies, purchase his library and collections, and otherwise give himself that fair field which brains without capital can seldom command, was in fact the foundation of his fortune. Many years afterwards Lord de Mowbray had recognised Hatton in the prosperous parliamentary agent who often appeared at the bar of the House of Lords and before committees of privileges, and who gradually obtained an unrivalled reputation and employment in peerage cases. Lord de Mowbray renewed his acquaintance with a man who was successful, bowed to Hatton whenever they met, and finally consulted him respecting the barony of Valence, which had been in the old Fitzwarren and Mowbray families, and to which it was thought the present earl might prefer some hocus pocus claim through his deceased mother, so that however recent was his date as an English earl, he might figure on the roll as a Plantagenet baron, which in the course of another century would complete the grand mystification of high nobility. The death of his son, dexterously christened Valence, had a little damped his ardour in this respect, but still there was a sufficiently intimate connection kept up between him and Hatton, so that before he placed the letter he had received in the hands of his lawyers, he thought it desirable to consult his ancient ally. This was the reason that Lord de Mowbray was at the present moment seated in the same chair in the same library as was a few days back that worthy baronet Sir Vavasour Firebrace. Mr Hatton was at the same table similarly employed, his Persian cat on his right hand and his choice spaniels reposing on their cushions at his feet. Mr Hatton held forward his hand to receive the letter of which Lord de Mowbray had been speaking to him, and which he read with great attention, weighing as it were each word. Singular, as the letter had been written by himself, and the firm who signed it were only his instruments, obeying the spring of the master hand. "Very remarkable," said Mr Hatton. "Is it not?" said Lord de Mowbray. "And your lordship received this yesterday?" "Yesterday. I lost no time in communicating with you." "Jubb and Jinks," continued Mr Hatton musingly, surveying the signature of the letter, "a very respectable firm." "That makes it more strange," said his lordship. "It does," said Mr Hatton. "A respectable firm would hardly embark in such a proceeding without some show of pretext," said Lord de Mowbray. "Hardly," said Mr Hatton. "But what can they have?" urged his lordship. "What indeed?" said Mr Hatton. "Mr Walter Gerard without his pedigree is a mere flash in the pan, and I defy him to prove anything without the deed of '77. "Well, he has not got that," said Lord de Mowbray. "Safe of course," said Mr Hatton. "Certain. I almost wish I had burnt it as well as the whole boxful." "Destroy that deed and the other muniments, and the Earl de Mowbray will never be Baron Valence," said Mr Hatton. "But what use are these deeds now?" said his lordship. "If we produce them we may give a colour to this fellow's claim." "Time will settle his claim," said Mr Hatton. "It will mature yours. You can wait." "Alas! since the death of my poor boy—" "It has become doubly important. Substantiate the barony, it will descend to your eldest daughter, who even if married will retain your name. Your family will live, and ennobled. The Fitzwarrens, Lords Valence, will yield to none in antiquity; and as to rank, as long as Mowbray Castle belongs to them, the revival of the earldom is safe at the first coronation, or the first ministry that exists with a balanced state of parties." "That is the right view of the case," said Lord de Mowbray. "And what do you advise?" "Be calm, and you have nothing to fear. This is the mere revival of an old claim, too vast to be allowed to lapse from desuetude. Your documents you say are all secure?" "Be sure of that. They are at this moment in the muniment room of the great tower of Mowbray Castle, in the same iron box and in the same cabinet they were deposited, when, by placing them in your hands, said Mr Hatton, finishing a sentence which might have been awkward, "I had the extreme satisfaction of confirming the rights and calming the anxieties of one of our ancient houses. I would recommend your lordship to instruct your lawyers to appear to this writ as a matter of course. But enter into no details, no unnecessary confidence with them. They are needless. Treat the matter lightly, especially to them. You will hear no more of it." "You feel confidence?" "Perfect. Walter Gerard has no documents of any kind. Whatever his claim might be, good or bad, the only evidence that can prove his pedigree is in your possession, and the only use to which it will ever be put will be in due time to seat your grandson in the House of Lords." "I am glad I called upon you," said Lord de Mowbray. "To be sure. Your lordship can speak to me without reserve, and I am used to these start-ups. It is part of the trade, but an old soldier is not to be deceived by such feints." "Clearly a feint, you think?" "A feint, a feint. Good morning. I am glad I have called. How goes on my friend Sir Vavasour?" "Oh, I shall land him at last." "Well, he is an excellent neighbourly man. I have a great respect for Sir Vavasour. Would you dine with me, Mr Hatton, on Thursday? It would give me and Lady Mowbray great pleasure." "Your lordship is extremely kind," said Mr Hatton, bowing with a slight sarcastic smile, "but I am a hermit." "But your friends should see you sometimes," said Lord de Mowbray. "Your lordship is too good, but I am a mere man of business and know my position. I feel I am not at home in ladies' society." "Well then come to morrow. I am alone, and I will ask some persons to meet you whom you know and like. Sir Vavasour and Lord Shaftesbury, and a most learned Frenchman who is over here, a Vicomte de Narbonne, who is very anxious to make your acquaintance. Your name is current, I can tell you, at Paris." "Your lordship is too good. Another day. I have a great pressure of affairs at present." "Well, well, so be it. Good morning, Mr Hatton." Hatton bowed lowly. The moment the door was shut, rubbing his hands, he said, "In the same box and in the same cabinet, the muniment room in the great tower of Mowbray Castle. They exist and I know their whereabouts. I'll have 'em." End of Book 4, Chapter 13. Book 4, Chapter 14 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 and even 3 days had rolled over since Mr Tadpole had reported Sir Robert on his way to the palace, and marvellously little had transpired. It was of course known that a cabinet was in formation, and the daily papers reported to the public the diurnal visits of certain noble lords and right honourable gentlemen to the new first minister. But the world of high politics had suddenly become so cautious that nothing leaked out. Even gossip was at fault. Lord Marney had not received the Buckhounds, though he never quitted his house for ride or lounge without leaving precise instructions with Captain Grouse as to the identical time he should return home, so that his acceptance should not be delayed. Ireland was not yet governed by the Duke of Fitzaquitaine, and the Earl de Mowbray was still ungartered. These 3 distinguished noblemen were all of them anxious, a little fidgety, but at the same time it was not even whispered that Lord Rambrook or any other lord had received the post which Lord Marney had appropriated to himself, nor had Lord Kilcroppy had a suspicious interview with the Prime Minister which kept the Duke of Fitzaquitaine quiet though not easy, while not a shadow of coming events had glanced over the vacant stall of Lord Ribbonville in St. George's Chapel, and this made Lord de Mowbray tranquil though scarcely content. In the meantime, daily and hourly, they all pumped Mr Tadpole, who did not find it difficult to keep up his reputation for discretion, for knowing nothing, and beginning himself to be perplexed at the protracted silence, he took refuge in oracular mystery, and delivered himself of certain Delphic sentences which adroitly satisfied those who consulted him, while they never committed himself. At length one morning there was an odd whisper in the circle of first initiation. The blood mantled on the cheek of Lady St Julians. Lady Deloraine turned pale. Lady Firebrace wrote confidential notes with the same pen to Mr. Tadpole and Lord Mask. Lord Marney called early in the morning on the Duke of Fitz-Aquitaine, and already found Lord de Mowbray there. The clubs were crowded even at noon. Everywhere a mysterious bustle and an awful stir. What could be the matter? What has happened? "It is true," said Mr. Egerton to Mr. Berners at Brookes. "Is it true?" asked Mr. Jermyn of Lord Valentine at the Canton. "I heard it last night at Crockford's," said Mr. Ormsby. "One always hears things there 24 hours before other places." The world was employed the whole of the morning in asking and answering this important question, "Is it true?" Towards dinner time it was settled universally in the affirmative, and then the world went out to dine, and to ascertain why it was true, and how it was true. And now, what really had happened? What had happened was what is commonly called a hitch. There was undoubtedly a hitch somewhere and somehow, a hitch in the construction of the new cabinet. Who could have thought it? The Whig ministers it seems had resigned, but somehow or other had not entirely and completely gone out. What a constitutional dilemma! The Houses must evidently meet, address the throne, and impeach its obstinate counsellors. Clearly the right course, and party feelings ran so high that it was not impossible that something might be done. At any rate it was a capital opportunity for the House of Lords to pluck up a little courage and take what is called, in high political jargon, the initiative. Lord Marney, at the suggestion of Mr. Tadpole, was quite ready to do this, and so was the Duke of Fitz-Aquitaine, and almost the Earl de Mowbray. But then, when all seemed ripe and ready, and there appeared a probability of the independence of the House of Lords being again the favourite toast of Conservative dinners, the oddest rumour in the world got about, which threw such a ridicule on these great constitutional movements in petto, that even with the Buckhounds in the distance and Tadpole at his elbow, Lord Marney hesitated. It seemed, though of course no one could for a moment credit it, that these wrong-headed rebellious ministers who would not go out wore petticoats. And the great Jamaica debate that had been cooked so long, and the anxiously expected yet almost despaired of defection of the independent radical section, and the full-dressed visit to the palace that had gladdened the heart of Tadpole, were they all to end in this? Was conservatism, that mighty mystery of the 19th century, was it after all to be brained by a fan? Since the farce of the Invincibles, nothing had ever been so ludicrously successful. Lady Deloraine consoled herself for the bedchamber plot by declaring that Lady St. Julians was indirectly the cause of it, and that had it not been for the anticipation of her official entrance into the royal apartments, the conspiracy would not have been more real than the meal-tub plot or any other of the many imaginary machinations that still haunt the pages of history and occasionally flit about the prejudiced memory of nations. Lady St. Julians, on the contrary, wrung her hands over the unhappy fate of her enthralled sovereign, deprived of her faithful presence, and obliged to put up with the society of personages of whom she knew nothing and who called themselves the friends of her youth. The ministers who had missed, especially those who had received their appointments, looked as all men do when they are jilted, embarrassed, and affecting an awkward ease, as if they knew something which, if they told, would free them from the supreme ridicule of their situation, but which, as men of delicacy and honour, they refrained from revealing. All those who had been in fluttering hopes, however faint, of receiving preferment, took courage now that the occasion was past, and loudly complained of their cruel and undeniable deprivation. The Constitution was wounded in their persons. Some 50 gentlemen who had not been appointed Under-Secretaries of State moaned over the martyrdom of young ambition. "Peel ought to have taken office," said Lord Marney. "What are the women to us?" "Peel ought to have taken office," said the Duke of Fitz-Aquitaine. "He should have remembered how much he owed to Ireland." "Peel ought to have taken office," said Lord de Mowbray. "The Garter will become now a mere party badge." Perhaps it may be allowed to the impartial pen that traces these memoirs of our times to agree, though for a different reason, with these distinguished followers of Sir Robert Peel. One may be permitted to think that under all circumstances he should have taken office in 1839. His withdrawal seems to have been a mistake. In the great heat of parliamentary faction which had prevailed since 1831, the royal prerogative, which unfortunately for the rights and liberties and social welfare of the people, had since 1688 been more or less oppressed, had waned fainter and fainter. A youthful princess on the throne, whose appearance touched the imagination, and to whom her people were generally inclined to ascribe something of that decision of character which becomes those born to command, offered a favourable opportunity to restore the exercise of that regal authority, the usurpation of whose functions has entailed on the people of England so much suffering and so much degradation. It was unfortunate that one who, if any, should have occupied the proud and national position of the leader of the Tory party, the chief of the people and the champion of the throne, should have commenced his career as minister under Victoria by an unseemly contrariety to the personal wishes of the Queen. The reaction of public opinion, disgusted with years of parliamentary tumult and the incoherence of party legislation, the balanced state in the kingdom of political parties themselves, the personal character of the sovereign, these were all causes which intimated that a movement in favour of prerogative was at hand. The leader of the Tory party should have vindicated his natural position and availed himself of the gracious occasion. He missed it, and as the occasion was inevitable, the Whigs enjoyed its occurrence. And thus England witnessed for the first time the portentous anomaly of the oligarchical or Venetian party, which had in the old days destroyed the free monarchy of England, retaining power merely by the favour of the court. But we forget. Sir Robert Peel is not the leader of the Tory party. The party that resisted the ruinous mystification that metamorphosed direct taxation by the Crown into indirect taxation by the Commons, that denounced the system that mortgaged industry to protect property, the party that ruled Ireland by a scheme which reconciled both churches, and by a series of parliaments which counted among them lords and commons of both religions, that has maintained at all times the territorial constitution of England as the only basis and security for local government, and which nevertheless once laid on the table of the House of Commons a commercial tariff negotiated at Utrecht, which is the most rational that was ever devised by statesmen, a party that has prevented the Church from being the salaried agent of the state, and has supported through many struggles the parochial polity of the country which secures to every labourer a home. In a parliamentary sense that great party has ceased to exist, but I will believe it still lives in the thought and sentiment and consecrated memory of the English nation. It has its origins in great principles and in noble instincts. It sympathizes with the lowly. It looks up to the Most High. It can count its heroes and its martyrs. They have met in its behalf plunder, proscription, and death. Nor, when it finally yielded to the iron progress of oligarchical supremacy, was its catastrophe inglorious. Its genius was vindicated in golden sentences and with fervent arguments of impassioned logic by St. John, and breathed in the intrepid eloquence and patriot soul of William Wyndham. Even now it is not dead, but sleepeth, and in an age of political materialism, of confused purposes and perplexed intelligence, that aspires only to wealth because it has faith in no other accomplishment, as men rifle cargoes on the verge of shipwreck, Toryism will yet rise from the tomb over which Bolingbroke shed his last tear, to bring back strength to the crown, liberty to the subject, and to announce that power has only one duty, to secure the social welfare of the people. End of Book 4, Chapter 14. Book 4, Chapter 15 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. During the week of political agitation which terminated with the inglorious catastrophe of the bedchamber plot, Sybil remained tranquil, and would have been scarcely conscious of what was disturbing so many right honourable hearts, had it not been for the incidental notice of their transactions by her father and his friends. To the Chartists, indeed, the factious embroilment at first was of no great moment, except as the breaking up and formation of cabinets might delay the presentation of the national petition. They had long ceased to distinguish between the two parties who then and now contend for power. And they were right. Between the noble lord who goes out and the right honourable gentleman who comes in, where is the distinctive principle? A shadowy difference may be simulated in opposition, to serve a cry and stimulate the hustings, but the mask is not even worn in Downing Street, and the conscientious conservative seeks in the pigeonholes of a Whig bureau for the measures against which for 10 years he has been sanctioning by the speaking silence of an approving nod a general wail of frenzied alarm. Once it was otherwise. Once the people recognized a party in the state whose principles identified them with the rights and privileges of the multitude. But when they found the parochial constitution of the country sacrificed without a struggle, and a rude assault made on all local influences in order to establish a severely organized centralization, a blow was given to the influence of the priest and of the gentleman, the ancient champions of the people, against arbitrary courts and rapacious parliaments, from which they will find that it requires no ordinary courage and wisdom to recover. The unexpected termination of the events of May 1839, in the re-establishment in power of a party confessedly too weak to carry on the parliamentary government of the country, was viewed however by the Chartists in a very different spirit to that with which they had witnessed the outbreak of these transactions. It had unquestionably a tendency to animate their efforts and imparted a bolder tone to their future plans and movements. They were encouraged to try a fall with the feeble administration. Gerard from this moment became engrossed in affairs, his correspondence greatly increased, and he was so much occupied that Sybil saw daily less and less of her father. It was on the morning after the day that Hatton had made his first and unlooked for visit in Smith Square. Some of the delegates who had caught the rumour of the resignation of the Whigs had called early on Gerard, and he had soon after left the house in their company, and Sybil was alone. The strange incidents of the preceding day were revolving in her mind as her eye wandered vaguely over her book. The presence of that Hatton who had so often and in such different scenes occupied their conversation, the reappearance of that stranger whose unexpected entrance into their little world had 18 months ago so often lent interest and pleasure to their life, these were materials for pensive sentiment. Mr Franklin had left some gracious memories with Sybil, the natural legacy of one so refined, intelligent, and gentle, whose temper never seemed ruffled, and who evidently so sincerely relished their society. Mowedale rose before her in all the golden beauty of its autumnal hour, their wild rambles and hearty greetings and earnest converse, when her father returned from his daily duties, and his eye kindled with pleasure as the accustomed knock announced the arrival of his almost daily companion. In spite of the excitement of the passing moment, its high hopes and glorious aspirations, and visions perchance of greatness and of power, the eye of Sybil was dimmed with emotion as she recalled that innocent and tranquil dream. Her father had heard from Franklin after his departure more than once, but his letters, though abounding in frank expressions of deep interest in the welfare of Gerard and his daughter, were in some degree constrained. A kind of reserve seemed to envelop him. They never learnt anything of his life and duties. He seemed sometimes as it were meditating a departure from his country. There was undoubtedly about him something mysterious and unsatisfactory. Morley was of opinion that he was a spy. Gerard, less suspicious, ultimately concluded that he was harassed by his creditors, and when at Mowedale was probably hiding from them. And now the mystery was at length dissolved. And what an explanation! a Norman, a noble, an oppressor of the people, a plunderer of the church, all the characters and capacities that Sybil had been bred up to look upon with fear and aversion, and to recognize as the authors of the degradation of her race. Sybil sighed. The door opened, and Egremont stood before her. The blood rose to her cheek, her heart trembled. For the first time in his presence she felt embarrassed and constrained. His countenance, on the contrary, was collected, serious, and pale. "I am an intruder," he said, advancing, "but I wish much to speak to you," and he seated himself near her. There was a momentary pause. "You seemed to treat with scorn yesterday," resumed Egremont in accents less sustained, "the belief that sympathy was independent of the mere accidents of position. Pardon me, Sybil, but even you may be prejudiced." He paused. "I should be sorry to treat anything you said with scorn," replied Sybil in a subdued tone. "Many things happened yesterday," she added, "which might be offered as some excuse for an unguarded word." "Would that it had been unguarded," said Egremont in a voice of melancholy. "I could have endured it with less repining. No, Sybil, I have known you. I have had the happiness and the sorrow of knowing you too well to doubt the convictions of your mind, or to believe that they can be lightly removed, and yet I would strive to remove them. You look upon me as an enemy, as a natural foe, because I am born among the privileged. I am a man, Sybil, as well as a noble." Again he paused. She looked down, but did not speak. "And can I not feel for men, my fellows, whatever be their lot? I know you will deny it, but you are in error, Sybil. You have formed your opinions upon tradition, not upon experience. The world that exists is not the world of which you have read. The class that calls itself your superior is not the same class as ruled in the time of your fathers. There is a change in them as in all other things, and I participate in that change. I shared it before I knew you, Sybil, and if it touched me then, at least believe it does not influence me less now." "If there be a change," said Sybil, "it is because in some degree the people have learned their strength." "Ah! dismiss from your mind those fallacious fancies," said Egremont. "The people are not strong. The people never can be strong. Their attempts at self-vindication will end only in their suffering and confusion. It is civilization that has effected, that is effecting this change. It is that increased knowledge of themselves that teaches the educated their social duties. There is a day spring in the history of this nation which those who are on the mountain tops can as yet perhaps only recognize. You deem you are in darkness, and I see a dawn. The new generation of the aristocracy of England are not tyrants, not oppressors, Sybil, as you persist in believing. Their intelligence better than that, their hearts are open to the responsibility of their position. But the work that is before them is no holiday work. It is not the fever of superficial impulse that can remove the deep fixed barriers of centuries of ignorance and crime. Enough that their sympathies are awakened. Time and thought will bring the rest. They are the natural leaders of the people, Sybil. Believe me, they are the only ones." "The leaders of the people are those whom the people trust," said Sybil rather haughtily. "And who may betray them," said Egremont. "Betray them!" exclaimed Sybil. "And can you believe that my father—" "No, no, you can feel, Sybil, though I cannot express how much I honour your father. But he stands alone in the singleness and purity of his heart. Who surround him?" "Those whom the people have also chosen, and from a like confidence in their virtues and abilities. They are a senate supported by the sympathy of millions, with only one object in view, the emancipation of their race. It is a sublime spectacle, these delegates of labour advocating the sacred cause in a manner which might shame your haughty factions. What can resist a demonstration so truly national? What can withstand the supremacy of its moral power?" Her eye met the glance of Egremont. That brow, full of thought and majesty, was fixed on his. He encountered that face, radiant as a seraph's, those dark eyes flashing with the inspiration of the martyr. Egremont rose, moved slowly to the window, gazed in abstraction for a few moments on the little garden with its dank turf that no foot ever trod, its mutilated statue and its mouldering frescoes. What a silence! How profound! What a prospect! How drear! Suddenly he turned, and advancing with a more rapid pace, he approached Sybil. Her head was averted, and leaning on her left arm, she seemed lost in reverie. Egremont fell upon his knee, and gently taking her hand, he pressed it to his lips. She started, she looked round, agitated, alarmed, while he breathed forth in tremulous accents, "Let me express to you my adoration. Ah, not now for the first time, but for ever. From the moment I first beheld you in the starlit arch of Marney, has your spirit ruled my being, and softened every spring of my affections. I followed you to your home, and lived for a time content in the silent worship of your nature. When I came the last morning to the cottage, it was to tell and to ask all. Since then for a moment your image has never been absent from my consciousness. Your picture consecrates my hearth, and your approval has been the spur of my career. Do not reject my love. It is deep as your nature and fervent as my own. Banish those prejudices that have embittered your existence, and if persisted in may wither mine. Deign to retain this hand. If I be a noble, I have none of the accidents of nobility. I cannot offer you wealth, splendour, or power, but I can offer you the devotion of an entranced being, aspirations that you shall guide, and ambition that you shall govern." "These words are mystical and wild," said Sybil with an amazed air. "They come upon me with convulsive suddenness." And she paused for an instant, collecting as it were her mind with an expression almost of pain upon her countenance. "These changes of life are so strange and rapid that it seems to me I can scarcely meet them. You are Lord Marney's brother. It was but yesterday, only but yesterday, I learnt it. I thought then I had lost your friendship, and now you speak of love. Love of me. Retain your hand and share your life and fortunes. You forget what I am. But though I learnt only yesterday what you are, I will not be so remiss. Once you wrote upon a page you were my faithful friend, and I have pondered over that line with kindness often. I will be your faithful friend. I will recall you to yourself. I will at least not bring you shame and degradation." "Oh Sybil, beloved, beautiful Sybil, not such bitter words. No, no." "No bitterness to you; that would indeed be harsh," and she covered with her hand her streaming eyes. "Why, what is this?" After a pause and with an effort she exclaimed. "A union between the child and brother of nobles and a daughter of the people; estrangement from your family, and with cause, their hopes destroyed, their pride outraged, alienation from your order, and justly, all their prejudices insulted. You will forfeit every source of worldly content, and cast off every spring of social success. Society for you will become a great confederation to deprive you of self-complacency. And rightly. Will you not be a traitor to the cause? No, no, kind friend, for such I'll call you. Your opinion of me, too good and great as I feel it, touches me deeply. I am not used to such passages in life. I have read of such. Pardon me, feel for me, if I receive them with some disorder. They sound to me for the first time, and for the last. Perhaps they ought never to have reached my ear. No matter now, I have a life of penitence before me, and I trust I shall be pardoned." And she wept. "You have indeed punished me for that fatal accident of birth, if it deprives me of you." "Not so," she added weeping. "I shall never be the bride of earth, and but for one whose claims though earthly are to me irresistible, I should have ere this forgotten my hereditary sorrows in the cloister." All this time Egremont had retained her hand, which she had not attempted to withdraw. He had bent his head over it as she spoke. It was touched with his tears. For some moments there was silence. Then looking up and in a smothered voice, Egremont made one more effort to induce Sybil to consider his suit. He combated her views as to the importance to him of the sympathies of his family and of society. He detailed to her his hopes and plans for their future welfare. He dwelt with passionate eloquence on his abounding love. But with a solemn sweetness, and as it were a tender inflexibility, the tears trickling down her beautiful cheek, and pressing his hand in both of hers, she subdued and put aside all his efforts. "Believe me," she said, "the gulf is impassable." End of Book 4, Chapter 15. End of the 4th book. Book 5, Chapter 1 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Terrible news from Birmingham," said Mr. Egerton at Brooks. "They have massacred the police, beat off the military, and sacked the town. News has just arrived." "I have known it these 2 hours," said a grey-headed gentleman, speaking without taking his eyes off the newspaper. "There is a cabinet sitting now." "Well, I always said so," said Mr. Egerton. "Our fellows ought to have put down that convention." "It is deuced lucky," said Mr. Berners, "that the bedchamber business is over, and we are all right. This affair in the midst of the Jamaica hitch would have been fatal to us." "These Chartists evidently act upon a system," said Mr. Egerton. "You see, they were perfectly quiet till the national petition was presented and debated, and now, almost simultaneously with our refusing to consider their petition, we have news of this outbreak." "I hope they will not spread," said the grey-headed gentleman. "There are not enough troops in the country if there be anything like a general movement. I hear they have sent the guards down by a special train, and 100 more of the police. London is not over garrisoned." "They are always ready for a riot at Birmingham," said a Warwickshire peer. "Trade is very bad there, and they suffer a good deal. But I should think it would not go farther." "I am told," said the grey-headed gentleman, "that business is getting slack in all the districts." "It might be better," said Mr. Egerton, "but they have got work." Here several gentlemen entered, inquiring whether the evening papers were in, and what was the news from Birmingham. "I am told," said one of them, "that the police were regularly smashed." "Is it true that the military were really beat off?" "Quite untrue. The fact is, there were no proper preparations. The town was taken by surprise, the magistrates lost their heads, the people were masters of the place, and when the police did act, they were met by a triumphant populace, who 2 hours before would have fled before them. They say they have burnt down above 40 houses." "It is a bad thing, this beating the police," said the grey-headed gentleman. "But what is the present state of affairs?" inquired Mr. Berners. "Are the rioters put down?" "Not in the least," said Mr. Egerton, "as I hear. They are encamped in the Bull Ring amid smoking ruins, and breathe nothing but havoc." "Well, I voted for taking the national petition into consideration," said Mr. Berners. "It could do us no harm, and it would have kept things quiet." "So did every fellow on our side," said Mr. Egerton, "who was not in office or about to be. Well, heaven knows what may come next. The Charter may some day be as popular in this club as the Reform Act." "The oddest thing in the debate," said Mr. Berners, "was Egremont's move." "I saw Marney last night at Lady St. Julian's," said Mr. Egerton, "and congratulated him on his brother's speech. He looked daggers and grinned like a ghoul." "It was a very remarkable speech, that of Egremont," said the grey-headed gentleman. "I wonder what he wants." "I think he must be going to turn radical," said the Warwickshire peer. "Why, the whole speech was against radicalism," said Mr. Egerton. "Ah, then he is going to turn Whig, I suppose." "He is ultra anti-Whig," said Egerton. "Then what the deuce is he?" said Mr. Berners. "Not a conservative certainly, for Lady St. Julian's does nothing but abuse him." "I suppose he is crotchety," suggested the Warwickshire noble. "That speech of Egremont was the most really democratic speech that I ever read," said the grey-headed gentleman. "How was it listened to?" "Oh, capitally," said Mr Egerton. "He has very seldom spoken before, and always slightly though well. He was listened to with mute attention. Never was a better house. I should say made a great impression, though no one knew exactly what he was after." "What does he mean by obtaining the results of the Charter without the intervention of its machinery?" inquired Lord Loraine, a mild, middle-aged, lounging, languid man, who passed his life in crossing from Brooks to Boodles, and from Boodles to Brooks, and testing the comparative intelligence of these two celebrated bodies. Himself gifted with no ordinary abilities, cultivated with no ordinary care, but the victim of sauntering, his sultana queen, as it were, according to Lord Halifax, of the second Charles Stuart. "He spoke throughout in an exoteric vein," said the grey-headed gentleman, "and I apprehend was not very sure of his audience; but I took him to mean, indeed it was the gist of the speech, that if you wished for a time to retain your political power, you could only effect your purpose by securing for the people greater social felicity." "Well, that is sheer radicalism," said the Warwickshire peer. "Pretending that the people can be better off than they are, is radicalism and nothing else." "I fear if that be radicalism," said Lord Loraine, "we must all take a leaf out of the same book. Sloane was saying at Boodles just now that he looked forward to the winter in his country with horror." "And they have no manufactures there," said Mr Egerton. "Sloane was always a croaker," said the Warwickshire peer. "He always said the new poor law would not act, and there is no part of the country where it works so well as his own." "They say at Boodles there is to be an increase to the army," said Lord Loraine. 10,000 men immediately. Decided on by the cabinet this afternoon." "It could hardly have leaked out by this time," said the grey-headed gentleman. "The cabinet were sitting less than an hour ago." "They have been up a good hour," said Lord Loraine, "quite long enough for their decisions to be known in St James's Street. In the good old times, George Farnley used always to walk from Downing Street to this place the moment the council was up, and tell us everything." "Ah! those were the good old gentlemanlike times," said Mr Berners, "when members of Parliament had nobody to please, and ministers of state had nothing to do." The riots of Birmingham occurred 2 months after the events that closed our last volume. That period, as far as the obvious movements of the Chartists were concerned, had been passed in preparations for the presentation and discussion of the national petition, which the parliamentary embroilments of the spring of that year had hitherto procrastinated and prevented. The petition was ultimately carried down to Westminster on a triumphal car, accompanied by all the delegates of the Convention in solemn procession. It was necessary to construct a machine in order to introduce the huge bulk of parchment signed by 1.5 million of persons into the House of Commons, and thus supported, its vast form remained on the floor of the House during the discussion. The House, after a debate which was not deemed by the people commensurate with the importance of the occasion, decided on rejecting the prayer of the petition, and from that moment the party in the Convention who advocated a recourse to physical force in order to obtain their purpose was in the ascendant. The national petition and the belief that although its objects would not at present be obtained, still that a solemn and prolonged debate on its prayer would at least hold out to the working classes the hope that their rights might from that date rank among the acknowledged subjects of parliamentary discussion, and ultimately by the force of discussion be recognised, as other rights of other portions of the people once equally disputed, had been the means by which the party in the Convention who upheld on all occasions the supremacy of moral power had been able to curb the energetic and reckless minority, who derided from the first all other methods but terror and violence as effective of their end. The hopes of all, the vanity of many were frustrated and shocked by finding that the exertions and expenditure of long months were not only fruitless, but had not even attracted as numerous an assembly or excited as much interest as an ordinary party struggle on some petty point of factitious interest, forgotten as soon as fought. The attention of the working classes was especially called by their leaders to the contrast between the interest occasioned by the endangered constitution of Jamaica, a petty and exhausted colony, and the claims for the same constitutional rights by the working millions of England. In the first instance, not a member was absent from his place. Men were brought indeed from distant capitals to participate in the struggle and to decide it. The debate lasted for days, almost for weeks. Not a public man of light and leading in the country withheld the expression of his opinion. The fate of governments was involved in it. Cabinets were overthrown and reconstructed in the throes and tumult of the strife. And for the first time for a long period the sovereign personally interposed in public transactions with a significance of character which made the working classes almost believe that the privileged had at last found a master, and the unfranchised regained their natural chief. The mean position which the Saxon multitude occupied, as distinguished from the Jamaica planters, sunk deep into their hearts. From that moment all hope of relief from the demonstration of a high moral conduct in the millions, and the exhibition of that well-regulated order of public life which would intimate their fitness for the position and fulfilment of public rights, vanished. The party of violence, a small minority as is usually the case, but consisting of men of determined character, triumphed. And the outbreak at Birmingham was the first consequence of those reckless counsels that were destined in the course of the ensuing years to inflict on the working classes of this country so much suffering and disaster. It was about this time, a balmy morning of July, that Sybil, tempted by the soft sunshine and a longing for the sight of flowers and turf and the spread of winding waters, went forth from her gloomy domicile to those beautiful gardens that bloom in that once melancholy region of marsh, celebrated in old days only for its Dutch canal and its Chinese bridge, and now not unworthy of the royal park that encloses them. Except here and there a pretty nursery maid with her interesting charge, some beautiful child with nodding plume, immense bow, and gorgeous sash, the gardens were vacant. Indeed it was only at this early hour that Sybil found from experience that it was agreeable in London for a woman unaccompanied to venture abroad. There is no European city where our fair sisters are so little independent as in our metropolis, to our shame. Something of the renovating influence of a beautiful nature was needed by the daughter of Gerard. She was at this moment anxious and dispirited. The outbreak at Birmingham, the conviction that such proceedings must ultimately prove fatal to the cause to which she was devoted, the dark apprehension that her father was in some manner implicated in this movement that had commenced with so much public disaster, and which menaced consequences still more awful, all these events and fears and sad forebodings acted with immense influence on a temperament which, though gifted with even a sublime courage, was singularly sensitive. The quick and teeming imagination of Sybil conjured up 1,000 fears which were in some degree unfounded, in a great degree exaggerated, but this is the inevitable lot of the creative mind practising on the inexperienced. The shock had been too sudden. The 2 months that had elapsed since she had parted, as she supposed for ever, from Egremont, while they had not less abounded than the preceding time in that pleasing public excitement which her father's career, in her estimation alike useful, honourable, and distinguished, occasioned her, had been fruitful in some sources of satisfaction of a softer and more domestic character. The acquaintance of Hatton, of whom they saw a great deal, had very much contributed to the increased amenity of her life. He was a most agreeable, instructive, and obliging companion, who seemed peculiarly to possess the art of making life pleasant by the adroit management of unobtrusive resources. He lent Sybil books, and all that he recommended to her notice were of a kind that harmonized with her sentiment and taste. He furnished her from his library with splendid works of art, illustrative of those periods of our history and those choice and costly edifices which were associated with her fondest thought and fancy. He placed in her room the best periodical literature of the day, which for her was a new world. He furnished her with newspapers whose columns of discussion taught her that the opinions she had embraced were not unquestioned, as she had never seen a journal in her life before, except a stray number of the Mowbray Phalanx, or the metropolitan publication which was devoted to the cause of the National Convention and reported her father's speeches, the effect of this reading on her intelligence was, to say the least, suggestive. Many a morning, too, when Gerard was disengaged, Hatton would propose that they should show Sybil something of the splendour or the rarities of the metropolis, its public buildings, museums, and galleries of art. Sybil, though uninstructed in painting, had that native taste which requires only observation to arrive at true results. She was much interested with all she saw and all that occurred, and her gratification was heightened by the society of an individual who not only sympathized with all she felt, but who, if she made an inquiry, was ever ready with an instructive reply. Hatton poured forth the taste and treasures of a well stored and refined intelligence. And then, too, always easy, bland, and considerate, and though with luxuries and conveniences at his command, to participate in which, under any other circumstances, might have been embarrassing to his companions, with so much tact, that either by an allusion to early days, happy days when he owed so much to Gerard's father, or some other mode equally felicitous, he contrived completely to maintain among them the spirit of social equality. In the evening, Hatton generally looked in when Gerard was at home, and on Sundays they were always together. Their common faith was a bond of union which led them to the same altar, and on that day Hatton had obtained their promise always to dine with him. He was careful to ascertain each holy day at what chapel the music was most exquisite, that the most passionate taste of Sybil might be gratified. Indeed, during this residence in London, the opportunity it afforded of making her acquainted with some of the great masters of the human voice, was perhaps to Sybil a source of pleasure not the least important. For though it was not deemed consistent with the future discipline which she contemplated, to enter a theatre, there were yet occasions which permitted her, under every advantage, to listen to the performance of the masterpieces of sacred melody. Alone with Hatton and her father, she often poured forth those tones of celestial sweetness and ethereal power that had melted the soul of Egremont amid the ruins of Marney Abbey. More intimately acquainted with Sybil Gerard, Hatton had shrunk from the project that he had at first so crudely formed. There was something about her that awed, while it fascinated him. He did not relinquish his purpose, for it was a rule of his life never to do that, but he postponed the plans of its fulfilment. Hatton was not, what is commonly understood by the phrase, in love with Sybil, certainly not passionately in love with her. With all his daring and talents and fine taste, there was in Hatton such a vein of thorough good sense that it was impossible for him to act or even to think anything that was ridiculous. He wished still to marry Sybil for the great object that we have stated. He had a mind quite equal to appreciate her admirable qualities, but sense enough to wish that she were a less dazzling creature, because then he would have a better chance of accomplishing his end. He perceived when he had had a due opportunity to study her character, that the cloister was the natural catastrophe impending over a woman who, with an exalted mind, great abilities, a fine and profound education, and almost supernatural charms, found herself born and rooted in the ranks of a degraded population. All this Hatton understood. It was a conclusion he had gradually arrived at by a gradual process of induction, and by a vigilant observation that in its study of character had rarely been deceived. And when one evening, with an art that could not be suspected, he sounded Gerard on the future of his daughter, he found that the clear intellect and straightforward sagacity of the father had arrived at the same result. "She wishes," said Gerard, "to take the veil, and I only oppose it for a time, that she may have some knowledge of life and a clear conception of what she is about to do. I wish not that she should hereafter reproach her father. But, to my mind, Sybil is right. She cannot look to marriage. No man that she could marry would be worthy of her." During these 2 months, and especially during the last, Morley was rarely in London, though ever much with Gerard, and often with his daughter during his visits. The necessary impulse had been given to the affairs of the Convention, the delegates had visited the members, the preparations for the presentation of the national petition had been completed, the overthrow of the Whig government, the abortive effort of Sir Robert Peel, the return of the Whig administration, and the consequent measures, had occasioned a delay of 2 months in the presentation of the great document. It was well for Gerard to remain, who was a leader in debate, and whose absence for a week would have endangered his position as the head of a party, but these considerations did not influence Morley, who had already found great inconvenience in managing his journal at a distance. So about the middle of May he had returned to Mowbray, coming up occasionally by the train if anything important was stirring, or his vote could be of service to his friend and colleague. The affair of Birmingham, however, had alarmed Morley, and he had written up to Gerard that he should instantly repair to town. Indeed, he was expected the very morning that Sybil, her father having gone to the Convention, where there were at this very moment very fiery debates, went forth to take the morning air of summer in the gardens of St. James's Park. It was a real summer day. Large, round, glossy, fleecy clouds, as white and shining as glaciers, studded with their immense and immovable forms the deep blue sky. There was not even a summer breeze, though the air was mellow, balmy, and exhilarating. There was a bloom upon the trees, the waters glittered, the prismatic wildfowl dived, breathed again, and again disappeared. Beautiful children, fresh and sweet as the new-born rose, glanced about with the gestures and sometimes the voices of paradise, and in the distance rose the sacred towers of the great Western Minster. How fair is a garden amid the toils and passions of existence! A curse upon those who vulgarize and desecrate these holy haunts, breaking the hearts of nursery maids and smoking tobacco in the palace of the rose. The mental clouds dispelled as Sybil felt the freshness and fragrance of nature. The colour came to her cheek, the deep brightness returned to her eye, her step that at first had been languid, and if not melancholy, at least contemplative, became active and animated. She forgot the cares of life, and was touched by all the sense of its enjoyment. To move, to breathe, to feel the sunbeam were sensible and surpassing pleasures. Cheerful by nature, notwithstanding her stately thoughts and solemn life, a brilliant smile played on her seraphic face as she marked the wild passage of the daring birds, or watched the thoughtless grace of infancy. She rested herself on a bench beneath a branching elm, and her eye, that for some time had followed the various objects that had attracted it, was now fixed in abstraction on the sunny waters. The visions of past life rose before her. It was one of those reveries when the incidents of our existence are mapped before us, when each is considered with relation to the rest, and assumes in our knowledge its distinct and absolute position; when, as it were, we take stock of our experience, and ascertain how rich sorrow and pleasure, feeling and thought, intercourse with our fellow creatures, and the fortuitous mysteries of life, have made us in wisdom. The quick intelligence and the ardent imagination of Sybil had made her comprehend with fervour the two ideas that had been impressed on her young mind: the oppression of her church and the degradation of her people. Educated in solitude, and exchanging thoughts only with individuals of the same sympathies, these impressions had resolved themselves into one profound and gloomy conviction, that the world was divided only between the oppressors and the oppressed. With her, to be one of the people was to be miserable and innocent; one of the privileged, a luxurious tyrant. In the cloister, in her garden, amid the scenes of suffering which she often visited and always solaced, she had raised up two phantoms which with her represented human nature. But the experience of the last few months had operated a great change in these impressions. She had seen enough to suspect that the world was a more complicated system than she had preconceived. There was not that strong and rude simplicity in its organization she had supposed. The characters were more various, the motives more mixed, the classes more blended, the elements of each more subtle and diversified, than she had imagined. The people, she found, was not that pure embodiment of unity of feeling, of interest, and of purpose, which she had pictured in her abstractions. The people had enemies among the people, their own passions, which made them often sympathize, often combine, with the privileged. Her father, with all his virtues, all his abilities, singleness of purpose, and simplicity of aim, encountered rivals in their own convention, and was beset by open, or, still worse, secret foes. Sybil, whose mind had been nurtured with great thoughts, and with whom success or failure alike partook of the heroic, who had hoped for triumph, but who was prepared for sacrifice, found to her surprise that great thoughts have very little to do with the business of the world; that human affairs, even in an age of revolution, are the subject of compromise, and that the essence of compromise is littleness. She thought that the people, calm and collected, conscious at last of their strength and confident in their holy cause, had but to express their pure and noble convictions by the delegates of their choice, and that an antique and decrepit authority must bow before the irresistible influence of their moral power. These delegates of their choice turned out to be a plebeian senate of wild ambitions and sinister and selfish ends, while the decrepit authority that she had been taught existed only by the sufferance of the millions, was compact and organized, with every element of physical power at its command, and supported by the interests, the sympathies, the honest convictions, and the strong prejudices of classes influential not merely from their wealth, but even by their numbers. Nor could she resist the belief that the feeling of the rich towards the poor was not that sentiment of unmingled hate and scorn which she associated with Norman conquerors and feudal laws. She would ascribe rather the want of sympathy that unquestionably exists between wealth and work in England, to mutual ignorance between the classes which possess these two great elements of national prosperity; and though the source of that ignorance was to be sought in antecedent circumstances of violence and oppression, the consequences perhaps had outlived the causes, as customs survive opinions. Sybil looked towards Westminster, to those proud and passionate halls where assembles the Parliament of England, that rapacious, violent, and haughty body that had brought kings and prelates to the block, spoiled churches, and then seized the sacred manors for their personal prey, invested their own possessions with infinite privileges, and then mortgaged for their state and empire the labour of countless generations. Could the voice of solace sound from such a quarter? Sybil unfolded a journal which she had brought, not now to be read for the first time, but now for the first time to be read alone, undisturbed, in a scene of softness and serenity. It contained a report of the debate in the House of Commons on the presentation of the national petition, that important document which had been the means of drawing forth Sybil from her solitude, and of teaching her something of that world of which she had so often pondered, and yet which she had so inaccurately preconceived. Yes, there was one voice that had sounded in that proud Parliament, that free from the slang of faction had dared to express immortal truths, the voice of a noble, who, without being a demagogue, had upheld the popular cause, had pronounced his conviction that the rights of labour were as sacred as those of property, that if a difference were to be established, the interests of the living wealth ought to be preferred, who had declared that the social happiness of the millions should be the first object of a statesman, and that if that were not achieved, thrones and dominions, the pomp and power of courts and empires, were alike worthless. With a heart not without emotion, with a kindling cheek, and eyes suffused with tears, Sybil read the speech of Egremont. She ceased; still holding the paper with one hand, she laid on it the other with tenderness, and looked up to breathe, as it were, for relief. Before her stood the orator himself. End of Book 5, Chapter 1. Book 5, Chapter 2 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Egremont had recognized Sybil as she entered the garden. He was himself crossing the park to attend a committee of the House of Commons, which had sat for the first time that morning. The meeting had been formal and brief, the committee soon adjourned, and Egremont repaired to the spot where he was in the hope of still finding Sybil. He approached her not without some restraint, with reserve and yet with tenderness. "This is a great and unexpected pleasure indeed," he said in a faltering tone. She had looked up. The expression of an agitation, not distressful, on her beautiful countenance could not be concealed. She smiled through a gushing vision, and with a flushed cheek, impelled perhaps by her native frankness, perhaps by some softer and irresistible feeling of gratitude, respect, and regard, she said in a low voice, "I was reading your beautiful speech." "Indeed," said Egremont, much moved, "that is an honour, a pleasure, a reward, I never could have even hoped to have attained." "By all," continued Sybil with more self-possession, "it must be read with pleasure, with advantage, but by me, oh, with what deep interest!" "If anything that I said finds an echo in your breast," and here he hesitated, "it will give me confidence for the future," he hurriedly added. "Ah! why do not others feel like you?" said Sybil. "All would not then be hopeless." "But you are not hopeless," said Egremont, and he seated himself on the bench, but at some distance from her. Sybil shook her head. "But when we spoke last," said Egremont, "you were full of confidence, in your cause and in your means." "It is not very long ago," said Sybil, "since we thus spoke, and yet time in the interval has taught me some bitter truths." "Truth is very precious," said Egremont, "to us all, and yet I fear I could not sufficiently appreciate the cause that deprived you of your sanguine faith." "Alas!" said Sybil mournfully, "I was but a dreamer of dreams. I wake from my hallucination, as others have done I suppose before me. Like them too, I feel the glory of life has gone, but my content at least," and she bent her head meekly, "has never rested, I hope, too much on this world." "You are depressed, dear Sybil?" "I am unhappy. I am anxious about my father. I fear that he is surrounded by men unworthy of his confidence. These scenes of violence alarm me. Under any circumstances I should shrink from them, but I am impressed with the conviction that they can bring us nothing but disaster and disgrace." "I honour your father," said Egremont. "I know no man whose character I esteem so truly noble. Such a just compound of intelligence and courage, and gentle and generous impulse. I should deeply grieve were he to compromise himself. But you have influence over him, the greatest as you have over all. Counsel him to return to Mowbray." "Can I give him counsel?" said Sybil. "I, who have been wrong in all my judgments? I came up to this city with him to be his guide, his guardian. What arrogance! What short–sighted pride! I thought the people all felt as I feel, that I had nothing to do but to sustain and animate him, to encourage him when he flagged, to uphold him when he wavered. I thought that moral power must govern the world, and that moral power was embodied in an assembly whose annals will be a series of petty intrigues, or, what is worse, of violent machinations." "Exert every energy," said Egremont, "that your father should leave London immediately. To–morrow, to–night if possible. After this business at Birmingham the government must act. I hear that they will immediately increase the army and the police, and that there is a circular from the Secretary of State to the Lords Lieutenant of Counties. But the government will strike at the Convention. The members who remain will be the victims. If your father return to Mowbray and be quiet, he has a chance of not being disturbed." "An ignoble end of many lofty hopes," said Sybil. "Let us retain our hopes," said Egremont, "and cherish them." "I have none," she replied. "And I am sanguine," said Egremont. "Ah! because you have made a beautiful speech. But they will listen to you, they will cheer you, but they will never follow you. The dove and the eagle will not mate, the lion and the lamb will not lie down together. and the conquerors will never rescue the conquered." Egremont shook his head. "You still will cherish these phantoms, dear Sybil, and why? They are not visions of delight. Believe me, they are as vain as they are distressing. The mind of England is the mind ever of the rising race. Trust me, it is with the people; and not the less so, because this feeling is one of which even in a great degree it is unconscious. Those opinions which you have been educated to dread and mistrust are opinions that are dying away. Predominant opinions are generally the opinions of the generation that is vanishing. Let an accident, which speculation could not foresee, the balanced state at this moment of parliamentary parties cease, and in a few years, more or less, cease it must, and you will witness a development of the new mind of England, which will make up by its rapid progress for its retarded action. I live among these men, I know their inmost souls, I watch their instincts and their impulses, I know the principles which they have imbibed, and I know, however hindered by circumstances for the moment, those principles must bear their fruit. It will be a produce hostile to the oligarchical system. The future principle of English politics will not be a levelling principle, not a principle adverse to privileges, but favourable to their extension. It will seek to ensure equality, not by levelling the few, but by elevating the many." Indulging for some little time in the mutual reflections which the tone of the conversation suggested, Sybil at length rose, and saying that she hoped by this time her father might have returned, bade farewell to Egremont; but he also rising would for a time accompany her. At the gate of the gardens however she paused, and said with a soft sad smile, "Here we must part," and extended to him her hand. "Heaven will guard over you," said Egremont, "for you are a celestial charge." End of Book 5, Chapter 2. Book 5, Chapter 3 of Sybil or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As Sybil approached her home, she recognized her father in the court before their house, accompanied by several men, with whom he seemed on the point of going forth. She was so anxious to speak to Gerard that she did not hesitate at once to advance. There was a stir as she entered the gate. The men ceased talking, some stood aloof, all welcomed her with silent respect. With one or two Sybil was not entirely unacquainted, at least by name or person. To them as she passed she bent her head, and then going up to her father, who was about to welcome her, she said in a tone of calmness and with a semblance of composure, "If you are going out, dear father, I should like to see you for one moment first." "A moment, friend," said Gerard, "with your leave," and he accompanied his daughter into the house. He would have stopped in the hall, but she walked on to their room, and Gerard, though pressed for time, was compelled to follow her. When they had entered their chamber, Sybil closed the door with care, and then, Gerard sitting, or rather leaning carelessly, on the edge of the table, she said, "We are once more together, dear father. We will never again be separated." Gerard sprang quickly on his legs, his eye kindled, his cheek flushed. "Something has happened to you, Sybil." "No," she said, shaking her head mournfully, "but something may happen to you." "How so, my child?" said her father, relapsing into his customary good-tempered placidity, and speaking in an easy, measured, almost drawling tone that was habitual to him. "You are in danger," said Sybil, "great and immediate. No matter at this moment how I am persuaded of this. I wish no mysteries, but there is no time for details. The government will strike at the Convention, they are resolved. The outbreak at Birmingham has brought affairs to a crisis. They have already arrested the leaders there, they will seize those who remain here in avowed correspondence with them." "If they arrest all who are in correspondence with the Convention," said Gerard, "they will have enough to do." "Yes, but you take a leading part," said Sybil. "You are the individual they would select." "Would you have me hide myself," said Gerard, "just because something is going on besides talk?" "Besides talk!" exclaimed Sybil. "Oh, my father, what thoughts are these! It may be that words are vain to save us. but feeble deeds are vainer far than words." "I do not see that the deeds, though I have nothing to do with them, are so feeble," said Gerard. "Their boasted police are beaten, and by the isolated movement of an unorganized mass. What if the outbreak had not been a solitary one? What if the people had been disciplined?" "What if everything were changed, if everything were contrary to what it is?" said Sybil. "The people are not disciplined; their action will not be, cannot be, coherent and uniform. These are riots in which you are involved, not revolutions, and you will be a victim and not a sacrifice." Gerard looked thoughtful, but not anxious. After a momentary pause he said, "We must not be scared at a few arrests, Sybil. These are haphazard pranks of a government that wants to terrify, but is itself frightened. I have not counselled, none of us have counselled, this stir at Birmingham. It is a casualty. We were none of us prepared for it. But great things spring from casualties. I say the police were beaten and the troops alarmed, and I say this was done without organisation and in a single spot. I am as much against feeble deeds as you can be, Sybil, and to prove this to you, our conversation at the moment you arrived was to take care for the future that there shall be none. Neither vain words nor feeble deeds for the future," added Gerard, and he moved to depart. Sybil approached him with gentleness. She took his hand as if to bid him farewell. She retained it for a moment, and looking at him steadfastly in the face, with a glance at the same time serious and soft. Then throwing her arms round his neck and leaning her cheek upon his breast, she murmured, "Oh, my father, your child is most unhappy." "Sybil," exclaimed Gerard in a tone of tender reproach, "this is womanish weakness. I love, but I must not share it." "It may be womanish," said Sybil, "but it is wise. For what should make us unhappy, if not the sense of impending yet unknown danger?" "And why danger?" said Gerard. "Why mystery?" said Sybil. "Why are you ever preoccupied and involved in dark thoughts, my father? It is not the pressure of business, as you will perhaps tell me, that occasions this change in a disposition so frank and even careless. The pressure of affairs is not nearly as great, cannot be nearly as great, as in the early period of your assembling, when the eyes of the whole country were on you, and you were in communication with all parts of it. How often have you told me that there was no degree of business which you found irksome? Now you are all dispersed and scattered, no discussions, no committees, little correspondence, and you yourself are ever brooding and ever in conclave, with persons too who I know, for Stephen has told me so, are the preachers of violence. Violence perhaps that some of them may preach, yet will not practise. Both bad, traitors it may be, or at the best hare-brained men." "Stephen is prejudiced," said Gerard. "He is a visionary, indulging in impossible dreams, and if possible, little desirable. He knows nothing of the feeling of the country, or the character of his countrymen. Englishmen want none of his joint stock felicity. They want their rights, rights consistent with the rights of other classes, but without which the rights of other classes cannot and ought not to be secure." "Stephen is at least your friend, my father, and once you honoured him." "And do so now, and love him very dearly. I honour him for his great abilities and knowledge. Stephen is a scholar. I have no pretensions that way, but I can feel the pulse of a people, and can comprehend the signs of the times, Sybil. Stephen was all very well talking in our cottage and garden at Mowbray, when we had nothing to do, but now we must act, or others will act for us. Stephen is not a practical man. He is crotchety, Sybil, and that's just it." "But violence and action," said Sybil, "are they identical, my father?" "I did not speak of violence." "No, but you looked it. I know the language of your countenance, even to the quiver of your lip. Action, as you and Stephen once taught me, and I think wisely, was to prove to our rulers by an agitation, orderly and intellectual, that we were sensible of our degradation, and that it was neither Christian-like nor prudent, neither good nor wise to let us remain so. That you did, and you did it well. The respect of the world, even of those who differed from you in interest or opinion, was not withheld from you, and can be withheld from none who exercise the moral power that springs from great talents and a good cause. You have let this great moral power, this pearl of price," said Sybil with emotion, "we cannot conceal it from ourselves, my father, you have let it escape from your hands." Gerard looked at her as she spoke with an earnestness unusual with him. As she ceased, he cast his eyes down, and seemed for a moment deep in thought. Then, looking up, he said, "The season for words is past. I must be gone, dear Sybil," and he moved towards the door. "You shall not leave me," said Sybil, springing forward and seizing his arm. "What would you, what would you?" said Gerard, distressed. "That we should quit this city to night." "What, quit my post?" "Why yours? Have not your colleagues dispersed? Is not your assembly formally adjourned to another town? Is it not known that the great majority of the delegates have returned to their homes? And why not you to yours?" "I have no home," said Gerard, almost in a voice of harshness. "I came here to do the business that was wanting, and by the blessing of God I will do it. I am no changeling, nor can I refine and split straws like your philosophers and Morleys. But if the people will struggle, I will struggle with them, and die, if need be, in the front. Nor will I be deterred from my purpose by the tears of a girl." And he released himself from the hand of his daughter with abruptness. Sybil looked up to heaven with streaming eyes, and clasped her hands in unutterable woe. Gerard moved again towards the door, but before he reached it, his step faltered, and he turned again and looked at his daughter with tenderness and anxiety. She remained in the same position, save that her arms that had fallen were crossed before her, and her downward glance seemed fixed in deep abstraction. Her father approached her unnoticed. He took her hand. She started, and looking round with a cold and distressed expression, said in a smothered tone, "I thought you had gone." "Not in anger, my sweet child," and Gerard pressed her to his heart. "But you go," murmured Sybil. "These men await me," said Gerard. "Our counsel is of importance. We must take some immediate steps for the aid of our brethren in distress at Birmingham, and to discountenance similar scenes of outbreak as this affair. But the moment this is over I will come back to you, and for the rest it shall be as you desire. To-morrow we will return to Mowbray." Sybil returned her father's embrace with a warmth which expressed her sense of his kindness and her own soothed feelings, but she said nothing; and bidding her now to be of good cheer, Gerard quitted the apartment. End of Book 5, Chapter 3. Book 5, Chapter 4 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The clock of St. John's Church struck 3, and the clock of St. John's Church struck 4, and the 5th hour sounded from St. John's Church, and the clock of St. John's was sounding 6, and Gerard had not yet returned. The time for a while after his departure had been comparatively light-hearted and agreeable. Easier in her mind, and for a time busied with the preparations for their journey, Sybil sat by the open window, more serene and cheerful than for a long period had been her wont. Sometimes she ceased for a moment from her volume, and fell into a reverie of the morrow and of Mowbray. Viewed through the magic haze of time and distance, the scene of her youth assumed a character of tenderness and even of peaceful bliss. She sighed for the days of their cottage and their garden, when the discontent of her father was only theoretical, and their political conclaves were limited to a discussion between him and Morley on the rights of the people, or the principles of society. The bright waters of the Mow and its wooded hills, her matin walks to the convent to visit Ursula Trafford, a pilgrimage of piety and charity and love, the faithful Harold, so devoted and so intelligent, even the crowded haunts of labour and suffering among which she glided like an angel, blessing and blessed. They rose before her, those touching images of the past, and her eyes were suffused with tears, of tenderness, not of gloom. and blended with them the thought of one who had been for a season the kind and gentle companion of her girlhood. That Mr. Franklin, whom she had never quite forgotten, and who, alas, was not Mr. Franklin after all. Ah, that was a wonderful history, a somewhat thrilling chapter in the memory of one so innocent and so young. His voice even now lingered in her ear. She recalled without an effort those tones of the morning, tones of tenderness and yet of wisdom and considerate thought, that had sounded only for her welfare. Never had Egremont appeared to her in a light so subduing. He was what a man should be to a woman, ever gentle and yet a guide. 1,000 images, dazzling and wild, rose in her mind. 1,000 thoughts, beautiful and quivering as the twilight, clustered round her heart. For a moment she indulged in impossible dreams, and seemed to have entered a newly discovered world. The horizon of her experience expanded like the glittering heaven of a fairy tale. Her eye was fixed in lustrous contemplation. The flush on her cheek was a messenger from her heart. The movement of her mouth would have in an instant become a smile, when the clock of St. John's struck 4, and Sybil started from her reverie. The clock of St. John's struck 4, and Sybil became anxious. The clock of St. John's struck 5, and Sybil became disquieted. Restless and perturbed, she was walking up and down the chamber, her books long since thrown aside, when the clock of St. John's struck 6. She clasped her hands and looked up to heaven. There was a knock at the street door. She herself sprang out to open it. It was not Gerard, it was Morley. "Ah, Stephen," said Sybil with a countenance of undisguised disappointment, "I thought it was my father." "I should have been glad to have found him here," said Morley. "However, with your permission, I will enter." "And he will soon arrive," said Sybil. "I am sure he will soon arrive. I have been expecting him every minute." "For hours," added Morley, finishing her sentence, as they entered the room. "The business that he is on," he continued, throwing himself into a chair with a recklessness very unlike his usual composure and even precision, "the business that he is on is engrossing." "Thank heaven," said Sybil, "we leave this place to morrow." "Ha!" said Morley, starting. "Who told you so?" "My father has so settled it; has indeed promised me that we shall depart." "And you were anxious to do so." "Most anxious. My mind is prophetic only of mischief to him if we remain." "Mine too. Otherwise I should not have come up to day." "You have seen him, I hope," said Sybil. "I have. I have been hours with him." "At this conference he talked of?" "Yes, at this headstrong council, and I have seen him since alone. Whatever hap to him, my conscience is assoiled." "You terrify me, Stephen," said Sybil, rising from her seat. "What can happen to him? What would he do? What would you resist? Tell me, dear friend." "Oh yes," said Morley, pale and with a slight yet bitter smile. "Oh yes, dear friend." "I said dear friend, for so I deemed you," said Sybil, "and so we have ever found you. Why do you stare at me so strangely, Stephen?" "So you deem me, and so you have ever found me," said Morley, in a slow and measured tone, repeating her words. "Well, what more would you have? What more should any of us want?" he asked abruptly. "I want no more," said Sybil innocently. "I warrant me you do not. Well, well, nothing matters. And so," he added in his ordinary tone, "you are waiting for your father?" "Whom you have not long since seen," said Sybil, "and whom you expected to find here?" "No," said Morley, shaking his head with the same bitter smile. "No, no, I didn't. I came to find you." "You have something to tell me," said Sybil earnestly. "Something has happened to my father. Do not break it to me. Tell me at once." And she advanced and laid her hand upon his arm. Morley trembled, and then in a hurried and agitated voice said, "No, no, no, nothing has happened. Much may happen, but nothing has happened. And we may prevent it." "We? Tell me what may happen. Tell me what to do." "Your father," said Morley slowly, rising from his seat and pacing the room, and speaking in a low calm voice. "Your father, and my friend, is in this position, Sybil. He is conspiring against the state." "Yes, yes," said Sybil, very pale, speaking almost in a whisper, and with her gaze fixed intently on her companion. "Tell me all." "I will. He is conspiring, I say, against the state. To night they meet in secret to give the last finish to their plans, and to night they will be arrested." "Oh God!" said Sybil, clasping her hands. "He told me truth." "Who told you truth?" said Morley, springing to her side in a hoarse voice and with an eye of fire. "A friend," said Sybil, dropping her arms and bending her head in woe. "A kind, good friend. I met him but this morn, and he warned me of all this." "Ha, ha!" said Morley, with a sort of stifled laugh. "Ha, ha! He told you, did he? The kind, good friend whom you met this morning? Did I not warn you, Sybil, of the traitor? Did I not tell you to beware of taking this false aristocrat to your hearth, to worm out all the secrets of that home that he once polluted by his espionage, and now would desolate by his treason?" "Of whom and what do you speak?" said Sybil, throwing herself into a chair. "I speak of that base spy Egremont." "You slander an honourable man," said Sybil with dignity. "Mr Egremont has never entered this house since you met him here for the first time, save once." "He needed no entrance to this house to worm out its secrets," said Morley maliciously. "That could be more adroitly done by one who had assignations at command with the most charming of its inmates." "Unmannerly churl!" exclaimed Sybil, starting in her chair, her eye flashing lightning, her distended nostril quivering with scorn. "Oh yes, I am a churl," said Morley. "I know I am a churl. Were I a noble, the daughter of the people would perhaps condescend to treat me with less contempt." "The daughter of the people loves truth and manly bearing, Stephen Morley, and will treat with contempt all those who slander women, whether they be nobles or serfs." "And where is the slanderer?" "Ask him who told you I held assignations with Mr Egremont, or with any one." "Mine eyes, mine own eyes, were my informant," said Morley. "This morn, the very morn I arrived in London, I learnt how your matins were now spent. Yes," he added in a tone of mournful anguish, "I passed the gate of the gardens. I witnessed your adieus." "We met by hazard," said Sybil, in a calm tone and with an expression that denoted she was thinking of other things, "and in all probability we shall never meet again. Talk not of these trifles, Stephen. My father, how can we save him?" "Are they trifles?" said Morley slowly and earnestly, walking to her side and looking her intently in the face. "Are they indeed trifles, Sybil? Oh, make me credit that, and then—" he paused. Sybil returned his gaze. The deep lustre of her dark orb rested on his peering vision. His eye fled from the unequal contest. His heart throbbed, his limbs trembled, he fell upon his knee. Pardon me, he said, and he took her hand. "Pardon the most miserable and the most devoted of men." "What need of pardon, dear Stephen?" said Sybil in a soothing tone. "In the agitated hour wild words escape. If I have used them, I regret. If you, I have forgotten." The clock of St. John's told that the 6th hour was more than half past. "Ah!" said Sybil, withdrawing her hand, "you told me how precious was time. What can we do?" Morley rose from his kneeling position, and again paced the chamber, lost for some moments in deep meditation. Suddenly he seized her arm and said, "I can endure no longer the anguish of my life. I love you, and if you will not be mine, I care for no one's fate." "I am not born for love," said Sybil, frightened, yet endeavouring to conceal her alarm. "We are all born for love," said Morley. "It is the principle of existence and its only end. And the love of you, Sybil," he continued in a tone of impassioned pathos, "has been to me for years the hoarded treasure of my life. For this I have haunted your hearth and hovered round your home. For this I have served your father like a slave, and embarked on a cause with which I have little sympathy, and which can meet with no success. It is your image that has stimulated my ambition, developed my powers, sustained me in the hour of humiliation, and secured me that material prosperity which I can now command. Oh, deign to share it! Share it with the impassioned heart and the devoted life that now bow before you, and do not shrink from them, because they are the feelings and the fortunes of the people." "You astound me, you overwhelm me," said Sybil, agitated. "You came for another purpose. We were speaking of other feelings. It is the hour of exigency you choose for these strange, these startling words." "I also have my hour of exigency," said Morley, "and its minutes are now numbering. Upon it all depends." "Another time," said Sybil in a low and deprecatory voice. "Speak of these things another time." "The caverns of my mind are open," said Morley, "and they will not close." "Stephen," said Sybil, "dear Stephen, I am grateful for your kind feelings, but indeed this is not the time for such passages. Cease, my friend." "I came to know my fate," said Morley doggedly. "It is a sacrilege of sentiment," said Sybil, unable any longer to restrain her emotion, "to obtrude its expression on a daughter at such a moment." "You would not deem it so if you loved, or if you could love me, Sybil," said Morley mournfully. "Why, it's a moment of deep feeling, and suited for the expression of deep feeling. You would not have answered thus, if he who had been kneeling here had been named Egremont." "He would not have adopted a course," said Sybil, unable any longer to restrain her displeasure. "So selfish, so indecent." "Ah! she loves him," exclaimed Morley, springing on his legs, and with a demoniac laugh. There was a pause. Under ordinary circumstances Sybil would have left the room and terminated a distressing interview, but in the present instance that was impossible, for on the continuance of that interview any hope of assisting her father depended. Morley had thrown himself into a chair opposite her, leaning back in silence with his face covered. Sybil was disinclined to revive the conversation about her father, because she had already perceived that Morley was only too much aware of the command which the subject gave him over her feelings and even conduct. Yet time now full of terror, time was stealing on. It was evident that Morley would not break the silence. At length, unable any longer to repress her tortured heart, Sybil said, "Stephen, be generous. Speak to me of your friend." "I have no friend," said Morley, without taking his hands from his face. "The saints in heaven have mercy on me," said Sybil, "for I am very wretched." "No, no, no," said Morley, rising rapidly from his seat and again kneeling at her side. "Not wretched, not that tone of anguish. What can I do? What say? Sybil, dearest Sybil, I love you so much, so fervently, so devotedly, none can love you as I do. Say not you are wretched." "Alas! alas!" said Sybil. "What shall I do? What say?" said Morley. "You know what I would have you say," said Sybil. "Speak of one who is my father, if no longer your friend. You know what I would have you do. Save him. Save him from death, and me from despair." "I am ready," said Morley. "I came for that. Listen. There is a meeting to night at 8:30. They meet to arrange a general rising in the country. Their intention is known to the government. They will be arrested. Now it is in my power, which it was not when I saw your father this morning, to convince him of the truth of this, and were I to see him before 8:00, which I could easily do, I could prevent his attendance, certainly prevent his attendance, and he would be saved; for the government depend much upon the papers, some proclamations and things of that kind, which will be signed this evening, for their proofs. Well, I am ready to save Gerard, my friend, for so I'll call him as you wish it, one I have served before and long, one whom I came up from Mowbray this day to serve and save. I am ready to do that which you require. You yourself admit it is no light deed, and coming from one you have known so long, and, as you confess, so much regarded, should be doubly cherished. I am ready to do this great service, to save the father from death and the daughter from despair, if she would but only say to me, I have but one reward, and it is yours." "I have read of something of this sort," said Sybil, speaking in a murmuring tone, and looking round her with a wild expression. "This bargaining of blood, and shall I call it love? But that was ever between oppressors and the oppressed. This is the first time that a child of the people has been so assailed by one of her own class, and who exercises his power from the confidence which the sympathy of their sorrows alone caused. It is bitter, bitter for me and mine, but for you pollution." "Am I answered?" said Morley. "Yes," said Sybil, "in the name of the Holy Virgin." "Good night then," said Morley, and he approached the door. His hand was on it. The voice of Sybil made him turn his head. "Where do they meet to night?" she inquired in a smothered tone. "I am bound to secrecy," said Morley. "There is no softness in your spirit," said Sybil. "I am met with none." "We have ever been your friends." "A blossom that has brought no fruit." "This hour will be remembered at the judgment seat," said Sybil. "The Holy Virgin will perhaps interpose for me," said Morley with a sneer. "We have merited this," said Sybil, "who have taken an infidel to our hearts." "If he had only been a heretic like Egremont," said Morley. Sybil burst into tears. Morley sprang to her. "Swear by the Holy Virgin, swear by all the saints, swear by your hope of heaven and by your own sweet name, without equivocation, without reserve, with fullness and with truth, that you will never give your heart or hand to Egremont, and I will save your father." As in a low voice, but with a terrible earnestness, Morley dictated this oath. Sybil, already pale, became white as the marble saint of some sacred niche. Her large dark eyes seemed fixed; a fleet expression of agony flitted over her beautiful brow like a cloud, and she said, "I swear that I will never give my hand to—" "And your heart, your heart," said Morley eagerly. "Omit not that. Swear by the holy oaths again you do not love him. She falters. Ah! she blushes." For a burning brightness now suffused the cheek of Sybil. "She loves him!" exclaimed Morley wildly, and he rushed frantically from the room. End of Book 5, Chapter 4. Book 5, Chapter 5 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Agitated and overcome by these unexpected and passionate appeals, and these outrageous ebullitions acting on her at a time when she herself was labouring under no ordinary excitement, and was distracted with disturbing thoughts, the mind of Sybil seemed for a moment to desert her. Neither by sound nor gesture did she signify her sense of Morley's last words and departure. And it was not until the loud closing of the street door echoing through the long passage recalled her to herself, that she was aware how much was at stake in that incident. She darted out of the room to recall him, to make one more effort for her father, but in vain. By the side of their house was an intricate passage leading into a labyrinth of small streets. Through this Morley had disappeared, and his name more than once sounded in a voice of anguish in that silent and most obsolete Smith Square, received no echo. Darkness and terror came over the spirit of Sybil, a sense of confounding and confusing woe, with which it was in vain to cope. The conviction of her helplessness prostrated her. She sat her down upon the steps before the door of that dreary house, within the railings of that gloomy court, and buried her face in her hands. A wild vision of the past and the future, without thought or feeling, coherence or consequence, sunset gleams of vanished bliss, and stormy gusts of impending doom. The clock of St. John struck 7. It was the only thing that spoke in that still and dreary square. It was the only voice that there seemed ever to sound, but it was a voice from heaven. It was the voice of St. John. Sybil looked up. She looked up at the holy building. Sybil listened. She listened to the holy sounds. St. John told her that the danger of her father was yet so much advanced. Oh, why are there saints in heaven if they cannot aid the saintly? The oath that Morley would have enforced came whispering in the ear of Sybil. Swear by the Holy Virgin and by all the saints. And shall she not pray to the Holy Virgin and all the saints? Sybil prayed. She prayed to the Holy Virgin and all the saints, and especially to the beloved St. John, most favoured among Hebrew men, on whose breast reposed the divine friend. Brightness and courage returned to the spirit of Sybil. A sense of animating and exalting faith that could move mountains, and combat without fear 1,000 perils. The conviction of celestial aid inspired her. She rose from her sad resting place and re-entered the house, only however to provide herself with her walking attire, and then, alone and without a guide, the shades of evening already descending, this child of innocence and divine thoughts, born in a cottage and bred in a cloister, she went forth on a great enterprise of duty and devotion into the busiest and the wildest haunts of the greatest of modern cities. Sybil knew well her way to Palace Yard. This point was soon reached. She desired the cabman to drive her to a street in the Strand in which there was a coffee house, where during the last weeks of their stay in London the scanty remnants of the National Convention had held their sittings. It was by a mere accident that Sybil had learnt this circumstance, for when she had attended the meetings of the Convention in order to hear her father's speeches, it was in the prime of their gathering, and when their numbers were great, and when they met in audacious rivalry opposite that St. Stephen's which they wished to supersede. This accidental recollection, however, was her only clue in the urgent adventure on which she had embarked. She cast an anxious glance at the clock of St. Martin's as she passed that church. The hand was approaching the half hour of 7. She urged on the driver. They were in the Strand. There was an agitating stoppage. She was about to descend when the obstacle was removed, and in a few minutes they turned down the street which she sought. "What number, ma'am?" asked the cabman. "'Tis a coffee house. I know not the number nor the name of him who keeps it. 'Tis a coffee house. Can you see one? Look, look, I pray you. I am much pressed." "Here's a coffee house, ma'am," said the man in the hoarse voice. 372. "How good you are! Yes, I will get out. You will wait for me, I am sure." "All right," said the cabman as Sybil entered the illumined door. "Poor young thing, she's wery anxious about summat." Sybil at once stepped into a rather capacious room, fitted up in the old-fashioned style of coffee rooms, with mahogany boxes, in several of which were men drinking coffee and reading newspapers by a painful glare of gas. There was a waiter in the middle of the room who was throwing some fresh sand on the floor, but who stared immensely when looking up he beheld Sybil. "Now, ma'am, if you please," said the waiter inquiringly. "Is Mr. Gerard here?" said Sybil. "No, ma'am. Mr. Gerard has not been here to day, nor yesterday neither," and he went on throwing the sand. "I should like to see the master of the house," said Sybil very humbly. "Should you, ma'am?" said the waiter, but he gave no indication of assisting her in the fulfilment of her wish. Sybil repeated that wish, and this time the waiter said nothing. This vulgar and insolent neglect, to which she was so little accustomed, depressed her spirit. She could have encountered tyranny and oppression, and she would have tried to struggle with them, but this insolence of the insignificant made her feel her insignificance, and the absorption all this time of the guests in their newspapers aggravated her nervous sense of her utter helplessness. All her feminine reserve and modesty came over her. Alone in this room among men, she felt overpowered, and she was about to make a precipitate retreat when the clock of the coffee room sounded the half hour. In a paroxysm of nervous excitement she exclaimed, "Is there not one among you who will assist me?" All the newspaper readers put down their journals and stared. "Hoity toity," said the waiter, and he left off throwing the sand. "Well, what's the matter now?" said one of the guests. "I wish to see the master of the house on business of urgency," said Sybil, "to himself and to one of his friends, and his servant here will not even reply to my inquiries." "I say, Saul, why don't you answer the young lady?" said another guest. "So I did," said Saul. "Did you call for coffee, ma'am?" "Here's Mr. Tanner, if you want him, my dear," said the first guest, as a lean, black-looking individual, with grizzled hair and a red nose, entered the coffee room from the interior. "Tanner, here's a lady wants you." "And a very pretty girl, too," whispered one to another. "What's your pleasure?" said Mr. Tanner abruptly. "I wish to speak to you alone," said Sybil, and advancing towards him, she said in a low voice, "'Tis about Walter Gerard I would speak to you." "Well, you can step in here if you like," said Tanner very discourteously. "There's only my wife." And he led the way to the inner room, a small close parlour, adorned with portraits of Tom Paine, Cobbett, Thistlewood, and General Jackson, with a fire, though it was a hot July, and a very fat woman affording still more heat, and who was drinking shrub and water and reading the police reports. She stared rudely at Sybil as she entered following Tanner, who himself, when the door was closed, said, "Well now, what have you got to say?" "I wish to see Walter Gerard." "Do you indeed?" "And," continued Sybil, notwithstanding his sneering remark, "I come here that you may tell me where I may find him." "I believe he lives somewhere in Westminster," said Tanner. "That's all I know about him, and if this be all you had to say, it might have been said in the coffee room." "It is not all that I have to say," said Sybil, "and I beseech you, sir, listen to me. I know where Gerard lives. I am his daughter, and the same roof covers our heads. But I wish to know where they meet to night. You understand me?" And she looked at his wife, who had resumed her police reports. "'Tis urgent." "I don't know nothing about Gerard," said Tanner, "except that he comes here and goes away again." "The matter on which I would see him," said Sybil, "is as urgent as the imagination can conceive, and it concerns you as well as himself. But if you know not where I can find him," and she moved as if about to retire, "'tis of no use." "Stop," said Tanner, "you can tell it to me." "Why so? You know not where he is, you cannot tell it to him." "I don't know that," said Tanner. "Come, let's have it out, and if it will do him any good, I'll see if we can't manage to find him." "I can impart my views to him and no one else," said Sybil. "I am solemnly bound." "You can't have a better counsellor than Tanner," urged his wife, getting curious. "You had better tell us." "I want no counsel. I want that which you can give me if you choose, information. My father instructed me that if certain circumstances occurred, it was a matter of the last urgency that I should see him this evening and before 9 o'clock. I was to call here and obtain from you the direction where to find him. The direction," she added in a lowered tone, and looking Tanner full in the face, "where they hold their secret council to-night." Said Tanner, "I see you're on the free list. And pray how am I to know you are Gerard's daughter?" "You do not doubt I am his daughter," said Sybil proudly. Said Tanner, "I do not know that I do very much." And he whispered to his wife. Sybil removed from them as far as she was able. "And this news is very urgent," resumed Tanner, "and concerns me, you say?" "Concerns you all," said Sybil, "and every minute is of the last importance." "I should like to have gone with you myself, and then there could have been no mistake," said Tanner. "But that can't be. We have a meeting here at 8:30 in our great room. I don't much like breaking rules, especially in such a business. And yet, concerning all of us, as you say, and so very urgent, I don't see how it could do harm, and I wish I was quite sure you were the party." "How can I satisfy you?" said Sybil, distressed. "Perhaps the young person have got her mark on her linen," suggested the wife. "Have you got a handkerchief, ma'am?" And she took Sybil's handkerchief and looked at it, and examined it at every corner. It had no mark. And this unforeseen circumstance of great suspicion might have destroyed everything, had not the production of the handkerchief by Sybil also brought forth a letter addressed to her from Hatton. "It seems to be the party," said the wife. "Well," said Tanner, "you know St. Martin's Lane, I suppose. Well, you go up St. Martin's Lane to a certain point, and then you will get into 7 Dials, and then you'll go on. However, it is impossible to direct you. You must find your way. Hunt Street, going out of Silver Street, number 22. 'Tis what you call a blind street with no thoroughfare, and then you go down an alley. Can you recollect that?" "Fear not." Number 22 Hunt Street, going out of Silver Street. Remember the alley. It's an ugly neighbourhood, but you go of your own accord." "Yes, yes. Good night." End of Book 5, Chapter 5. Book 5, Chapter 6 of Sybil or the Two Nations. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Urged by Sybil's entreaties, the cab driver hurried on. With all the skilled experience of a thorough Cockney charioteer, he tried to conquer time and space by his rare knowledge of short cuts and fine acquaintance with unknown thoroughfares. He seemed to avoid every street which was the customary passage of mankind. The houses, the population, the costume, the manners, the language through which they whirled their way, were of a different state and nation to those with which the dwellers in the dainty quarters of this city are acquainted. Now dark streets of frippery and old stores, new market-places of entrails and carrion with gutters running gore, sometimes the way was enveloped in the yeasty fumes of a colossal brewery, and sometimes they plunged into a labyrinth of lanes teeming with life, and where the dog-stealer and the pickpocket, the burglar and the assassin, found a sympathetic multitude of all ages, comrades for every enterprise, and a market for every booty. The long summer twilight was just expiring, the pale shadows of the moon were just stealing on, the gas was beginning to glare in the shops of tripe and bacon, and the paper lanterns to adorn the stall and the stand. They crossed a broad street which seemed the metropolis of the district. It flamed with gin palaces. A multitude were sauntering in the mild though tainted air, bargaining, blaspheming, drinking, wrangling, and varying their business and their potations, their fierce strife and their impious irreverence, with flashes of rich humour, gleams of native wit, and racy phrases of idiomatic slang. Absorbed in her great mission, Sybil was almost insensible to the scenes through which she passed, and her innocence was thus spared many a sight and sound that might have startled her vision or alarmed her ear. They could not now be very distant from the spot. They were crossing this broad way, and then were about to enter another series of small obscure dingy streets, when the cab driver, giving a flank to his steed to stimulate it to a last effort, the horse sprang forward, and the wheel of the cab came off. Sybil extricated herself from the vehicle unhurt. A group immediately formed round the cab, a knot of young thieves, almost young enough for infant schools, a dustman, a woman nearly naked and very drunk, and two unshorn ruffians with brutality stamped on every feature, with pipes in their mouths and their hands in their pockets. "I can take you no further," said the cabman. "My fare is 3 shillings." "What am I to do?" said Sybil, taking out her purse. "The best thing the young lady can do," said the dustman in a hoarse voice, "is to stand something to us all." "That's your time o' day," squeaked a young thief. "I'll drink your health with very great pleasure, my dear," hiccuped the woman. "How much have you got there?" said the young thief, making a dash at the purse, but he was not quite tall enough and failed. "No wiolence," said one of the ruffians, taking his pipe out of his mouth, and sending a volume of smoke into Sybil's face. "We'll take this young lady to Mother Poppy's, and then we'll make a night of it." But at this moment appeared a policeman, one of the permanent garrison of the quarter, who seeing one of Her Majesty's carriages in trouble, thought he must interfere. "Holloa," he said, "what's all this?" And the cabman, who was a good fellow though in too much trouble to aid Sybil, explained in the terse and picturesque language of Cockaigne, doing full justice to his late fare, the whole circumstances. "Oh, that's it," said the policeman. "The lady's respectable, is she? Then I'd advise you and Hellfire Dick to stir your chalk, Splinterlegs. Keep moving's the time of day, madam. You get on. Come." And taking the woman by her shoulder, he gave her a spin that sent her many a good yard. "And what do you want?" he asked gruffly of the lads. "We wants a ticket for the Mendicity Society," said the captain of the infant hand, putting his thumb to his nose and running away, followed by his troop. "And so you want to get to Silver Street?" said her official preserver to Sybil, for she had not thought it wise to confess her ultimate purpose, and indicate under the apprehended circumstances the place of rendezvous to a member of the police. "Well, that's not very difficult now. Go ahead, take the second turning to your right and the third to your left, and you're landed." Aided by these instructions, Sybil hastened on, avoiding notice as much as was in her power, and assisted in some degree by the advancing gloom of night. She had reached Silver Street, a long, narrow, hilly street, and now she was at fault. There were not many persons about, and there were very few shops here, yet one was at last at hand, and she entered to inquire her way. The person at the counter was engaged, and many customers awaited him. Time was very precious. Sybil had made the inquiry and received only a supercilious stare from the shopman, who was weighing with precision some article that he was serving. A young man, shabby, but of a very superior appearance to the people of this quarter, good looking, though with a dissolute air, and who seemed waiting for a customer in attendance, addressed Sybil. "I am going to Hunt Street," he said. "Shall I show you the way?" She accepted this offer most thankfully. "It is close at hand, I believe." "Here it is," he said, and he turned down a street. "What is your house?" "Number 22, a printing office," said Sybil, for the street she had entered was so dark she despaired of finding her way, and ventured to trust so far a guide who was not a policeman. "The very house I am going to," said the stranger. "I am a printer." And they walked on some way until they at length stopped before a glass and illumined door, covered with a red curtain. Before it was a group of several men and women brawling, but who did not notice Sybil and her companion. "Here we are," said the man, and he pushed the door open, inviting Sybil to enter. She hesitated. It did not agree with the description that had been given her by the coffee house keeper, but she had seen so much since, and felt so much, and gone through so much, that she had not at the moment that clear command of her memory for which she was otherwise remarkable. But while she faltered, an inner door was violently thrown open, and Sybil moving aside, two girls, still beautiful in spite of gin and paint, stepped into the street. "This cannot be the house," exclaimed Sybil, starting back, overwhelmed with shame and terror. "Oh, Holy Virgin, aid me!" "And that's a blessed word to hear in this heathen land," exclaimed an Irishman, who was one of the group on the outside. "If you be of our holy church," said Sybil, appealing to the man who had thus spoken and whom she gently drew aside, "I beseech you by everything we hold sacred to aid me." "And will I not?" said the man, "and I should like to see the arm that would hurt you," and he looked round, but the young man had disappeared. "You are not a countrywoman, I am thinking," he added. "No, but a sister in Christ," said Sybil. "Listen to me, good friend. I hasten to my father. He is in great danger, in Hunt Street. I know not my way. Every moment is precious. Guide me, I beseech you. Honestly and truly guide me." "Will I not? Don't you be afraid, my dear. And her poor father is ill. I wish I had such a daughter. We have not far to go. You should have taken the next turning. We must walk up this again, for 'tis a small street with no thoroughfare. Come on without fear." Nor did Sybil fear, for the description of the street which the honest man had incidentally given tallied with her instructions. Encouraging her with many kind words, and full of rough courtesies, the good Irishman led her to the spot she had so long sought. There was the court she was told to enter. It was well lit, and descending the steps she stopped at the first door on her left and knocked. End of Book 5, Chapter 6. Book 5, Chapter 7 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the same night that Sybil was encountering so many dangers, the saloons of Deloraine House blazed with 1,000 lights to welcome the world of power and fashion to a festival of almost unprecedented magnificence. Fronting a royal park, its long lines of illumined windows, and the bursts of gay and fantastic music that floated from its walls, attracted the admiration and curiosity of another party that was assembled in the same fashionable quarter, beneath a canopy not less bright, and reclining on a couch scarcely less luxurious, for they were lit by the stars and reposed upon the grass. "I say, Jim," said a young genius of 14, stretching himself upon the turf, "I pity them 'ere jarvies a sitting on their boxes all the night and waiting for the nobs what is dancing. They 'as no repose." "But they 'as porter," replied his friend, a sedater spirit with the advantage of an additional year or two of experience. "They takes their pot of half and half by turns, and if their name is called, the link what they subscribe for to pay sings out 'ere, and that's the way their governors is done." "I think I should like to be a link, Jim," said the young one. "I wish you may get it," was the response. "It's the next best thing to a crossing. It's what every one looks to when he enters public life, but he soon finds 'tain't to be done without a deal of interest. They keeps it to themselves and never lets any one in unless he makes himself very troublesome and gets up a party agin 'em." "I wonder what the nobs has for supper," said the young one pensively. "Lots of kidneys, I dare say." "Oh no. Sweets is the time of day in these here blowouts. Syllabubs like blazes, and snapdragon as makes the flunkies quite pale." "I would thank you, sir, not to tread upon this child," said a widow. She had 3 others with her slumbering around, and this was the youngest wrapped in her only shawl. "Madam," replied the person whom she addressed, in tolerable English, but with a marked accent, "I have bivouacked in many lands, but never with so young a comrade. I beg you 1,000 pardons." "Sir, you are very polite. These warm nights are a great blessing, but I am sure I know not what we shall do in the fall of the leaf." "Take no thought of the morrow," said the foreigner, who was a Pole, had served as a boy beneath the suns of the peninsula under Soult, and fought against Diebitsch on the banks of the icy Vistula. "It brings many changes." And arranging the cloak which he had taken that day out of pawn around him, he delivered himself up to sleep with that facility which is not uncommon among soldiers. Here broke out a brawl. 2 girls began fighting and blaspheming. A man immediately came up, chastised and separated them. "I am the Lord Mayor of the night," he said, "and I will have no row here. 'Tis the like of you that makes the beaks threaten to expel us from our lodgings." His authority seemed generally recognized. The girls were quiet, but they had disturbed a sleeping man, who roused himself, looked round him and said with a scared look, "Where am I? What's all this?" "Oh, it's nothing," said the elder of the 2 lads we first noticed. "Only a couple of unfortunate gals who prigged a watch from a cove what was lushy, and fell asleep under the trees between this and Kensington." "I wish they had not waked me," said the man. "I walked as far as from Stokenchurch, and that's a matter of 40 miles this morning, to see if I could get some work, and went to bed here without any supper. I'm blessed if I warn't dreaming of a roast leg of pork." "It has not been a lucky day for me," rejoined the lad. "I could not find a single gentleman's horse to hold, so help me, except one what was at the House of Commons, and he kept me there 2 mortal hours, and said when he came out that he would remember me next time. I ain't tasted no wittles to day except some cat's meat and a cold potato what was given me by a cabman, but I have got a quid here, and if you are very low I'll give you half." In the meantime Lord Valentine and the Princess Stephanie of Eurasberg, with some companions worthy of such a pair, were dancing a new mazurka before the admiring assembly at Deloraine House. The ball was in the statue gallery, illumined on this night in the Russian fashion, which, while it diffused a brilliant light throughout the beautiful chamber, was peculiarly adapted to develop the contour of the marble forms of grace and loveliness that were ranged round. "Where is Arabella?" inquired Lord Marney of his mother. "I want to present young Huntingford to her. He can be of great use to me, but he bores me so, I cannot talk to him. I want to present him to Arabella." "Arabella is in the blue drawing room. I saw her just now with Mr. German and Charles. Count Sudriavsky is teaching them some Russian tricks." "What are Russian tricks to me? She must talk to young Huntingford. Everything depends on his working with me against the cut and come again branch line. They have refused me my compensation, and I am not going to have my estate cut up into ribbons without compensation." "My dear Lady Deloraine," said Lady de Mowbray, "how beautiful your gallery looks to night! Clearly there is nothing in London that lights up so well." "Its greatest ornaments are its guests. I am charmed to see Lady Joan looking so well." "You think so?" "Indeed." "I wish," and here Lady de Mowbray gave a smiling sigh. "What do you think of Mr Mountchesney?" "He is universally admired." "So every one says, and yet—" "Well, what do you think of the Dashville, Fitz?" said Mr Berners to Lord Fitzheron. "I saw you dancing with her." "I can't bear her. She sets up to be natural and is only rude; mistakes insolence for innocence; says everything which comes first to her lips, and thinks she is gay when she is only giddy." "'Tis brilliant," said Lady Joan to Mr Mountchesney. "When you are here," he murmured. "And yet a ball in a gallery of art is not in my opinion in good taste. The associations which are suggested by sculpture are not festive. Repose is the characteristic of sculpture. Do not you think so?" "Decidedly," said Mr Mountchesney. "We danced in the gallery at Matfield this Christmas, and I thought all the time that a gallery is not the place for a ball. It is too long and too narrow." Lady Joan looked at him, and her lip rather curled. "I wonder if Valentine has sold that bay cob of his," said Lord Milford to Lord Eugene de Vere. "I wonder," said Lord Eugene. "I wish you would ask him, Eugene," said Lord Milford. "You understand, I don't want him to know I want it." "'Tis such a bore to ask questions," said Lord Eugene. "Shall we carry Chichester?" asked Lady Firebrace of Lady St Julians. "Oh! do not speak to me ever again of the House of Commons," she replied in a tone of affected despair. "What use is winning our way by units? It may take years. Lord Protocol says that one is enough. That Jamaica affair has really ended by greatly strengthening them." "I do not despair," said Lady Firebrace. "The unequivocal adhesion of the Duke of Fitz Aquitaine is a great thing. It gives us the northern division at a dissolution." "That is to say in 5 years, my dear Lady Firebrace. The country will be ruined before that." "We shall see. Is it a settled thing between Lady Joan and Mr Mountchesney?" "Not the slightest foundation. Lady Joan is a most sensible girl, as well as a most charming person, and my dear friend. She is not in a hurry to marry, and quite right. If indeed Frederick were a little more steady. But nothing shall ever induce me to consent to his marrying her, unless I thought he was worthy of her." "You are such a good mother," exclaimed Lady Firebrace, "and such a good friend. I am glad to hear it is not true about Mr Mountchesney." "If you could only help me, my dear Lady Firebrace, to put an end to that affair between Frederick and Lady Wallington. It is so silly, and getting talked about. And in his heart too he really loves Lady Joan, only he is scarcely aware of it himself." "We must manage it," said Lady Firebrace with a look of encouraging mystery. "Do, my dear creature, speak to him. He is very much guided by your opinion. Tell him everybody is laughing at him, and any other little thing that occurs to you." "I will come directly," said Lady Marney to her husband, "only let me see this." "Well, I will bring Huntingford here. Mind you speak to him a great deal. Take his arm and go down to supper with him if you can. He is a very nice sensible young fellow, and you will like him very much I am sure. A little shy at first, but he only wants bringing out." A dexterous description of one of the most unlicked and unlickable cubs that ever entered society with 40,000 a year, courted by all and with just that degree of cunning that made him suspicious of every attention. "This dreadful Lord Huntingford," said Lady Marney. "Jermyn and I will interfere," said Egremont, "and help you." "No, no," said Lady Marney, shaking her head. "I must do it." At this moment a groom of the chambers advanced and drew Egremont aside, saying in a low tone, "Your servant, Mr Egremont, is here and wishes to see you instantly." "My servant! Instantly! What the deuce can be the matter? I hope the Albany is not on fire," and he quitted the room. In the outer hall, amid a crowd of footmen, Egremont recognised his valet, who immediately came forward. "A porter has brought this letter, sir, and I thought it best to come on with it at once." The letter directed to Egremont bore also on its superscription these words: "This letter must be instantly carried by the bearer to Mr Egremont, wherever he may be." Egremont with some change of countenance drew aside, and opening the letter read it by a lamp at hand. It must have been very brief, but the face of him to whom it was addressed became, as he perused its lines, greatly agitated. When he had finished reading it, he seemed for a moment lost in profound thought. Then looking up, he dismissed his servant without instructions, and hastening back to the assembly, he inquired of the groom of the chambers whether Lord John Russell, whom he had observed in the course of the evening, was still present, and he was answered in the affirmative. About a quarter of an hour after this incident, Lady Firebrace said to Lady St Julians in a tone of mysterious alarm, "Did you see that?" "No, what?" "Do not look as if you observed them. Lord John and Mr Egremont in the furthest window. They have been there these 10 minutes in the most earnest conversation. I am afraid we have lost him." "I have always been expecting it," said Lady St Julians. "He breakfasts with that Mr Trenchard, and does all those sorts of things. Men who breakfast out are generally liberals. Have you not observed that? I wonder why." "It shows a restless revolutionary mind," said Lady Firebrace, "that can settle to nothing, but must be running after gossip the moment they are awake." "Yes," said Lady St Julians, "I think those men who breakfast out, or who give breakfasts, are generally dangerous characters. At least I would not trust them. The Whigs are very fond of that sort of thing. If Mr Egremont joins them, I really do not see what shadow of a claim Lady Deloraine can urge to have anything." "She only wants one thing," said Lady Firebrace, "and we know she cannot have that." "Why?" "Because Lady St Julians will have it." "You are too kind," with many smiles. "No, I assure you, Lord Mask told me that her Majesty—" and here Lady Firebrace whispered. "Well," said Lady St Julians, evidently much gratified, "I do not think I am one who am likely to forget my friends." "That I am sure you are not," said Lady Firebrace. End of Book 5, Chapter 7. Book 5, Chapter 8 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Behind the printing office, in the alley at the door of which we left Sybil, was a yard which led to some premises that had once been used as a workshop, but were now generally unoccupied. In a rather spacious chamber, over which there was a loft, 5 men, one of whom was Gerard, were busily engaged. There was no furniture in the room except a few chairs and a deal table, on which was a solitary light and a variety of papers. "Depend upon it," said Gerard, "we must stick to the national holiday. We can do nothing effectively unless the movement is simultaneous. They have not troops to cope with the simultaneous movement, and the holiday is the only machinery to secure unity of action. No work for 6 weeks, and the rights of labour will be acknowledged." "We shall never be able to make the people unanimous in a cessation of labour," said a pale young man, very thin, but with a countenance of remarkable energy. "The selfish instincts will come into play and will balk our political object, while a great increase of physical suffering must be inevitable." "It must be done," said a middle-aged thick-set man in a thoughtful tone. "If the Unions were really to put their shoulder to the wheel, it might be done." "And if it is not done," said Gerard, "what do you propose? The people ask you to guide them. Shrink at such a conjuncture, and our influence over them is forfeited, and justly forfeited." "I am for partial but extensive insurrection," said the young man, "sufficient in extent and number to demand all the troops, and yet to distract the military movements. We can count on Birmingham again, if we act at once before their new police act is in force. Manchester is ripe, and several of the cotton towns, but above all I have letters that assure me that at this moment we can do anything in Wales." "Glamorganshire is right to a man," said Wilkins, a Baptist teacher, "and trade is so bad that the holiday at all events must take place there, for the masters themselves are extinguishing their furnaces." "All the north is seething," said Gerard. "We must contrive to agitate the metropolis," said Maclast, a shrewd carroty–haired paper stainer. "We must have weekly meetings at Kennington, and demonstrations at White Conduit House. We cannot do more here, I fear, than talk, but a few thousand men on Kennington Common every Saturday, and some spicy resolutions will keep the Guards in London." "Ay, ay," said Gerard. "I wish the woollen and cotton trades were as bad to do as the iron, and we should need no holiday as you say, Wilkins. However, it will come. In the meantime the poor law pinches and terrifies, and will make even the most spiritless turn." "The accounts to day from the north are very encouraging though," said the young man. "Stevens is producing a great effect, and this plan of our people going in procession and taking possession of the churches very much affects the imagination of the multitude." "Ah," said Gerard, "if we could only have the church on our side as in the good old days, we would soon put an end to the demon tyranny of capital." "And now," said the pale young man, taking up a manuscript paper, "to our immediate business. Here is the draft of the projected proclamation of the Convention on the Birmingham outbreak. It enjoins peace and order, and counsels the people to arm themselves in order to secure both. You understand, that they may resist if the troops and the police endeavour to produce disturbance." "Ay, ay," said Gerard, "let it be stout. We will settle this at once, and so get it out to–morrow. Then for action." "But we must circulate this pamphlet of the Polish count on the manner of encountering cavalry with pikes," said Maclast. "'Tis printed," said the stout thick–set man. "We have set it up on a broadside. We have sent 10,000 to the north and 5,000 to John Frost. We shall have another delivery to–morrow. It takes very generally." The pale young man read the draft of the proclamation. It was canvassed and criticised sentence by sentence, altered, approved, finally put to the vote, and unanimously carried. On the morrow it was to be posted in every thoroughfare of the metropolis, and circulated in every great city of the provinces and populous district of labour. "And now," said Gerard, "I shall to–morrow to the north where I am wanted. But before I go I propose, as suggested yesterday, that we five together with Langley, whom I counted on seeing here to–night, now form ourselves into a committee for arming the people. 3 of us are permanent in London. Wilkins and myself will aid you in the provinces. Nothing can be decided on this head till we see Langley, who will make a communication from Birmingham that cannot be trusted to writing. The 7 o'clock train must have long since arrived. He is now a good hour behind his time." "I hear footsteps," said Maclast. "He comes," said Gerard. The door of the chamber opened and a woman entered. Pale, agitated, exhausted, she advanced to them in the glimmering light. "What is this?" said several of the council. "Sybil!" exclaimed the astonished Gerard, and he rose from his seat. She caught the arm of her father and leant on him for a moment in silence. Then looking up with an expression that seemed to indicate she was rallying her last energies, she said, in a voice low yet so distinct that it reached the ear of all present, "There is not an instant to lose. Fly." The men rose hastily from their seats. They approached the messenger of danger. Gerard waved them off, for he perceived his daughter was sinking. Gently he placed her in his chair. She was sensible, for she grasped his arm, and she murmured, still she murmured, "Fly." "'Tis very strange," said Maclast. "I feel queer," said the thick–set man. "Methinks she looks like a heavenly messenger," said Wilkins. "I had no idea that earth had anything so fair," said the youthful scribe of proclamations. "Hush, friends," said Gerard, and then he bent over Sybil and said in a low soothing voice, "Tell me, my child, what is it?" She looked up to her father, a glance as it were of devotion and despair. Her lips moved, but they refused their office, and expressed no words. There was a deep silence in the room. "She is gone," said her father. "Water," said the young man, and he hurried away to obtain some. "I feel queer," said his thick–set colleague to Maclast. "I will answer for Langley as for myself," said Maclast, "and there is not another human being aware of our purpose." "Except Morley." "Yes, except Morley. but I should as soon doubt Gerard as Stephen Morley." "Certainly." "I cannot conceive how she traced me," said Gerard. "I have never even breathed to her of our meeting. Would we had some water! Ah, here it comes." "I arrest you in the Queen's name," said a serjeant of police. "Resistance is vain." Maclast blew out the light and then ran up into the loft, followed by the thick-set man who fell down the stairs. Wilkins got up the chimney. The serjeant took a lantern from his pocket and threw a powerful light on the chamber, while his followers entered, seized and secured all the papers, and commenced their search. The light fell upon a group that did not move, the father holding the hand of his insensible child, while he extended his other arm as if to preserve her from the profanation of the touch of the invaders. "You are Walter Gerard, I presume," said the serjeant, 6'2" without shoes?" "Whoever I may be," he replied, "I presume you will produce your warrant, friend, before you touch me." "'Tis here. We want 5 of you, named herein, and all others that may happen to be found in your company." "I shall obey the warrant," said Gerard after he had examined it. "But this maiden, my daughter, knows nothing of this meeting or its purpose. She has but just arrived, and how she traced me I know not. You will let me recover her, and then permit her to depart." "Can't let no one out of my sight found in this room." "But she is innocent, even if we were guilty. She could be nothing else but innocent, for she knows nothing of this meeting and its business, both of which I am prepared at the right time and place to vindicate. She entered this room a moment only before yourself, entered and swooned." "Can't help that. Must take her. She can tell the magistrate anything she likes, and he must decide." "Why are you not afraid of a young girl?" "I am afraid of nothing, but I must do my duty. Come, we have no time for talk. I must take you both." "By God, you shall not take her," and letting go her hand, Gerard advanced before her and assumed a position of defence. "You know, I find, my height. My strength does not shame any stature. Look to yourself. Advance and touch this maiden, and I will fell you and your minions like oxen at their pasture." The inspector took a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Gerard. "You see," he said, "resistance is quite vain." "For slaves and cravens, but not for us. I say you shall not touch her till I am dead at her feet. Now do your worst." At this moment 2 policemen who had been searching the loft descended with Maclast, who had vainly attempted to effect his escape over a neighbouring roof. The thickset man was already secured, and Wilkins had been pulled down the chimney and made his appearance in as grimy a state as such shelter would naturally have occasioned. The young man too, their first prisoner, who had been captured before they entered the room, was also brought in. There was now abundance of light. The 4 prisoners were ranged and well guarded at the end of the apartment. Gerard, standing before Sybil, still maintained his position of defence, and the serjeant was, a few yards away, in his front with his pistol in his hand. "Well, you are a queer chap," said the serjeant, "but I must do my duty. I shall give orders to my men to seize you, and if you resist them, I shall shoot you through the head." "Stop," called out one of the prisoners, the young man who drew proclamations. "She moves. Do with us as you think fit, but you cannot be so harsh as to seize one that is senseless, and a woman." "I must do my duty," said the serjeant, rather perplexed at the situation. "Well, if you like, take steps to restore her, and when she has come to herself, she shall be moved in a hackney coach alone with her father." The means at hand to recover Sybil were rude, but they assisted a reviving nature. She breathed, she sighed, slowly opened her beautiful dark eyes, and looked around. Her father held her death cold hand. She returned his pressure. Her lips moved, and still she murmured, "Fly." Gerard looked at the serjeant. "I am ready," he said, "and I will carry her." The officer nodded assent. Guarded by 2 policemen, the tall delegate of Mowbray bore his precious burden out of the chamber through the yard, the printing offices, up the alley, till a hackney coach received them in Hunt Street, round which a mob had already collected, though kept at a discreet distance by the police. One officer entered the coach with them, another mounted the box. Two other coaches carried the rest of the prisoners and their guards, and within half an hour from the arrival of Sybil at the scene of the secret meeting, she was on her way to Bow Street to be examined as a prisoner of state. Sybil rallied quickly during their progress to the police office. Satisfied to find herself with her father, she would have inquired as to all that had happened, but Gerard at first discouraged her. At length he thought it wisest gradually to convey to her that they were prisoners, but he treated the matter lightly, did not doubt that she would immediately be discharged, and added that though he might be detained for a day or so, his offence was at all events bailable, and he had friends on whom he could rely. When Sybil clearly comprehended that she was a prisoner, and that her public examination was impending, she became silent, and leaning back in the coach, covered her face with her hands. The prisoners arrived at Bow Street. They were hurried into a back office, where they remained some time unnoticed, several policemen remaining in the room. At length, about 20 minutes having elapsed, a man dressed in black and of a severe aspect entered the room accompanied by an inspector of police. He first inquired whether these were the prisoners, what were their names and descriptions, which each had to give and which were written down, where they were arrested, why they were arrested. Then, scrutinizing them sharply, he said the magistrate was at the Home Office, and he doubted whether they could be examined until to-morrow. Upon this Gerard commenced stating the circumstances under which Sybil had unfortunately been arrested, but the gentleman in black, with a severe aspect, immediately told him to hold his tongue, and when Gerard persisted, declared that if Gerard did not immediately cease, he should be separated from the other prisoners and ordered into solitary confinement. Another half hour of painful suspense. The prisoners were not permitted to hold any conversation. Sybil sat half reclining on a form with her back against the wall, and her face covered, silent and motionless. At the end of half an hour the inspector of police who had visited them with the gentleman in black entered and announced that the prisoners could not be brought up for examination that evening, and they must make themselves as comfortable as they could for the night. Gerard made a last appeal to the inspector that Sybil might be allowed a separate chamber, and in this he was unexpectedly successful. The inspector was a kind-hearted man. He lived at the office, and his wife was the housekeeper. He had already given her an account, an interesting account, of his female prisoner. The good woman's imagination was touched as well as her heart. She had herself suggested that they ought to soften the rigour of the fair prisoner's lot, and the inspector therefore almost anticipated the request of Gerard. He begged Sybil to accompany him to his better half, and at once promised all the comforts and convenience which they could command. As, attended by the inspector, she took her way to the apartments of his family, they passed through a room in which there were writing materials, and Sybil, speaking for the first time and in a faint voice, inquired of the inspector whether it were permitted to apprise a friend of her situation. She was answered in the affirmative, on condition that the note was previously perused by him. "I will write it at once," she said, and taking up a pen she inscribed these words: "I followed your counsel. I entreated him to quit London this night. He pledged himself to do so on the morrow. I learned he was attending a secret meeting, that there was urgent peril. I tracked him through scenes of terror. Alas! I arrived only in time to be myself seized as a conspirator, and I have been arrested and carried a prisoner to Bow Street, where I write this. I ask you not to interfere for him, that would be vain, but if I were free, I might at least secure him justice. But I am not free. I am to be brought up for public examination to-morrow, if I survive this night. You are powerful, you know all, you know what I say is truth. No one else will credit it. Save me." "And now," said Sybil to the inspector in a tone of mournful desolation and of mild sweetness, "it all depends on your faith to me," and she extended him the letter, which he read. "Whoever he may be and wherever he may be," said the inspector with emotion, for the spirit of Sybil had already controlled his nature, "provided the person to whom this letter is addressed is within possible distance, fear not, it shall reach him. "I will seal and address it then," said Sybil, and she addressed the letter to "The Honourable Charles Egremont, M.P." adding that superscription, the sight of which had so agitated Egremont at Deloraine House. End of Book 5, Chapter 8. Book 5, Chapter 9 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Night waned, and Sybil was at length slumbering. The cold that precedes the dawn had stolen over her senses and calmed the excitement of her nerves. She was lying on the ground, covered with a cloak of which her kind hostess had prevailed on her to avail herself, and was partly resting on a chair, at which she had been praying when exhausted nature gave way, and she slept. Her bonnet had fallen off, and her rich hair, which had broken loose, covered her shoulder like a mantle. Her slumber was brief and disturbed, but it had in a great degree soothed the irritated brain. She woke, however, in terror from a dream in which she had been dragged through a mob and carried before a tribunal. The coarse jeers, the brutal threats, still echoed in her ear, and when she looked around she could not for some moments recall or recognize the scene. In one corner of the room, which was sufficiently spacious, was a bed occupied by the still sleeping wife of the inspector. There was a great deal of heavy furniture of dark mahogany, a bureau, several chests of drawers. Over the mantel was a piece of faded embroidery, framed, that had been executed by the wife of the inspector when she was at school, and opposite to it, on the other side, were portraits of Dick Curtis and Dutch Sam, who had been the tutors of her husband, and now lived as heroes in his memory. Slowly came over Sybil the consciousness of the dreadful eve that was past. She remained for some time on her knees in silent prayer. Then stepping lightly, she approached the window. It was barred. The room which she inhabited was a high story of the house. It looked down upon one of those half tawdry, half squalid streets that one finds in the vicinities of our theatres. Some wretched courts, haunts of misery and crime, blended with gin palaces and slang taverns, burnished and brazen. Not a being was stirring. It was just that single hour of the 24 when crime ceases, debauchery is exhausted, and even desolation finds a shelter. It was dawn, but still grey. For the first time since she had been a prisoner, Sybil was alone. A prisoner, and in a few hours to be examined before a public tribunal. Her heart sank. How far her father had committed himself was entirely a mystery to her, but the language of Morley, and all that she had witnessed, impressed her with the conviction that he was deeply implicated. He had indeed spoken in their progress to the police office with confidence as to the future, but then he had every motive to encourage her in her despair, and to support her under the overwhelming circumstances in which she was so suddenly involved. What a catastrophe to all his high aspirations! It tore her heart to think of him. As for herself, she would still hope that ultimately she might obtain justice, but she could scarcely flatter herself that at the first any distinction would be made between her case and that of the other prisoners. She would probably be committed for trial, and though her innocence on that occasion might be proved, she would have been a prisoner in the interval, instead of devoting all her energies in freedom to the support and assistance of her father. She shrank too, with all the delicacy of a woman, from the impending examination in open court before the magistrate. Supported by her convictions, vindicating a sacred principle, there was no trial perhaps to which Sybil would not have been superior, and no test of her energy and faith which she would not have triumphantly encountered. But to be hurried like a criminal to the bar of a police office, suspected of the lowest arts of sedition, ignorant even of what she was accused, without a conviction to support her, or the ennobling consciousness of having failed at least in a great cause, all these were circumstances which infinitely disheartened and depressed her. She felt sometimes that she should be unable to meet the occasion. Had it not been for Gerard, she could almost have wished that death might release her from its base perplexities. Was there any hope? In the agony of her soul she had confided last night in one, with scarcely a bewildering hope that he could save her. He might not have the power, the opportunity, the wish. He might shrink from mixing himself up with such characters and such transactions. He might not have received her hurried appeal in time to act upon it, even if the desire of her soul were practicable. A thousand difficulties, a thousand obstacles now occurred to her, and she felt her hopelessness. Yet notwithstanding her extreme sorrow and the absence of all surrounding objects to soothe and to console her, the expanding dawn revived and even encouraged Sybil. In spite of the confined situation, she could still partially behold a sky dappled with rosy hues. A sense of freshness touched her. She could not resist endeavouring to open the window and feel the air, notwithstanding all her bars. The wife of the inspector stirred, and half slumbering murmured, "Are you up? It cannot be more than 5 o'clock. If you open the window we shall catch cold. But I will rise and help you to dress." This woman, like her husband, was naturally kind, and at once influenced by Sybil. They both treated her as a superior being, and if, instead of the daughter of a lowly prisoner and herself a prisoner, she had been the noble child of a captive minister of state, they could not have extended to her a more humble and even delicate solicitude. It had not yet struck 7, and the wife of the inspector, suddenly stopping and listening, said, "They are stirring early." And then after a moment's pause she opened the door, at which she stood for some time endeavouring to catch the meaning of the mysterious sounds. She looked back at Sybil, and saying, "Hush, I shall be back directly," she withdrew, shutting the door. In little more than 2 hours, as Sybil had been informed, she would be summoned to her examination. It was a sickening thought. Hope vanished as the catastrophe advanced. She almost accused herself for having without authority sought out her father. It had been as regarded him a fruitless mission, and by its results on her had aggravated his present sorrows and perplexities. Her mind again recurred to him whose counsel had indirectly prompted her rash step, and to whose aid in her infinite hopelessness she had appealed. The woman who had all this time been only standing on the landing place without the door, now re-entered with a puzzled and curious air, saying, "I cannot make it out. Some one has arrived." Some one has arrived. Simple yet agitating words. "Is it unusual," inquired Sybil in a trembling tone, "for persons to arrive at this hour?" "Yes," said the wife of the inspector. "They never bring them from the stations until the office opens. I cannot make it out. Hush!" And at this moment some one tapped at the door. The woman returned to the door and reopened it, and some words were spoken which did not reach Sybil, whose heart beat violently as a wild thought rushed over her mind. The suspense was so intolerable, her agitation so great, that she was on the point of advancing and asking if, when the door was shut and she was again left alone. She threw herself on the bed. It seemed to her that she had lost all control over her intelligence. All thought and feeling merged in that deep suspense when the order of our being seems to stop and quiver as it were upon its axis. The woman returned. Her countenance was glad. Perceiving the agitation of Sybil, she said, "You may dry your eyes, my dear. There is nothing like a friend at court. There's a warrant from the Secretary of State for your release." "No, no," said Sybil, springing from her chair. "Is he here?" "What, the Secretary of State?" said the woman. "No, no, I mean is any one here?" "There is a coach waiting for you at the door with the messenger from the office, and you are to depart forthwith. My husband is here. It was he who knocked at the door. The warrant came before the office was opened." "My father! I must see him." The inspector at this moment tapped again at the door, and then entered. He caught the last request of Sybil, and replied to it in the negative. "You must not stay," he said. "You must be off immediately. I will tell all to your father. And take a hint. This affair may be bailable, or it may not be. I can't give an opinion, but it depends on the evidence. If you have any good man you know, I mean a householder long established and well to do in the world, I advise you to lose no time in looking him up. That will do your father much more good than saying good-bye and all that sort of thing." Bidding farewell to his kind wife, and leaving many weeping messages for her father, Sybil descended the stairs with the inspector. The office was not open. A couple of policemen only were in the passage, and as she appeared, one of them went forth to clear the way for Sybil to the coach that was waiting for her. A milkwoman or two, a stray chimney sweep, a pieman with his smoking apparatus, and several of those nameless nothings that always congregate and make the nucleus of a mob, probably our young friends who had been passing the night in Hyde Park, had already gathered round the office door. They were dispersed, and returned again and took up their position at a more respectful distance, abusing, with many racy execrations, that ancient body that from a traditionary habit they still called the New Police. A man in a loose white great-coat, his countenance concealed by a shawl which was wound round his neck, and by his slouched hat, assisted Sybil into the coach, and pressed her hand at the same time with great tenderness. Then he mounted the box by the driver, and ordered him to make the best of his way to Smith's Square. With a beating heart, Sybil leaned back in the coach and clasped her hands. Her brain was too wild to think. The incidents of her life during the last 24 hours had been so strange and rapid that she seemed almost to resign any quality of intelligent control over her fortunes, and to deliver herself up to the shifting visions of the startling dream. His voice had sounded in her ear as his hand had touched hers, and on those tones her memory lingered, and that pressure had reached her heart. What tender devotion! What earnest fidelity! What brave and romantic faith! Had she breathed on some talisman and called up some obedient genie to her aid, the spirit could not have been more loyal, nor the completion of her behest more ample and precise. She passed the towers of the Church of St. John, of the saint who had seemed to guard over her in the exigency of her existence. She was approaching her threshold. The blood left her cheek, her heart palpitated. The coach stopped. Trembling and timid, she leant upon his arm, and yet dared not look upon his face. They entered the house. They were in the room where 2 months before he had knelt to her in vain, which yesterday had been the scene of so many heart-rending passions. As in some delicious dream, when the enchanted fancy has traced for a time with coherent bliss the stream of bright adventures and sweet and touching phrase, there comes at last some wild gap in the flow of fascination, and by means which we cannot trace, and by an agency which we cannot pursue, we find ourselves in some enrapturing situation that is, as it were, the ecstasy of our life. So it happened now, that while in clear and precise order there seemed to flit over the soul of Sybil all that had passed, all that he had done, all that she felt, by some mystical process which memory could not recall, Sybil found herself pressed to the throbbing heart of Egremont, nor shrinking from the embrace which expressed the tenderness of his devoted love. End of Book 5, Chapter 9. Book 5, Chapter 10 of Sybil, or the Two Nations, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mowbray was in a state of great excitement. It was Saturday evening, the mills were closed, the news had arrived of the arrest of the delegate. "Here's a go," said Dandy Mick the Devilsdust. "What do you think of this?" "It's the beginning of the end," said Devilsdust. "The deuce," said the Dandy, who did not clearly comprehend the bent of the observation of his much pondering and philosophical friend, but was touched by its oracular terseness. "We must see Warner," said Devilsdust, "and call a meeting of the people on the moor for to-morrow evening. I will draw up some resolutions. We must speak out. We must terrify the capitalists." "I am all for a strike," said Mick. "'Tisn't ripe," said Devilsdust. "But that's what you always say, Dusty," said Mick. "I watch events," said Devilsdust. "If you want to be a leader of the people, you must learn to watch events." "But what do you mean by watching events?" "Do you see Mother Carey's stall?" said Dusty, pointing in the direction of the counter of the good-natured widow. "I should think I did, and what's more, Julia owes her a tick for herrings." "Right," said Devilsdust, "and nothing but herrings are to be seen on her board. 2 years ago it was meat." "I twig," said Mick. Wait till it's vegetables, when the people can't buy even fish. Then we will talk about strikes. That's what I call watching events." Julia, Caroline, and Harriet came up to them. "Mick," said Julia, "we want to go to the Temple." "I wish you may get it," said Mick, shaking his head. "When you have learned to watch events, Julia, you will understand that under present circumstances the Temple is no go." "And why so, Dandy?" said Julia. "Do you see Mother Carey's stall?" said Mick, pointing in that direction. "When there's a tick at Madam Carey's there's no tin for Chaffing Jack. That's what I call watching events." "Oh, as for the tin," said Caroline, "in these half-time days that's quite out of fashion. But they do say it's the last night at the Temple, for Chaffing Jack means to shut up, it does not pay any longer, and we want a lark. I'll stand treat, I'll put my earrings up the spout. They must go at last, and I would sooner at any time go to my uncle's for frolic than woe." "I am sure I should very much like to go to the Temple if any one would pay for me," said Harriet, "but I won't pawn anything." "If we only pay and hear them sing," said Julia in a coaxing tone. "Very like," said Mick. "There's nothing that makes one so thirsty as listening to a song, particularly if it touches the feelings. Don't you remember, Dusty, when we used to encore that German fellow and Scots Wha-ha? We always had it 5 times. Hang me if I wasn't blind drunk at the end of it." "I tell you what, young ladies," said Devilsdust, looking very solemn, "you're dancing on a volcano." "Oh my," said Caroline, "I am sure I wish we were, though what you mean exactly I don't quite know." "I mean that we shall all soon be slaves," said Devilsdust. "Not if we get the 10-hour bill," said Harriet. "And if no cleaning of machinery in meal time," said Julia. "That is a shame." "You don't know what you're talking about," said Devilsdust. "I tell you if the capitalists put down Gerard we're done for another 10 years, and by that time we shall be all used up." "Lord Dusty, you quite terrify one," said Caroline. "It's a true bill though. Instead of going to the Temple we must meet on the moor, and in as great numbers as possible. Go you and get all your sweethearts. I must see your father, Harriet. He must preside. We will have the hymn of labour sung by 100,000 voices in chorus. It will strike terror into the hearts of the capitalists. This is what we must all be thinking of if we wish labour to have a chance, not of going to Chaffing Jack's and listening to silly songs. Do you understand?" "Don't we?" said Caroline. "And for my part, for a summer eve, I prefer Mowbray Moor to all the temples in the world, particularly if it's a sociable party and we have some good singing." This evening it was settled among the principal champions of the cause of labour, among whom Devilsdust was now included, that on the morrow there should be a monster meeting on the moor to take into consideration the arrest of the delegate of Mowbray. Such was the complete organisation of this district, that by communicating with the various lodges of the trades unions 50,000 persons, or even double that number, could within 24 hours on a great occasion and on a favourable day be brought into the field. The morrow being a day of rest was favourable, and the seizure of their cherished delegate was a stimulating cause. The excitement was great, the enthusiasm earnest and deep. There was enough distress to make people discontented without depressing them; and Devilsdust, after attending a council of the Union, retired to rest and dreamed of strong speeches and spicy resolutions, bands and banners, the cheers of assembled thousands, and the eventual triumph of the sacred rights. The post of the next morning brought great and stirring news to Mowbray. Gerard had undergone his examination at Bow Street. It was a long and laborious one. He was committed for trial for a seditious conspiracy, but he was held to bail. The bail demanded was heavy, but it was prepared and instantly proffered. His sureties were Morley and a Mr. Hatton. By this post Morley wrote to his friends, apprising them that both Gerard and himself intended to leave London instantly, and that they might be expected to arrive at Mowbray by the evening train. The monster meeting of the moor, it was instantly resolved, should be converted into a triumphant procession, or rather be preceded by one. Messengers on horseback were sent to all the neighbouring towns to announce the great victory. Every artisan felt as a Moslemin summoned by the sacred standard. All went forth with their wives and their children to hail the return of the patriot and the martyr. The trades of Mowbray mustered early in the morning, and in various processions took possession of all the churches. Their great pride was entirely to fill the church of Mr. St. Leath, who, not daunted by their demonstration, and seizing the offered opportunity, suppressed the sermon with which he had supplied himself, and preached to them an extemporary discourse on "Fear God and honour the King." In the dissenting chapels thanksgivings were publicly offered that bail had been accepted for Walter Gerard. After the evening service, which the Unions again attended, they formed in the High Street and lined it with their ranks and banners. Every half hour a procession arrived from some neighbouring town with its music and streaming flags. Each was received by Warner or some other member of the managing committee, who assigned to them their appointed position, which they took up without confusion, nor was the general order for a moment disturbed. Sometimes a large party arrived without music or banners, but singing psalms and headed by their minister. Sometimes the children walked together, the women following, then the men each with a ribbon of the same colour in his hat. All hurried, yet spontaneous and certain, indications how mankind under the influence of high and earnest feelings recur instantly to ceremony and form; how, when the imagination is excited, it appeals to the imagination, and requires for its expression something beyond the routine of daily life. It was arranged that the moment the train arrived and the presence of Gerard was ascertained, the trade in position nearest to the station should commence the hymn of labour, which was instantly to be taken up by its neighbour, and so on in succession, so that by an almost electrical agency the whole population should almost simultaneously be assured of his arrival. At 6:30 the bell announced that the train was in sight. A few minutes afterwards Dandy Mick hurried up to the leader of the nearest trade, spoke a few words, and instantly the signal was given and the hymn commenced. It was taken up as the steeples of a great city in the silence of the night take up the new hour that has just arrived. One by one the mighty voices rose, till they all blended in one vast waving sea of sound. Warner and some others welcomed Gerard and Morley, and ushered them, totally unprepared for such a reception, to an open carriage drawn by 4 white horses that was awaiting them. Orders were given that there was to be no cheering or any irregular clamour. Alone was heard the hymn. As the carriage passed each trade, they followed and formed in procession behind it. Thus all had the opportunity of beholding their chosen chief, and he the proud consolation of looking on the multitude who thus enthusiastically recognized the sovereignty of his services. The interminable population, the mighty melody, the incredible order, the simple yet awful solemnity, this representation of the great cause to which she was devoted under an aspect that at once satisfied the reason, captivated the imagination, and elevated the heart. Her admiration of her father, thus ratified as it were by the sympathy of a nation, added to all the recent passages of her life, teeming with such strange and trying interest, overcame Sybil. The tears fell down her cheek as the carriage bore away her father, while she remained under the care of one unknown to the people of Mowbray, but who had accompanied her from London. This was Hatton. The last light of the sun was shed over the moor when Gerard reached it, and the Druid's altar and its surrounding crags were burnished with its beam. End of Book 5, Chapter 10. Book 5, Chapter 11 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was the night following the day after the return of Gerard to Mowbray. Morley, who had lent to him and Sybil his cottage in the Dale, was at the office of his newspaper, the Mowbray Phalanx, where he now resided. He was alone in his room writing, occasionally rising from his seat and pacing the chamber, when some one knocked at his door. Receiving a permission to come in, there entered Hatton. "I fear I am disturbing an article," said the guest. "By no means. The day of labour is not at hand. I am very pleased to see you." "My quarters are not very inviting," continued Hatton. "It is remarkable what bad accommodation you find in these great trading towns. I should have thought that the mercantile traveller had been a comfortable animal, not to say a luxurious, but I find everything mean and third rate. The wine execrable. So I thought I would come and bestow my tediousness on you. 'Tis hardly fair." "You could not have pleased me better. I was, rather from distraction than from exigency, throwing some thoughts on paper, but the voice of yesterday still lingers in my ear." "What a spectacle!" "Yes, you see what a multitude presents who have recognized the predominance of moral power," said Morley. "The spectacle was august, but the results to which such a public mind must lead are sublime." "It must have been deeply gratifying to our friend," said Hatton. "It will support him in his career," said Morley. "And console him in his prison," added Hatton. "You think it will come to that?" said Morley inquiringly. "It has that aspect, but appearances change." "What should change them?" "Time and accident, which change everything." "Time will bring the York Assizes," said Morley musingly; "and as for accident, I confess the future seems to me dreary. What can happen for Gerard?" "He might win his writ of right," said Hatton demurely, stretching out his legs and leaning back in his chair. "That also may be tried at the York Assizes." "His writ of right! I thought that was a feint, a mere affair of tactics to keep the chance of the field." "I believe the field may be won," said Hatton very composedly. "Won?" "Ay, the castle and manor of Mowbray and half the lordships round, to say nothing of this good town. The people are prepared to be his subjects; he must give up equality and be content with being a popular sovereign." "You jest, my friend." "Then I speak in jest. Sometimes you know the case." "What mean you?" said Morley, rising and approaching Hatton. "For though I have often observed you like a biting phrase, you never speak idly. Tell me what you mean." "I mean," said Hatton, looking Morley earnestly in the face and speaking with great gravity, "that the documents are in existence which prove the title of Walter Gerard to the proprietorship of this great district; that I know where the documents are to be found, and that it requires nothing but a resolution equal to the occasion to secure them." "Should that be wanting?" said Morley. "I should think not," said Hatton. "It would belie our nature to believe so." "And where are these documents?" "In the muniment room of Mowbray Castle." "Hah!" exclaimed Morley in a prolonged tone. "Kept closely by one who knows their value, for they are the title deeds not of his right, but of his confusion." "And how can we obtain them?" "By means more honest than those they were acquired by." "They are not obvious." 200,000 human beings yesterday acknowledged the supremacy of Gerard," said Hatton. "Suppose they had known that within the walls of Mowbray Castle were contained the proofs that Walter Gerard was the lawful possessor of the lands on which they live. I say, suppose that had been the case. Do you think they would have contented themselves with singing psalms? What would have become of moral power then? They would have taken Mowbray Castle by storm; they would have sacked and gutted it; they would have appointed a chosen band to rifle the Round Tower; they would have taken care that every document in it, especially an iron chest painted blue and blazoned with the shield of Valence, should have been delivered to you, to me, to any one that Gerard appointed for the office. And what could be the remedy of the Earl de Mowbray? He could scarcely bring an action against the 100 for the destruction of the castle, which we would prove was not his own; and the most he could do would be to transport some poor wretches who had got drunk in his plundered cellars, and then set fire to his golden saloons." "You amaze me," said Morley, looking with an astonished expression on the person who had just delivered himself of these suggestive details with the same coolness and arid accuracy that he would have entered into the details of a pedigree. "'Tis a practical view of the case," remarked Mr Hatton. Morley paced the chamber disturbed. Hatton remained silent and watched him with a scrutinizing eye. "Are you certain of your facts?" at length said Morley, abruptly stopping. "Quite so. Lord de Mowbray informed me of the circumstances himself before I left London, and I came down here in consequence." "You know him?" "No one better." "And these documents, some of them I suppose," said Morley with a cynical look, "were once in your possession then?" "Possibly. Would they were now! But it is a great thing to know where they may be found." "Then they were once the property of Gerard?" "Hardly that. They were gained by my own pains, and often paid for with my own purse. Claimed by no one, I parted with them to a person to whom they were valuable. It is not merely to serve Gerard that I want them now, though I would willingly serve him. I have need of some of these papers with respect to an ancient title, a claim to which by a person in whom I am interested they would substantiate. Now listen, good friend Morley. Moral force is a fine thing, especially in speculation, and so is a community of goods, especially when a man has no property. But when you have lived as long as I have, and have tasted of the world's delight, you'll comprehend the rapture of acquisition, and learn that it is generally secured by very coarse means. Come, I have a mind that you should prosper. The public spirit is inflamed here. You are a leader of the people. Let us have another meeting on the moor, a preconcerted outbreak. You can put your fingers in a trice on the men who will do our work. Mowbray Castle is in their possession. We secure our object. You shall have £10,000 on the nail, and I will take you back to London with me besides, and teach you what is fortune." "I understand you," said Morley. "You have a clear brain and a bold spirit. You have no scruples, which indeed are generally the creatures of perplexity rather than of principle. You ought to succeed." "We ought to succeed, you mean," said Hatton, "for I have long perceived that you only wanted opportunity to mount." "Yesterday was a great burst of feeling occasioned by a very peculiar cause," said Morley musingly, "but it must not mislead us. The discontent here is not deep. The people are still employed, though not fully. Wages have fallen, but they must drop more. The people are not ripe for the movement you intimate. There are thousands who would rush to the rescue of the castle. Besides, there is a priest here, one St. Lees, who exercises a most pernicious influence over the people. It will require immense efforts and a great distress to root him out. No, it would fail." "Then we must wait a while," said Hatton, "or devise some other means." "'Tis a very impracticable case," said Morley. "There is a combination for every case," said Hatton. "Ponder and it comes. This seemed simple, but you really think it would not answer?" "At this moment not. That is my conviction." "Well, suppose instead of an insurrection we have a burglary. Can you assist me to the right hands here?" "Not I, indeed." "What is the use then of this influence over the people of which you and Gerard are always talking? After yesterday I thought here you could do anything." "We have not hitherto had the advantage of your worldly knowledge. In future we shall be wiser." "Well then," said Hatton, "we must now think of Gerard's defence. He shall have the best counsel. I shall retain Kelly specially. I shall return to town to morrow morning. You will keep me alive to the state of feeling here, and if things get more mature, drop me a line and I will come down." "This conversation had better not be mentioned to Gerard." "That is obvious. It would only disturb him. I did not preface it by a stipulation of confidence, because that is idle. Of course you will keep the secret. It is your interest. It is a great possession. I know very well you will be most jealous of sharing it. I know it is as safe with you as with myself." And with these words Hatton wished him a hearty farewell and withdrew. "He is right," thought Morley. "He knows human nature well. The secret is safe. I will not breathe it to Gerard. I will treasure it up. It is knowledge. It is power. Great knowledge, great power. And what shall I do with it? Time will teach me." End of Book 5, Chapter 11. End of the 5th Book. Book 6, Chapter 1 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Another week," exclaimed a gentleman in Downing Street on the 5th of August, 1842, "and we shall be prorogued. You can surely keep the country quiet for another week." "I cannot answer for the public peace for another 24 hours," replied his companion. "This business at Manchester must be stopped at once. You have a good force there." "Manchester is nothing. These are movements merely to distract. The serious work is not now to be apprehended in the cotton towns. The state of Staffordshire and Warwickshire is infinitely more menacing. Cheshire and Yorkshire alarm me. The accounts from Scotland are as bad as can be; and though I think the sufferings of '39 will keep Birmingham and the Welsh collieries in check, we cannot venture to move any of our force from those districts." "You must summon a council for 4 o'clock. I have some deputations to receive which I will throw over, but to Windsor I must go. Nothing has yet occurred to render any notice of the state of the country necessary in the speech from the throne." "Not yet," said his companion, "but what will tomorrow bring forth?" "After all, it is only a turnout. I cannot recast Her Majesty's speech and bring in rebellion and closed mills, instead of loyalty and a good harvest." "It would be a bore. Well, we will see tomorrow," and the colleague left the room. "And now for these deputations," said the gentleman in Downing Street. "Of all things in the world I dislike a deputation. I do not care how much I labour in the closet or the house. That's real work; the machine is advanced. But receiving a deputation is like sham marching, an immense dust and no progress. To listen to their views, as if I didn't know what their views were before they stated them, and to put on a countenance of respectful candour while they are developing their exploded or their impracticable systems. Were it not that at a practised crisis I permit them to see conviction slowly stealing over my conscience, I believe the fellows would never stop. I cannot really receive these deputations. I must leave them to Hoaxem," and the gentleman in Downing Street rang his bell. "Well, Mr Hoaxem," resumed the gentleman in Downing Street, as that faithful functionary entered, "there are some deputations I understand to day. You must receive them, as I am going to Windsor. What are they?" "There are only 2, sir, of moment. The rest I could easily manage." "And these 2?" "In the first place there is our friend Colonel Bosky, the members for the county of Calfshire, and a deputation of tenant farmers." "Pah! These must be attended to. The members have made a strong representation to me that they really cannot any longer vote with the government unless the Treasury assists them in satisfying their constituents." "And what do they want?" "Statement of grievances, high taxes and low prices, mild expostulations and gentle hints that they have been thrown over by their friends, Polish corn, Holstein cattle, and British income tax." "Well, you know what to say," said the gentleman in Downing Street. "Tell them generally that they are quite mistaken. Prove to them particularly that my only object has been to render protection more protective, by making it practical and divesting it of the surplusage of odium; that no foreign corn can come in at 55 shillings; that there are not enough cattle in all Holstein to supply the parish of Pancras daily with beefsteaks; and that as for the income tax, they will be amply compensated for it by their diminished cost of living through the agency of that very tariff of which they are so superficially complaining." "Their diminished cost of living," said Mr Hoaxem, a little confused. "Would not that assurance, I humbly suggest, clash a little with my previous demonstration that we had arranged that no reduction of prices should take place?" "Not at all. Your previous demonstration is of course true, but at the same time you must impress upon them the necessity of general views to form an opinion of particular instances. As for example, a gentleman of £5,000 per annum pays to the income tax, which by the by always call property tax, £150 a year. Well, I have materially reduced the duties on 800 articles. The consumption of each of those articles by an establishment of £5,000 per annum cannot be less than £1 per article. The reduction of the price cannot be less than a moiety. Therefore a saving of 400 per annum which placed against the deduction of the property tax leaves a clear increase of income of £250 per annum, by which you see that a property tax in fact increases income." "I see," said Mr Hoaxem with an admiring glance. "And what am I to say to the deputation of the manufacturers of Mowbray, complaining of the great depression of trade and the total want of remunerating profits?" "You must say exactly the reverse," said the gentleman in Downing Street. "Show them how much I have done to promote the revival of trade. First of all in making provisions cheaper, cutting off at one blow half the protection on corn, as for example at this moment under the old law the duty on foreign wheat would have been 27 shillings a quarter, under the new law it is 13. To be sure no wheat could come in at either price, but that does not alter the principle. Then as to live cattle, show how I have entirely opened the trade with the Continent in live cattle. Enlarge upon this. The subject is speculative and admits of expensive estimates. If there be any dissenters on the deputation who having freed the negroes have no subject left for their foreign sympathies, hint at the tortures of the bullfight and the immense consideration to humanity that instead of being speared at Seville, the Andalusian toro will probably in future be cut up at Smithfield. This cheapness of provisions will permit them to compete with the foreign in all neutral markets, in time beat them in their own. It is a complete compensation too for the property tax, which, impress upon them, is a great experiment and entirely for their interests. Ring the changes on great measures and great experiments till it is time to go down and make a house. Your official duties of course must not be interfered with. They will take the hint. I have no doubt you will get through the business very well, Mr Hoaxem, particularly if you be frank and explicit. That is the right line to take when you wish to conceal your own mind and to confuse the minds of others. Good morning. End of Book 6, Chapter 1. Book 6, Chapter 2 of Sybil or the Two Nations by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 days after this conversation in Downing Street, a special messenger arrived at Marney Abbey from the Lord Lieutenant of the county, the Duke of Fitz-Aquitaine. Immediately after reading the dispatch of which he was the bearer, there was a great bustle in the house. Lady Marney was sent for to her husband's library, and there enjoined immediately to write various letters which were to prevent certain expected visitors from arriving. Captain Grouse was in and out of the library every 5 minutes, receiving orders and counter-orders, and finally mounting his horse was flying about the neighbourhood with messages and commands. All this stir signified that the Marney regiment of yeomanry were to be called out directly. Lord Marney, who had succeeded in obtaining a place in the household, and was consequently devoted to the institutions of the country, was full of determination to uphold them, but at the same time with characteristic prudence was equally resolved that the property principally protected should be his own, and that the order of his own district should chiefly engage his solicitude. "I do not know what the Duke means by marching into the disturbed districts," said Lord Marney to Captain Grouse. "These are disturbed districts. There have been 3 fires in 1 week, and I want to know what disturbance can be worse than that. In my opinion this is a mere anti-corn law riot to frighten the government. And suppose they do stop the mills, what then? I wish they were all stopped, and then one might live like a gentleman again." Egremont, between whom and his brother a sort of bad-tempered good understanding had of late years to a certain degree flourished, in spite of Lord Marney remaining childless, which made him hate Egremont with double distilled virulence, and chiefly by the affectionate manoeuvres of their mother, but whose annual visits to Marney had generally been limited to the yeomanry week, arrived from London the same day as the letter of the Lord Lieutenant, as he had learned that his brother's regiment, in which he commanded a troop, as well as the other yeomanry corps in the north of England, must immediately take the field. 5 years had elapsed since the commencement of our history, and they had brought apparently much change to the character of the brother of Lord Marney. He had become, especially during the last 2 or 3 years, silent and reserved. He rarely entered society. Even the company of those who were once his intimates had ceased to attract him. He was really a melancholy man. The change in his demeanour was observed by all. His mother and his sister-in-law were the only persons who endeavoured to penetrate its cause, and sighed over the failure of their sagacity. Quit the world and the world forgets you, and Egremont would have soon been a name no longer mentioned in those brilliant saloons which he once adorned, had not occasionally a sensation, produced by an effective speech in the House of Commons, recalled his name to his old associates, who then remembered the pleasant hours passed in his society, and wondered why he never went anywhere now. "I suppose you find society a bore," said Lord Eugene de Vere. "I am sure I do; but then what is a fellow to do? I am not in Parliament like Egremont. I believe, after all, that's the thing, for I have tried everything else, and everything else is a bore." "I think one should marry like Alfred Mountchesney," said Lord Milford. "But what is the use of marrying if you do not marry a rich woman, and the heiresses of the present age will not marry? What can be more unnatural? It alone ought to produce a revolution. Why, Alfred is the only fellow who has made a coup, and then he has not got it down." "She behaved in a most unprincipled manner to me, that Fitzwarren," said Lord Milford. "Always took my bouquets, and once made me write some verses." "By Jove!" said Lord Eugene, "I should like to see them. What a bore it must have been to write verses." "I only copied them out of Mina Blake's album, but I sent them in my own handwriting." Baffled sympathy was the cause of Egremont's gloom. It is the secret spring of most melancholy. He loved, and loved in vain. The conviction that his passion, though hopeless, was not looked upon with disfavour, only made him the more wretched, for the disappointment is more acute in proportion as the chance is better. He had never seen Sybil since the morning he quitted her in Smith Square, immediately before her departure for the north. The trial of Gerard had taken place at the assizes of that year. He had been found guilty and sentenced to 18 months' imprisonment in York Castle. The interference of Egremont, both in the House of Commons and with the government, saved him from the felon confinement with which he was at first threatened, and from which assuredly state prisoners should be exempt. During this effort some correspondence had taken place between Egremont and Sybil, which he would willingly have encouraged and maintained, but it ceased nevertheless with its subject. Sybil, through the influential interference of Ursula Trafford, lived at the convent at York during the imprisonment of her father, and visited him daily. The anxiety to take the veil, which at once characterized Sybil, had certainly waned. Perhaps her experience of life had impressed her with the importance of fulfilling vital duties. Her father, though he had never opposed her wish, had never encouraged it, and he had now increased and interesting claims on her devotion. He had endured great trials, and had fallen on adverse fortunes. Sybil would look at him, and though his noble frame was still erect, and his countenance still displayed that mixture of frankness and decision which had distinguished it of yore, she could not conceal from herself that there were ravages which time could not have produced. A year and a half of imprisonment had shaken to its centre a frame born for action, and shrinking at all times from the resources of sedentary life. The disappointment of high hopes had jarred and tangled even the sweetness of his noble disposition. He needed solicitude and solace, and Sybil resolved that if vigilance and sympathy could soothe an existence that would otherwise be embittered, these guardian angels should at least hover over the life of her father. When the term of his imprisonment had ceased, Gerard had returned with his daughter to Mowbray. Had he deigned to accept the offers of his friends, he need not have been anxious as to his future. A public subscription for his service had been collected. Morley, who was well to do in the world, for the circulation of the Mowbray phalanx daily increased with the increasing sufferings of the people, offered his friend to share his house and purse. Hatton was munificent. There was no limit either to his offers or his proffered services. But all were declined. Gerard would live by labour. The post he had occupied at Mr Trafford's was not vacant, even if that gentleman had thought fit again to receive him. But his reputation as a first-rate artisan soon obtained him good employment, though on this occasion in the town of Mowbray, which for the sake of his daughter he regretted. He had no pleasant home now for Sybil, but he had the prospect of one, and until he obtained possession of it, Sybil sought a refuge, which had been offered to her from the first, with her kindest and dearest friend; so that at this period of our history she was again an inmate of the convent at Mowbray, whither her father and Morley had attended her the eve of the day she had first visited the ruins of Marney Abbey. End of Book 6, Chapter 2.